One of the biggest home games in Erie Otters history comes to a head tonight on this Friday evening in downtown Erie, Pennsylvania. Number 97 hangs in the rafters forever. Hello, everybody. Welcome into the Northwest Pennsylvania AHEC Pregame, the Pregame show, and welcome in to the Erie Insurance Arena, where it is T-shirt time. Every single seat around the rink tonight will have these commemorative T-shirts to honor number 97, Connor McDavid. Every seat has one, thanks to our friends at Erie Apparel and Rebich Investments. And how awesome is this? A commemorative shirt for a commemorative night and for maybe the best Otter to ever wear the uniform. Going to be a terrific night here this evening as the Erie Otters take on the Saginaw Spirit. And again, just a magnificent way to commemorate this night. This is part of the fun here around the rink tonight. There are so many pregame festivities. We've got the ceremony. We've got great stuff to see around the concourse. Plenty of things to take photos of, so make sure you take a lap around the rink here tonight. Sean, we'll send it to you.
Thank you, Trevor. You put it best. What a humongous night this is for the Erie Otters, for the Erie community, and for the hockey community at large. Connor McDavid Jersey Retirement Night, presented by Rebich Investments and Erie Apparel. There's never been a game day like this for the Erie Otters. There's been jersey retirements in the past, and Vince Scott's and Brad Boy's, but to have a living legend of the game in this building right now is one of the best things about junior hockey and one of the most important days here in the history of the Erie Otters. We are so honored to be a part of such a special occasion, and as we've talked about before, during warm-ups tonight, the Erie Otters will be skating out in jerseys from the McDavid era with his name and number on the back. This is the last time ever that the Erie Otters will ever see the number 97 on a jersey, on the ice. What a special occasion. It's enough to give you chills, and there's going to be a lot of those had tonight, some tears shed, and a whole lot of cheering. It is going to be such an unbelievable occasion here tonight. We are so excited to be a part of such a huge occasion and excited to be part of all the fun that's going on around Erie and especially here in downtown Erie. When it comes to health education in the Erie region, Northwest Pennsylvania AHEC is the name to know. But what is AHEC? Do they provide education to high school students on health careers?
AHEC does that.
Continued medical education for professionals?
AHEC does that.
Training for community health workers?
AHEC does that.
And even more?
AHEC, yeah, they do that.
Learn more today at nwpaahec.org. Northwest Pennsylvania Area Health Education Center, advancing Pennsylvania's health through education.
It'll be exciting. It'll be fun to see Erie again. Fun to see that arena, those fans. Really excited about it.
As a fan, you probably fall in love with them, and just see him return. I'm sure a lot of the fans will be reminiscing of, remember when Connor did that, and remember that game he did this. So I think it'll be very special. I'm sure Connor's very excited to be back in Erie. I know the fans and the organizations that to have Connor back there will be a special night for everybody.
Video messages last night from Connor McDavid and Chris Knobloch ahead of their game a little bit south of here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Talk about it themselves. What a special occasion that tonight is for the Erie Otters and, of course, for Connor McDavid himself, the captain, number 97. Welcome back into the NWPA AHEC Pregame, the Pregame show. It's going to be a special one as 97 will go to the rafters and stay there for the eternity of Erie hockey. But as Trevor Cabello reports down live from ice level, there's more going on than just what's happening in the rafters.
Number 97, Connor McDavid. So many words come to mind, so many memories come to mind. One of the best players to ever wear an Otters uniform, and tonight his number will hang for the rafters for all eternity. And for the rest of the season, it will be on the ice here at the Erie Insurance Arena as we honor one of the best to ever wear an Otters uniform. Also on the ice for the rest of the season are three letters, JAW. the initials for our late owner and friend, Jim Waters, as the Otters play in his memory and play for him as they conclude and continue the 2025 Ontario Hockey League season. Two great men to be honored here across the Erie Insurance Arena for the rest of this year.
When it comes to health education in the Erie region, Northwest Pennsylvania AHEC is the name to know. But what is AHEC? Do they provide education to high school students on health careers?
AHEC does that.
Continued medical education for professionals?
AHEC does that.
Training for community health workers?
AHEC does that.
And even more?
Heck yeah, they do that.
Learn more today at nwpaahec.org. Northwest Pennsylvania Area Health Education Center, advancing Pennsylvania's health through education. Feel it in the air. It is just about time for pregame festivities to get underway. And that involves our friends across the Arena District. Of course, if you're coming out to tonight's game, it's a cold one. And obviously, traffic's congested. Downtown's a little bit crazy. Why not spend your time before our game at one of our partner businesses, making sure you get the best deals on food, drink, and all the fun and merriment. It's a special night. It's a fun night. We're excited here in the building. Trevor talked about the T-shirts that are going up on every seat. We're rocking them right now underneath. We're so excited to be able to show off those and have every single person who enters this arena be able to wear their very own. That's just part of the special items that we have here, as if you go to winwithdash.com, Dash Auctions have so many specialty items. We've been showing them off throughout the course of the week. More will be going up and we'll be finishing out through the course of the weekend, so make sure you go to Dash and get those. There's no easy task to be the Roscoe's Sports Bar and Grill player to watch on a night like this, but why not have it be someone with a little bit more gold around their neck? Carrie Terrance, our player to watch for tonight's game. First game back since winning gold with Team USA. Captain Carrie will look to get it done on 97 night. Specialty item of the game, wall supplies last, and that goes with everything that's at the team store here tonight, because things have been moving since 10 a.m. this morning. Our McDavid shirtsy, youth and adult sizes starting at $28. Again, when you get here, rush over to the team store. This is wall supplies last, merch item of the game and the night, presented by Rebich Investments. If you didn't get tickets, so sorry you missed on out, but it's going to be an unbelievable broadcast tonight. We will carry the entirety of the pregame ceremony live on our broadcast, and the entire game with some special guests throughout the course of the broadcast. Please do not miss that. Trevor, Tim, and I are going to bring you a very good show, a fun product, and a memorable night here from downtown Erie, Pennsylvania. Thank you for joining us on the NWPA Heck Pregame the Pregame show. It's a big one, and we're excited to be alongside you. Go Otters. Good evening, everybody, and welcome in to the Erie Sportsplex and here in the Erie Insurance Arena. First, before things get underway, I want to give a big thank you to our friends at the Erie Seawolves for helping set up this event upstairs here today. And most importantly, I want to give a thanks to all of you. You're the reason that we're doing this event. You're the reason that we're able to put this on. We're the best fans in hockey, and we're so honored and so excited to be able to be a part of this night alongside all of you. We have got quite an event here tonight. Obviously, Connor McDavid here in the building, and this is what we're here to do. We're here to celebrate one of the greatest to ever wear the Otter. And this is such an honor, such a tremendous occasion. It's such a way to be able to celebrate the tremendous athletes here in Erie and to be able to celebrate this tremendous sport, our tremendous fans, and this tremendous occasion. And we're so excited to be able to be here. I want to give an introduction to those who are joining us here tonight. We'll go from left to right. Brian Crawford, Commissioner of the Ontario Hockey League in his first season. Commissioner Crawford, thank you for joining us here tonight. Next up, Judd Moldaver, of course, Connor McDavid's agent. Thank you so much for joining us here tonight and all the work you do.
Bob Cataldi, who had arguably the most important job during Connor's time here, his work as a billet father. Bob, thank you for joining us. Connor, with all due respect, I'll introduce you last. And we'll start off on this side. General Manager Dave Brown of the Erie Otters. Brownie, thank you as always. Former owner and general manager of the Erie Otters, Sherwood Basson. And finally, from the Edmonton Oilers, CEO and President of Hockey Operations, Jeff Jackson. Jeff, thank you so much. And the man tonight who needs no introduction, give it up for your former captain, Erie Otters legend, number 97, Connor McDavid. At this time, I would like to invite up General Manager Dave Brown to say a few words about this occasion, this event, and of course, having one of our most legendary alumni back in town.
Well, everyone, thanks for being here tonight. And before we get going, I just want to thank our staff for putting this together and leaving no stone unturned. You guys have been a great team this week. I know it's a stressful time. Today in the Ontario Hockey League is the trade deadline. So it didn't work. It wasn't unique or great for my timeline, but it fit with Connor's, and I think we're happy for that. I'd also like to thank Gus Pine and the Erie Events for helping us out, the Seawolves for allowing us to use the space in here today to have a little more of an intimate setting before we go downstairs. Also, I'd like to thank Connor and for making this date work. I know it's not ideal, and I think I know a little bit of your game day routines as Jeff and I were talking, and I know it doesn't quite fit, but I hope I hope we can make it definitely worth your while. So, I'm going to start with a speech. I think one person that isn't with us today who definitely wanted to make this happen was Jim Waters, and it meant a lot to him. He was super excited about the event. It was something that meant a ton to him. So I know he's here with us today, and we're super excited to be able to pull it off and do all the things that he would have wanted. So Connor, he was pretty excited. He's got some pretty nice and unique gifts for you that he put a lot of time in, and it was all his thought. And although he passed it by me, I don't think I did near a good enough job of kind of saying yes or no. I mean, it's pretty fantastic. It didn't need any improvement. So I'm going to just start. Scouting's a job that allows you to dream. You travel town to town. Looking at young players, envisioning how they fit within your organization in your long-term plans. It also allows us to create some great stories, new folklore that can be handed down to the young and up-and-coming scouts. Connor, as you can imagine, Bass definitely created a lot of stories for the young and up-and-comers. On this particular evening, when we first saw you, I picked up Walter, my trusty driving partner, God rest his soul, en route to Herb Carnegie Arena in North York. We were watching the draft-eligible guys that were 1995 born players, two of the better teams, Don Mills and the Toronto Marlies. As Bass finally reached the spot where we all sat at Herb Carnegie, it quickly became one of hockey's best versions of Abbott and Costello. Who's 97? He's a 97, I replied. Bass, who's 97? I said, he's a 97, you don't have to worry. He's like, I just want to know who's 97. So we said, he's a 97 born player. He's not eligible for 2 more years. Bass said right away, he's like, just tell me his name. So I told him his name. Quickly, the conversation was quiet, and Bass and Walter seemed very focused, and the chatter ceased. They focused on every move that Connor had made that night, and I knew that something special was about to happen. The following season, we weren't very good. The Otters struggled significantly. I recall a conversation with the coaching staff saying, or them telling me that we needed 5 new players to make the playoffs. I said I was on my way to the GTHL doubleheader, and there was a young guy by the name of Connor McDavid who might be applying for exceptional status. They said, what's that got to do with us? I said, you guys will be lucky I don't get rid of 5 more guys. At that time, I was only Bass's assistant, but I felt pretty confident that Bass would have agreed with me. An exceptional player was the term that allowed Connor to gain early entry into the OHL. His work habits, his attention to detail, interaction with his teammates were remarkable. He became a leader immediately and fostered a culture of excellence for himself and everyone within our organization for years to come. He set a standard that only could be measured by effort, determination, a trait we all possess but don't often use. He pushed us all, and we all took his lead. Connor took a group and an organization that was the subject of many jokes prior to his arrival. You brought us and the group, the organization, to be the envy of the CHL. We won 50 games twice while you were here. We continued on to win 50 more, and we broke a CHL record, being the only team to ever win 50 games 4 years in a row. Connor, you're known for your offensive abilities, ironically scoring 97 goals, the number you wore, the number will retire tonight, in 166 OHL games, winning countless OHL, CHL accolades, and adding to more awards on the international stage. What we should have done was bring people in to watch your practices, your imagination, your creativity, and how fast and imagine you did things was unbelievable. As for the person, you handled yourself with stardom. You represented our brand, and you handled it with true class all the time. Even if this made you uncomfortable, which I think often, sometimes we thought, but one of my most memorable moments was a cold night in Peterborough when we were, I guess it was your last hurrah, and we were going down the stretch, and it was the last opportunity for people to see Connor. Connor said it was really cold that night. I say it was cold as hell, but it was super cold. We brought everybody in, and Connor signed every single autograph for every single player that was, or young player that was there. To everyone's surprise, by the end of the night, we almost had a fight getting on the bus. We got Connor on the bus, and we tried. We got help from an an unlikely source in Aaron Cooney. Cooney was pretty proud of this. He got into it. He entered the bus. His glasses were upside down. Yet he was he felt proud as he had protected Connor from the professional autograph hounds that aggressively pushed for every last drop of ink. To Brian and Kelly, I really appreciate you guys and the trust that you had within the Otters organization in a time where maybe you shouldn't have. Sending your son 3.5 hours from home has so many unknowns. Brian and Connor were actually convinced by Dwayne Radish that Dominic's on 12th Street, hopefully nobody from Dominic's is here, was a great place to have a pregame meal. Obviously, there was some learning curve in learning to know what happens in Erie. To Bob and Stephanie, your family, I thank you for creating a second home that allows Brian and Kelly to make decisions like this and it makes them feel as though they're more manageable. Cameron, as an older sibling, I know you pushed Connor to compete in everything and undoubtedly established the standard for Connor's competitiveness and determination to win, even the smallest brotherly battle. My best friend, Hall of Famer, was so excited for this date. He was eagerly looking for the event to come as quickly as possible. Jim referred to himself as the idiot who bought the team after Connor McDavid retired or graduated. He had a quote in his home office: "What you do is what you make. What you give is who you are." Connor, you've given way more to the Otters organization, the city of Erie, than we could have ever imagined. Those 3 years passed quickly, and we're thrilled to have shared those times with you. There's no one more deserving of this honor. So on behalf of Sheila, Maxine, Andrew, Ellie, Jeremy, the city of Erie, and the entire Otters organization, we'd like to congratulate you on having 97 officially lifted to the banners, so we will be reminded for the great times and memories you provided us. We'll forever be thankful for your contribution and commitment. Thank you.
Thank you, Brownie. Now at this time, we would like to welcome up one of the newest members of the Ontario Hockey League in Commissioner Brian Crawford to say a few words on what this event and occasion means for the OHL at large.
Thank you.
Good to meet you.
Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for the invitation to join in such a special night. I'd be remiss if I, didn't recognize all of our friend and Jim, and someone who was so supportive for me personally in the transition into this role, and surprisingly, not to his knowledge beforehand, but have a deep-seated connection through my mother and father-in-law, who spent many years working together with Jim. And such a great member of our community. And so thanks so much once again to the whole Otters organization for inviting me to take part in tonight. Having a chance to come here to Erie for the first time in my role and get to see just how deep-seated that connection to the community really is, and what is truly the superpower of our league. And so thank all of you for continuing to support our league and make it what it is. It's an honor to be part of this, to represent the league here tonight. Congratulations to you, Connor, and such a well-earned and well-deserved recognition. We're in the business of developing young people. Developing great hockey players is just the byproduct of that. And I think that Connor is the best embodiment of what it is that our league's mission and mandate is about. It's developing great people. And if we do that, then the hockey comes along. And Connor is an example of that, and everything that he represents about all of the people that are in our league and make it so great and so special. I have to thank you for continuing to support our league, and that's recognized in next week's Connor McDavid Top Prospects game, and allowing us to some momentum to launch a new event to give more young players an opportunity to pursue their goals and their dreams, and the continued support by you and all of the family that's here tonight as well. Continuing to support the league. I thank you, and congratulations on everything, and thank you all for having us and supporting the league as you do. Cheers.
Thank you, Commissioner Crawford. We certainly hope to welcome you back many times in the future during your tenure here. The next speaker that we will have up spent many days getting ready for the preparation and the welcoming of Connor McDavid, and that is former owner and general manager in Sherwood Bassin. Sherry, come on up. We'd love to hear what you have to say.
Well, this is a special human moment for me, not a hockey moment. Connor McDavid is the greatest player in the world because of the person he is. He's a product of a family environment of good values, hard work. But I want to tell you a couple of stories. I want to talk about Jim Waters, because maybe one of the greatest, best people I ever met. If I ever did anything good for Erie, sold the team to him. He was a special person, and Larry and his family, high valued guy. Let me tell you a story about this. Connor was involved. When the Humboldt Broncos had that accident and all those people killed, I grew up near Humboldt, an hour away. I called Mac, called Connor. I said, I think we should go. Set it up. Not like, what are we doing? Set it up, he said. And O'Reilly. Set it up. So, Jim calls me. He called me fairly often, and we talked and had lunches together and stuff. And I happened to mention, I said, it's on the QT. But Connor and I and O'Reilly are going to Humboldt. And those two boys didn't bat an eyeball with their schedule. And this guy has a busy schedule. His will to prepare is unmatched. He's not only gifted, it's his will to prepare, like a top surgeon or a top lawyer. That's what makes him so great and special. So I'm talking to Jim, and I said, this is on the QT. Jim says, former Erie Otters, I want to buy the tickets. I said, no. I don't know if you checked, but these guys, you know, they're not homeless. So he said, yeah, I'm buying the ticket, Sherry. I said, you're not buying my ticket. He said, yeah, you're a former Erie Otter. I said, no, I make a casual conversation. He jumps on it right away. He said, I want to buy the tickets. You got to send me the bill. So I sent him the bill for the 2 boys. 3 days later, there's a check. Like, no hesitation. No hesitation. And these guys looked after me. You had to see him, making sure I get on the plane, make sure I got the right seat. I think he thought I was dying the next day or something. But he had to see it. And what do you want to eat? And when we were coming back, we got Saskatoon Airport. It's not an international. You know, we got there too early, and everybody thought we'd be late. He's making sure I get through. You know, I've had 6 hip transplants and 2 shoulders. He's right there in my shoulder. He's explaining it to everybody. And then these guys go for a little walk. I go on the plane. I get the phone call from him. Where are you? So I'm on the plane. Well, you're going to tell us where you are, he says, looking after me. But I'll tell you what. I'll never forget what it was about and what Jim was about. He loved this team. He loved this town. So, never ever take advantage of a relationship. I've never ever done it in my life. If I did it unwittingly. Never knowingly or wittingly. I may have done it unbeknowing. Because these are all stories about him. Besides, Brownie, you went a long time, so you can suck eggs. I'm going to go a few minutes. I'm in San Jose for minor hockey. People brought me in to run some minor practices with their minor hockey. Couldn't tell them how sore my feet were with the skates on. So, Edmonton Oilers are coming. It's a year ago. You all know about that beautiful start they had. I think, Jeff, you might remember it. So I call him and say, I'm coming to the game. He said, great, see you. He sends me a note back. Do you need tickets? No, I don't need tickets. 2 of the guys I'm with who happen to be friends of mine made big money in technology. They're both billionaires. They dress like they were homeless, though. So we go to the game, and I said, look, these guys have been on a losing streak. These guys have been on a losing streak, but they're playing San Jose. San Jose just had an inter-squad game and lost. They're going to beat San Jose. So we can get him, because when he loses, he's like a bear with a sore paw. That's his, he hates to lose, is demanding of himself. They lose the game. So I say to these guys I'm with, their kids, I said, hey, I know this guy real well. Like, we got to fade away. He knows I'm here. He's going to come up. He comes up. As he meets me, I put my arms around him to hug him, and I said, the world isn't coming to an end. He said, it feels like it. So I know I got to be out of here in a few minutes. I don't need the time with him, what he's going through, because it's painful for him. He takes that responsibility. He sees these 3 young kids of my friends. See, are they with you, he said? Because I wasn't going to ask him. They're about, well, don't you want pictures, he says to me. Do you have a pen? Oh, do you want me to sign something? Like, offered it without me asking. So, I'm luckier than you people. Most of you people know him as a hockey player. I know him as a person. Most of you only as a player, so I'm much luckier than you guys. Because of his values and his commitment and what he did to turn this franchise around. The Erie Otters are on the hockey map. This guy took it and put it on his shoulders and said, let's get it done. I remember extremely well that I have a charity golf tournament. He's been coming to it since he was 15 with his dad. We've raised $1.5 million for orthopedic research because of my hip transplants and shoulder transplants. Okay? Now, Newman, he was a good buddy of Newman. Newman was my dog, smartest dog. He couldn't tolerate all these other dumb dogs. He used to tell me, don't hook me up with these dumb dogs. He's much smarter than your dog. And you knew him. You and him were buddies. He used to go in the dressing room, pregame meals. He was a pound or two overweight, but you know what I mean? Yeah. And so he was a hell of a dog. Went everywhere with me. Went everywhere with me. Went to scouting with me. Was in the dressing room after games all the time. First time I see him, which he talked about. So at the end of the second period when they're flooding, Brownie says to me, what'd you think? What'd I think? What'd I think? My dog Newman pulled on his leash after 2 shifts, said, we've seen enough, let's get the hell out of here. It's a cold rink. So everybody says we drafted him. No, my dog Newman drafted him. So, you know, this game has been very good to me. And I know good people when I see them. And I know bad people. So, there's a lot of good people in this room. And I could name all the people up here. They're special. There's a lot of other people that are good people. And I like to be around good people. That's why I like to be around Connor McDavid. Now think of this. Do you ever think about the things you think about? Think about this. Best player in the world might be my wife. It is. Best player in the world played in Erie, Pennsylvania for 3 years. Best. Think about that for a minute. How many communities can say they had the best football player ever in the world in their community grew up? The best player in the world played in Erie, Pennsylvania. And best person in the world. And I'm not trying to, I'm going to make a statement here, and I'm not going to try to demean Bobby or Gretzky. I know them all. How I had 3-4 hour visits with him a couple of times. Lemieux played for me. Crosby, the most winningest player. Best player ever. Best player ever. And if he isn't, he should be on Mount Rushmore. So his will to win, his will to prepare to win is unmatched. But I told you when I started, I'm lucky. I got to know his family and him as people. I know him as a person. And I know how well you've treated me. And how much respect you've shown for me. And I'll take that to my grave. So, hey, I'm not in a hurry to get there, okay? So, I don't want you to think that, you know what I mean? I check the obituary columns every day to the B's. If I'm not in it, I have breakfast. But there's a lot of people that check it to see if I am in it so they can celebrate. So, I just want to tell you, I love being around good people. You qualify.
One of the most unique experiences about junior hockey is the relationships and the role that billet families play in the sport. And Bob Cataldi served as Connor McDavid's billet father during his time in Erie. No one knows more stories, no one's had more experiences, and no one knows a player better than their billet. Bob, we'd like to welcome you up.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I wanted to introduce my family, certainly as a part of this. My son Nico is out there, my daughter Cameron, our oldest daughter Casey's schedule wasn't able to work out to have her be here, but she certainly sends her love and congratulations to Connor. And then, of course, my wife Stephanie is with us too. And I will address the burning question that I think is in everybody's front of their mind. Yes, she really married me, and I don't know what she sees in me. So I usually get that out of the way because people don't believe that we really are. But anyway, so thank you to everybody for having us. The overall experience that we've had with Connor and his family have been fantastic. You hear a lot of hype, and you hear a lot of accolades, and at some point it sort of gets washed because you can't possibly believe that all of this stuff is true. I'm here to tell you it is. Connor is, Sherry said, the best player in the world. He's a better person than he is hockey player. Those of you that have been lucky enough to get to know him like us and his family, who have influenced him and raised him, he really is that fantastic of a young man. And to make us a part of this, and for the Otters to make us a part of this, and to get to see Sherry again and reminisce with him and visit with Connor and his family, this has just been a very special event for us. And so I thank all of you and them. And listen, first and foremost, we're hockey fans, right? That's sort of how we got connected with Connor and his family. And I can tell you this, that in the private conversations that I've had with Connor in looking forward to this evening and in some of the other things that we've discussed over the years, there's one thing that we always say, and that's once an Otter, always an Otter. And congratulations, Connor. So thank you, everybody.
This time I would like to welcome up Connor McDavid's agent, Judd Moldaver.
I think I'm only up here because I couldn't find someone else, so I'm a good seat filler. But I wish I had something more original to say about Connor. He said something to me a long time ago, well before I was representing him, which is about caring more. And I think, like everyone said already, and most of you know, he just cares more than the average person about other people, about his family, about the game, about how he respects just everything that he sees, and everything he does is always first class, whether it's on the ice or off of it. I've only had the fortune of representing Connor for the past 15 months, so I wasn't here during his time in Erie, but I can see why he chose to play here. I've known Sherry a long time. Met Bob and his family. Just can't say enough about the community here, what I've seen, how you treat him, probably when he was here, of course, and then now this is also special. His wife, his parents, his brother and his fiance, his grandmother and Honor here, and it's just an amazing sight to see all of the support he's had over the years. He's a special person. It's a special night. My colleague Adam and I, who's here as well out there right now, we're very fortunate to represent Connor and consider him much more than a client, but a friend and a brother of sorts. And I'm usually not brief, but this is Connor and his family's night. So congratulations to Connor. Congratulations to the Erie Otters. My condolences to Sheila and her family. And appreciate Brownie, your hospitality, the entire team. Yeah, it's just a really special night. So congrats again, and thanks for letting me say a few words.
Our next speaker is known, Connor, for a long portion of his professional career, long before his time as the president of hockey operations for the Edmonton Oilers. I would like to welcome up Edmonton Oilers CEO and president of hockey operations, Jeff Jackson.
Thank you. It's really my honor to be here tonight. I had the very good fortune to be Connor's agent for 10 or 11 years, his whole time here, to get to know the people of Erie, to see the city embrace him and Connor and his family embraced the city was very special. Saw the evolution of Connor as a player, the greatness that you can see now as he plays for our team and is the best player in the world, like it's been said a couple times up here tonight. But he had a lasting effect on this team. It went from a team that wasn't very good in a building that wasn't very nice in a city that didn't pay a whole lot of attention to hockey to totally the opposite, where the team was a perennial winner even after he left, to a beautiful building, to a fan base that was amazing to be part of. When I'd come to games, it was just like electric. But to say that he appreciated, I think the evidence is the fact that he's here. Our NHL season is a real grind. It's very difficult, lots of travel. I think Connor played 27 or 28 minutes last night in Pittsburgh. 2 nights before that, we played in Boston. We're playing in Chicago tomorrow night. But the fact that he's here is a demonstration of the type of person that he is and how much this community meant to him. So I'd like to congratulate the Erie Otters. Kudos for doing this. To Jim Waters, who was a great man, to Sherry Basson, to Dave Brown. I'd like to congratulate the community for all of the love that they gave Connor when he was here. And most importantly, I want to just congratulate on behalf of the Oilers and Daryl and Renee, Harrison, and Chloe, and myself. Congrats on this great honor.
Finally, the man tonight who needs no further introductions than the name and the number 97, Connor McDavid. Welcome home.
I'll save most of my remarks for on the ice, but I want to thank everybody for being here, taking time out of your day to be here and spend time with me and my family. Really, really means a lot to me. To be back in Erie has been just an absolute trip down memory lane. To be back in this building that it feels like I grew up in is so special. To see the number 97 everywhere, to see it go up into the rafters tonight. I can't even tell you how much it means to me. But just the city as a whole, the community, the great teams that we had here. It was such a special time here in Erie, and something that I'll never forget. To the people up here that said all those amazing things, Bass, thank you for keeping it brief. But thank you so much for your words, and your trust in me and your belief in me all those years ago. And Brownie for tonight. This is such an honor, and you guys and your whole team here. Thanks to the whole team that put this whole thing together. It means a lot to me. Jax, we're still working together today. Thanks for all the guidance and leadership all the way through, and you're doing a great job hosting.
Thank you.
Yeah. To the commish, congrats on the new job. I'm sure you'll do a great job with it. This league means a lot to me. It means a lot to the players that play in it, to the fan bases around the league. It's the feeding ground to the NHL. And Bob said, we're all hockey fans here, and I'm the biggest hockey fan of them all. And the game just keeps getting better and better, and that's because of great leagues like the OHL and the CHL as a whole. So keep doing a great job. Juddy, I love you. Thanks for everything. But to the Cataldi family, Bob, Steph, Cam, Nico, Casey's not here. There's not even anything that I can really say, other than just thank you so much. You guys brought Steven and I into your guys' home. I know it's not easy. I'm sure the girls, Nico, you guys didn't love having 2 teenage boys in the basement taking up your guys' space. I know that's where Cam and I hung out a lot in our house, was the basement. So it was a great sacrifice. Steph, Bob, yeah, I love you guys very much, and you guys are like family to Laura and I, and made my time here in Erie so special. Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks, guys.
Connor, it is truly a tremendous honor for our organization to be able to recognize you and welcome home once again. Let's give it up one more time for Connor McDavid. Before we close out today's ceremony here at our VIP event, we want to welcome up one more speaker. There have been 3 players all-time drafted first overall by the Erie Otters. Ryan O'Reilly, Connor McDavid, and our latest pick in Matthew Schaefer. And while Schaefer's out of the lineup, he's certainly in the lineup for tonight's speaking engagement. Come on up, Matthew.
Hey everyone, this is pretty cool to be a part of. Connor, everyone. I mean, this is just seeing everyone, talking about Connor and what he meant to the community. It's pretty cool to see, and to be going first overall to Erie, it's pretty cool looking. McDavid, pretty big name, and it definitely helped a lot. Coming into Erie, seeing him go through it and where he is now, it's pretty cool, and just all the support. I mean, he's a great player on the ice, but off the ice it shows, and everyone's coming out here to support him. So today's going to be a big night, and I'm looking forward to it and very proud. I mean, I've watched you growing up quite a bit, so I just wanted to say proud of you, and can't wait to see the jersey go up. So thanks for everything, and thanks for everyone coming out.
Fans, thank you so much again for joining us for this exclusive event. Thank you for being here. And the real fun is still to come as we see the number 97 go up into the rafters.
the shot. He
been waiting so long for. Erie Otters, Saginaw Spirit, Connor McDavid Jersey Retirement Night, presented by Rebich Investments Erie Apparel. This is the big one. This is what it's all about. The biggest home game in the regular season in Erie Otters history. What a joy, what an honor, what an experience that we get to have alongside you here. We are so honored to join you here tonight for what promises and will be one of the most memorable hockey games in the Ontario Hockey League in the last few years and the next few years.
Well, I am so fired up for this, Sean. This is going to be an unbelievable night. So cool to hear Connor speak to the media earlier on here this afternoon. A great event held earlier on this afternoon. This is the one. We've been talking about this since, late summer into early October with the announcement where I was in Saginaw at the Dow Event Center, ready to go for the Otters in spirit for the first time back on October 5th. Announced this, and here we are. This is the one. This is the one we've all had on our calendars. Let's go out. There's a hockey game to be played. But there's a lot more on the line tonight.
It's all. I've been talking to people since the VIP event, and it's almost like you forget there's a hockey game because of this. This is like going to a rock concert. This is knowing there's celebrity in the building, and he's been so gracious with his time. He's been so excited. You can tell there's that childlike wonder for the game of hockey again. And he's been doing this a long time at a very high level. For Connor McDavid tonight, it's not about the hockey. It's just about you as Connor McDavid. What a special occasion.
What an unbelievable occasion. And again, you could just see how excited he was. And, Dave Brown, the Otters general manager, one of the big pitches for this was Connor really is for this, and his family is really for this. And you can tell just how excited he is. He mentioned earlier on today about how it's such a trip down memory lane coming up I-79 from Pittsburgh on his way to Erie, just reminiscing about the memories in this building and how I would love to be a fly on the wall in that suite tonight to hear some of his stories from back in his day here with the Erie Otters. I know I have plenty I can recall throughout the night, but it'd just be so amazing to be able to hear, what he, off the record, of course, some of the stories from him.
Well, we are not alone here in the broadcast booth. We are excited to welcome back Tim Quinn to the broadcast team. Tim is upstairs where he's in front of a very special rubber ducky display. Tim, what's going on?
Thanks, fellas. Good to be back inside Erie Insurance Arena on such an incredible night as well. I'm standing right now outside of the exclusive VIP event here inside Erie Insurance Arena. Whole lot of fans ready for the ceremonies tonight. And Sean and Trev, we got a great night ahead of us, fellas.
Well, let's take you back to Wednesday night to kick off this week. A great game at the Sleeman Center. Erie Otters, Guelph Storm. Played to the net. The shot goes in. It is Dylan Edwards getting the Otters on the board early on. Ready Eddie loves playing in Guelph. Strikes again. We'll take you to the third period. Otters work it around. Edwards steps up. He finds the back of the net. His second goal of the hockey game. Makes it 3-2. This one a little bit controversial. Otters play it in. How about Alex Messier? His first goal of the season for the Otters. You want to talk about a monkey off the back? Certainly so for number 21. Right off the draw, Sam Alfano snaps it home to tie the game at 4. And this one would require an extra session, but Alfano fired up to give the Otters the tie they were looking for.
Davio with it. Davio walking, moving. Bemis. He scores!
Well, kudos to Coach West and the guys on the power play. I mean, at that point, you rely on what you've practiced. And, I know all the work that they've put into making sure they're confident in any situation. And, for us, we believed. And, we're hoping it was just a matter of time before we could pot one. And kudos to Fimis there to rip it home. Yeah, we can't wait to be part of a night like that. To have an alumni like Connor McDavid as part of your organization where it's real special. He's obviously a really quality player, but obviously a quality person too, and somebody the organization's really proud of. And I'm happy for the city of Erie. I've got a chance to meet some of the hockey community in Erie, and it's a great opportunity for them to come out and celebrate one of their own. And I'm looking forward to it for a number of reasons. For the city, for Connor, for the players, for everybody. It should be a really good night.
Well, having been on the opposite bench to coach against them, it's a lot more fun watching them raise a banner than it was watching them play against your teams. But I just think it shows that to the Erie community and to the organization, just the great players that have come through this organization, and to be able to, honor a player of that magnitude is pretty special, I think, for the organization and, quite frankly, for the fans of Erie as well.
I think everyone's excited. It's going to be a special night, and there's going to be a lot of people here. So I think there's there's some nerves, but I think overall everyone's just excited.
Everybody knows how exceptional he is and what kind of player he is. So it's going to be pretty surreal to see him here, and obviously what he did for his organization was amazing. So to see his jersey go up will be a special moment for us for sure.
You see him a lot on TV. He's a very special player. So to be able to meet him, it's going to be pretty cool.
We were talking about it even last year. That would be cool to be still here in this organization when they're going to retire their jersey, and the schedule has been good for him as well to come and watch his jersey to go up. So yeah, we'll be talking about it. But like he said, we have a game on Friday to play as well.
I think it's very important to celebrate the roots of a player when they develop. I think it just shows that Erie's a good hockey town. He came here. I know Brian and Kelly, his parents, I know them very well. And I know they love their time here. And I think it's just great for the hockey world. Friday night, I know even a guy like Kyle Dubas and his staff have bought tickets to come because they want to see it. I think any time you do something like this, it's unbelievable for the community, but it's unbelievable for the hockey community around the world to realize that, long before, he was becoming one of the best players in the NHL, he was a great player for the Erie Otters in Erie, Pennsylvania.
Back here in the broadcast booth on the Otters Hockey Pregame Show, getting set for the Erie Otters and the Saginaw Spirit here this evening. Of course, a lot going on with Connor McDavid jersey retirement night, but a great hockey game on display, hopefully here for us tonight. Let's talk a little bit about the Erie Otters and the Saginaw Spirit. Spirit coming off of a tough 7-2 loss on the road last night at the Meridian Center in St. Catharines. Coming in tonight, probably a little bit frustrated. They're going to give us their number 2 goaltender in Caleb Papineau here tonight. Otters have seen Andrew Oak in all 3 previous matchups between themselves and the Spirit. Otters, of course, coming off that big overtime win in Guelph. They're feeling great. Hopefully tonight, again, coming in with that same energy that they really brought, especially throughout the late stages of that contest there in Guelph. So should be a fun one tonight. We mentioned it early on. This Saginaw team, they ran into an absolute buzzsaw last time they were in this building back on December 14th. They're hoping to try and quell the momentum a little bit, but you can imagine the Otters are going to be coming out with plenty of energy here in this one this evening. A lot to talk about here tonight, and when we come back on the Otters Hockey Pregame Show, we will first send it to our buddy Tim Quinn. He's in the Otters team store showing you some of the great merch that you can only get here tonight on Connor McDavid jersey retirement night. And then we'll sit down with another exceptional status player. Connor's not the only one in the building tonight. Michael Misa sat down with us. He'll talk a little bit about the Spirit and what to expect from Saginaw. You're watching the Otters Hockey Pregame Show on the Otters Broadcast Network.
OHL Live on CHL TV.
What a goal by Michael Misa!
Every goal.
What a rip!
Every save.
What a save by Osner!
On every device.
Nothing is better than that!
Here's the rookie. Schaefer shoots and scores!
In every market.
Back in Seneca scores!
All season long.
Green Tree went through! Green Tree scores!
Subscribe now at watch.chl.ca. OHL Live, the home of every OHL game.
Welcome back to the pregame show here on CHL TV. I'm Tim Quinn, live from inside the Erie Otters team store. And ladies and gentlemen, we have got some items fresh off the press, all kind of McDavid merchandise, including the replica jerseys that you'll see the players have on during warm-ups today. And you got to get them while they are still here, while supplies last, because these are going quick. They will not be here long, so make sure to stop in the Erie Otters team store and pick up your gear today. Our own Trevor Cabella got to talk to another exceptional player, just like Connor McDavid. It's Michael Misa. Let's take a look.
Welcome back to the Otters Hockey Pregame Show, and welcome on into another edition of Across the Ice, and a big guest here on this night show here. Erie Otters, Saginaw Spirit for the final time this season. And here to join us to talk about tonight's game and talk about the Spirit season so far is Michael Misa, of course, one of the best players in the Ontario Hockey League. Michael, thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, of course. No, thanks for having me.
So for you personally, what a season it's been for you. What has been the key to your success?
I think give a lot of credit to my line mates, the people I'm playing with. Having Christian Epperson come over from the U.S. program really helped me, I think. And I think the other thing is just confidence with the puck. When I have the puck, just feeling a lot more confident this year going into my third year. I think that Man Cup experience and the whole playoff run really helps. Just, get that experience in the playoffs. And yeah, happy with my game so far.
Well, you mentioned Christian Epperson. You guys have just been quite the dynamic duo here this season. How has he led to your success and kind of vice versa?
Yeah, he's really fast, really skilled forward. So it's easy to play with him. He makes plays all over the ice. And like you said, he's a great player. So just happy I'm with him.
For you, of course, just recently named Spirit captain. What does that honor mean to you?
Huge honor to be named captain of any team in junior hockey, and I'm going to do my best to try and lead our team and keep them motivated. Obviously, it's going to be tougher for this weekend just because we made a lot of trades recently. So just trying to keep the boys motivated, and ultimately we have to win the next 3 games on the road if we want to push for a high seed. And but yeah, huge honor.
Well, for you guys as a team, kind of been a little bit of an up and down stretch, but still so much talent on this roster. What have you seen from your group so far this season?
Yeah, we're a bit of a younger team. We do have older guys, but yeah, definitely a younger team. Just trying to get everyone fit in the system. It's a very offensive system, so just trying to make sure everyone learns everything. We've got a couple new guys here today, so getting them in the systems and be ready to go for the weekend games.
For you and Malcolm Spence, of course, always that great friendship and always fun, I imagine, when you two get to go against each other. I've had to talk to Malcolm a lot about it. How special is it for you to play against him?
Yeah, it's fun. I called him yesterday. He's looking forward to seeing me, obviously, and definitely a good laugh every time we're on the ice together, a quick smile. But yeah, he's a great player. So I don't necessarily like playing against Erie, but fun when we get to.
Absolutely. So for you, obviously a very special night here at the Erie Insurance Arena as we honor Connor McDavid, of course, as an exceptional status player yourself. How special is it to play play Erie on a night like this?
Yeah, it works out perfectly. Going to be at that night. It's pretty cool to see him there, and definitely going to be a sold out game. So going to be a fun experience for me, and can't wait.
Well, Michael, we're really looking forward to it. Should be a fun one. Thank you so much for the time.
Yeah, thank you, Trevor. I appreciate it.
All right, we'll step aside, take a break. More to come from the Erie Insurance Arena. You're watching the Otters Hockey Pregame Show. Well, we are now in the month of January, and that means that it is time to really start getting into the playoff races. As you take a look at the East and Western Conference standings, you've got the 4 and 5 teams going head-to-head tonight. There's still a pretty good point gap between the Erie Otters and the Saginaw Spirit. On the Eastern Conference side, Niagara, big win last night. They're leading the pace there in the East. As we take a look around the Ontario Hockey League here on a busy Friday night, we'll start here, Erie, Saginaw. Not much more needs to be said. Guelph Storm there in Flint take on the Firebirds. Brampton Steelheads at the Odd tonight. They'll take on the Kitchener Rangers. London Knights on home ice. They battle the Windsor Spitfires. That is the Friday night face-off game and what is called the OHL's #1 rivalry. Oshawa Generals, Ottawa 67s from the Canadian capital will be there 1 week from tonight. Owen Sound Attack there in Sarnia to take on the Sting. Sudbury Wolves at Sudbury Friday night. Niagara Ice Dogs and the Wolves and the Kingston Frontenacs. They are in the Sioux to take on the Greyhounds. Also, you see the Caledonia Corvairs and the Port Colborne Sailors going head-to-head in our GOJHL game of the night. Otters have taken the ice. It is almost that time. A special, special night at the Erie Insurance Arena as we get ready to send number 97 to the rafters forever. Two teams lined up, Otters and Spirit, two American foes. ready to watch one of the best ever have his number retired forever. The Otters all came out today wearing number 97 during the warm-up, and that is the final time that number will ever be worn by an Erie Otter. Just a truly unforgettable night at the Erie Insurance Arena. It has already been so far, and hopefully the hockey that's about to take place will follow and as suit, and surely the ceremony will be just as special. Erie and Saginaw to come, but it is just about time for the moment you have all been waiting for. We will get ready to send it down to ice level, and to my good friend and broadcast partner, the voice of the Erie Otters, Sean Bednard, will kick it off in just moments.
How we doing tonight? This is a historic occasion, and it is amazing to see such an unbelievable crowd here tonight. From all across the hockey world to right here in downtown Erie, Pennsylvania. Welcome into a truly historic night, not only for the Otters franchise, but for the entire Ontario Hockey League. Every generation has its superstars, but it's every once in a generation that legends of the game emerge. In junior hockey especially, a legend and the roots become synonymous. The Wayne Gretzkys of the Sioux, the Sidney Crosbys of Rimouski, and for Erie, Pennsylvania, the best to ever do it, Connor McDavid. Erie was lucky enough to get not just experience and to cherish the time with a superstar, but to be the last step before professional hockey stardom for one who will be remembered as one of the best to ever play this game. Before tonight's ceremonies truly get underway, we are joined at ice level by family and friends of Connor McDavid and want to take the time to recognize them for their contributions to tonight. From the McDavid family, Father Brian McDavid. His mother, Kelly McDavid. Brother, Cameron McDavid. His grandmother, Jean McDavid. Aunt Dina McDavid. And his sister-in-law, Sarah Nansisk. Thank you to the McDavids. We're also joined here tonight by colleagues of Connor, starting with President of Hockey Operations and CEO of the Edmonton Oilers, Jeff Jackson. Director of Business Development for Wasserman, Adam Phillips. Connor's agent, Judd Moldaver. Please help me in welcoming to the first time to Erie, Pennsylvania, the new commissioner of the Ontario Hockey League, Brian Crawford. And finally, from the Erie Otters, General Manager Dave Brown. Former General Manager and owner of the Erie Otters, Sherwood Basson. Chief Financial Officer Larry Chapman and his wife, Cassie Chapman. Sheila Waters. Sheila is joined by her daughters, Maxine and Ellie Mae. And finally, we are joined in spirit by our late owner and our friend, Jim Waters. Thank you all for joining Connor on this most special of days. There's a few more special guests to introduce. Also joining us are former Erie Otter teammates and, of course, Erie Otters alumni, Kyle Pettit, Spencer Abraham, and Quentin Maximovich. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us and your contributions to Erie Otters hockey history. I would also like at this time, I would be remiss to not recognize the entire Erie Otters staff. They are the hardest working in hockey. Tireless hours and months put into making tonight's events and ceremonies possible. This is a special organization with amazing people. And finally, the people that are here for it. I would like to recognize the best fans in hockey for their consistency, pride, passion, and their love of our organization. Erie, we love you. Let's pause for a moment. At this time, let's reflect. Let's breathe in this moment, this experience, the lights, the capacity crowd, and the experience that we all get to be a part of today. All in attendance and all who are watching are part of hockey history. Tonight, we recognize a player, a person, a career of achievement, and a legacy that helped put or return Erie onto the sports map and hockey world at large. That career, that legacy happened right here in downtown Erie, Pennsylvania. Magic can happen anywhere. It's happened here before, and that same energy gets rekindled tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome back to the Erie Insurance Arena, alongside his wife, Lauren Kyle McDavid, the reason we're all here, number 97, Connor McDavid. A number of Connor's teammates, Otters alumni, and friends were unable to attend tonight, but wanted to be sure to say their own words of encouragement and congratulations to our guest of honor this evening. Let's take a watch and a listen to their sentiments.
Connie, congratulations on the jersey retirement and all of your successes. I think everybody always knew there'd be a Connor up in the rafters. It's clear to me now which Connor Erie values more. Listen, I'm trying to think of something funny to say here in a short little video to you, but in all seriousness, there's really nothing funny about what you've accomplished in your career so far. You know, the goals, the points, the assists, the records in junior and the NHL, so impressive, so well earned. But I think the most impressive thing about you as a person, as a player, is how humble you've managed to stay throughout all these years. You know, it's not an easy thing to do, but you've become a fantastic role model for a lot of players, young kids, people, and teammates. So everything you get is earned, my friend. Nobody deserves it more. Sorry I couldn't be there tonight, but better believe I'll be there when you bring the cup back to Newmarket. Enjoy your night, my friend.
Hey, Davo, just wanted to congratulate you of having your jersey retired. Your dedication, your work ethic, and your leadership have left a mark on all of us. It's been a pleasure to be your teammate for the past couple years, and I look forward to more battles on the ice. Hope you have a fun time celebrating tonight. All the best.
Hey, Davo, it's Rowdy here. Congratulations on getting your jersey retired in Erie. That's a huge accomplishment. You changed the culture in Erie when you got drafted, and a lot of guys looked up to you, and you kind of brought the winning way back to Erie, Pennsylvania. So, congratulations again, and good luck the rest of the way.
Connor, want to congratulate you on an amazing accomplishment. You inspired so many teammates, coaches, peers over your time in Erie, and instilled a deep sense of pride when you put on that jersey and wear that crest, and for everyone involved in the Otters organization. So you should be very proud of yourself, buddy, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Hey, Devo, congrats on your jersey retirement. What an honor that is.
You did so much for the city of Erie and surrounding communities during your time there, and then you led the team on and off the ice. So it's only fitting that your number gets raised to the Raptors there. Hope you have a great night with the family, friends, old teammates, and all the Otters fans. Cheers.
Hey Davo, Foxy here. Just stopping by to congratulate you on your jersey retirement night. What a huge honor for you and your family to see number 97 go up in the rafters. Wish I could be there to celebrate with you. Stay healthy. Good luck the rest of the way.
Hey Davo, just wanted to say congratulations on having your number retired. It's a tremendous accomplishment for a tremendous player. It's been a pleasure watching you in the NHL do the things that you do, and it's an honor to tell people that I got the chance to play with you and watch you through that spectacular NHL draft year. You're a once-in-a-lifetime player, and really happy for you and happy for your family that you get to see 97 in the rafters at the EIA for the rest of the time. So congratulations and enjoy the night.
Hey Otters fans, it's Brendan Gauntz of the Iowa Wild. I am just making a video to congratulate Connor on a great career so far, a great career in Erie. 97 I don't think was going to be worn better by anybody, so it's pretty fitting that it's going to be retired tonight. You're a special player, and I've got to know you over the years, and you've become a special person in my life, so thank you for that, and congratulations again.
Hey Connor and Erie Otters Nation, it's Oscar Dansk here. Connor, I just want to say congrats to you on the jersey in the rafter. What a tremendous moment. It was awesome being your teammate for 2 years in Erie and witnessing your greatness in person, so there's no surprise that you continue to do it on the world's biggest stage. Enjoy your night.
Hey Davo, it's Ratty. Congrats on your jersey retirement. It was a matter of time before it's going to happen, and it's a special night for you and your family. Enjoy it. Sucks we can't be there to see it go up there and be there forever, but all the best and take care.
Hi Connor, just want to say congrats on your jersey being retired in Erie. I mean, we all knew it was going to happen, and it's probably the same in Edmonton. Had a really good year with you in Erie. Had a lot of fun time. Looking forward to keep seeing you out there. Keep doing you. I mean, it's amazing what you do on a regular basis, and can't wait to continue to watch you play.
Hey Erie, it's Aaron Cooney here. So bummed I can't be there tonight, but if I know Erie hockey fans, you guys definitely showed out to welcome back Connor McDavid. Connor, what a tremendous honor to have your number retired by the Erie Otters. There's only been a handful of numbers that have been retired in the history of the team, and now number 97 will live forever in the rafters at the Erie Insurance Arena. You know, your on-ice accomplishments dazzled crowds all around Ontario, and you always put on a show for Otters fans here in Erie. And your work away from the rink, that spoke volumes, as you, at an early age, became an ambassador for the game of hockey all around Ontario and in Erie. And you always looked out for the kids, and I saw that firsthand with how many times we went on the road and you stayed longer than you had to sign autographs for all those kids. You know, for me, it was a little nerve-wracking when I first started, and you get this phone call jumping out of the job from Sherry Basson, the owner of the team, and he goes, hey, you know, there's something special here in Erie. Your call's going to be heard all over the world. And boy, was he right. It only took a couple months onto the job before you danced around the entire Plymouth Whalers team to score this incredible goal that ended up on NHL.com. And I had friends and everybody texting me. So, you know, there also hasn't been a job application that I haven't put your name on there somewhere in the resume process and interview process. So I've been running your coattails in 2015. So thank you personally on my side. But in all seriousness, Connor, you deserve this. You may not want to hear it, but you're a major reason as to why we're doing that right here tonight in Erie, Pennsylvania, as you helped rejuvenate a fan base and a hockey community in Erie, Pennsylvania that helped keep this team in Erie, PA, where it belongs. Connor and the McDavids, enjoy this special evening, and I think we all know that there's a lot more to come in Connor's career. So, again, congratulations, Connor. Congratulations to the McDavid family, and we'll see you the next time around. Thanks.
Tonight, we are lucky enough to be joined by first-year Ontario Hockey League Commissioner Brian Crawford, making his first visit to the loudest barn in the Ontario Hockey League. Please give a warm Erie welcome to Commissioner Crawford.
Good evening. On behalf of the OHL, I'm so proud and privileged to be here tonight to celebrate in a fantastic evening. Here in the OHL, we're in the business of developing young people and supporting the communities that we serve. Connor is the embodiment of all that is great about our league. He's a person whose qualities of character far outpace his incredible skill as a hockey player. On behalf of all of our league, our board of governors, our partners, our teams, it's only fitting that we have two of our great American franchises here tonight, and all of you, the fans of our league. I thank you for supporting us. I thank you, Connor, for supporting our league and being what it is, what it means to be part of the OHL. Thank you and congratulations on such a well-deserved honor.
There have been 3 players all time selected first overall in the Erie Otters run in the Ontario Hockey League. Ryan O'Reilly, Connor McDavid, and we are joined by the latest and greatest of the 3, Matthew Schaefer.
How's everyone doing today? Love that, love that. I'll be short and sweet here, Connor, but I just wanted to say, on behalf of the team and the boys, I want to say congrats once again and a huge accomplishment. And fans, let's show Connor one last time why we have the best fans in the league.
Thank you, Commissioner Crawford. Thank you, Matthew. As instrumental as any in the creation of the Erie Otters organization, Sherwood Basson served formerly as owner and general manager for the Erie Otters from the first days of the team. Sherry Basson has known Connor from the start of his major junior career and joins us tonight.
Hey, you fans. I want to mention one thing first. I did a lot of good things. We drafted Connor McDavid, but the other great thing I did is to sell the team to Jim Waters. Jim's looking down. One of the finest people you'll ever meet. If he isn't the best guy in the world, he's in the top 3. Special person, and in his spirit, this is a fitting tribute. So I want to just mention something to you. I got to know, I'm luckier than a lot of you people, because I got to know Connor McDavid as a person. You got to know him as a player. He's a better person than he is a player. I got to know his high-valued family and their value system. And that's what he has. But as I said earlier, do you ever think about the things you think about? Because I got something for you to think about. The best hockey player in the world played 3 years in Erie, Pennsylvania. How many communities can we say about that in the world? The best player in the world. And I'm lucky enough to call him a friend, a special person. His will to prepare to win, nobody surpasses. Never mind will to win, we all have. His will to prepare. We were lucky in this community to have the best player in the world, and God bless him.
Thank you, Sherry, and welcome back to Erie. From former general manager to our current general manager, I would like to introduce Vice President David Brown. Instrumental in building a Canadian Hockey League record 4 straight 50-win season team, with Connor leading off the first 2 seasons. Please give a warm welcome to our general manager, Dave Brown.
Well, firstly, I want to thank Gus Pine and the Erie Events Group for making tonight possible, as well to my staff, who you've done a remarkable job of making tonight an exceptional night. I also want to thank Brian, Kelly, Lauren, Cameron, and your entire family for being here and making this happen, and to Connor for allowing this process and everything to become real. I'm speaking on behalf of the Waters family tonight. Jim Waters was my best friend. He was a Hall of Famer. He was so excited about this date. He was eagerly looking forward to the event. Jim referred to himself as the guy who bought the team after Connor McDavid graduated. Sometimes he said, that doesn't make me very smart. Connor's an exceptional player. Tonight's an exceptional event. We have exceptional fans, and you guys make these types of events even better. Jim had a quote in his office. The quote said, "What you do is what you make. What you give is who you are." Connor, you have given way more to the Otters organization in the city of Erie than we could have ever imagined. Those 3 years passed quickly, and we're thrilled to have shared those times with you and your family. There's no one more deserving of this honor, so on behalf of Maxine, Sheila, Maxine, Andrew, Ellie, Jeremy, the city of Erie, and the entire Erie Otters organization, I'd like to congratulate you on officially having 97 tonight lifted to the banner. We will be able to look at 97 up there and always be remembered for the great times and memories you provided us, the hard work, the determination, being here when things weren't easy. We'll forever be thankful for your contribution and commitment. On behalf of the Otters and the entire city of Erie and everyone else, we thank you.
Thank you as always, Dave. We're lucky to have you here in Erie. Finally, we're thrilled to be joined by CEO and President of Hockey Operations for the Edmonton Oilers, Jeff Jackson. Help me in giving a big welcome to Jeff.
Thanks, everyone. It's a real honor to be here tonight. I didn't realize I was going to speak, so I'm going to wing it a little bit. I spent a lot of time in this arena, in this town, previous to the position I'm in. I was Connor's agent for a few years, and I was here in Erie a lot. And the thing that struck me the most was that he came here when the team wasn't very good. The arena wasn't very nice like it is now. The fan base isn't what it is now. And through his time, those 3 years, and all of the years past that, it's his legacy that this is one of the best franchises in the league, one of the best buildings in the league, and that team that he was on 2 years later, 50 wins 4 years in a row, and they continue to have success. So I think that the fact that Connor's here tonight in the middle of one of our hardest road trips of the year tells you everything you need to know about him as a person. He loves the city of Erie, and he's very fortunate to have you guys all as his fans when the time he played here. So Connor and the entire McDavid family, congratulations. This is a great honor.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you to both the NHL and the Edmonton Oilers for being part of this historic occasion. Creating a legacy and a legend doesn't happen overnight. From youth hockey in Richmond Hill, to exceptional status and CHL Player of the Year in Erie, to being awarded the Conn Smythe Trophy with Edmonton, and a plethora of trophies, honors, and awards along the way, we reflect on the legacy of number 97.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Hey Davo, congrats on this achievement. Learned so much from you in Erie. We had a lot of great memories together, and hope you really enjoy this night. Well deserved.
Hey Davo, just want to say congrats on getting your jersey retired by our former team, the Otters here. I have lots of memories with you, growing up playing minor hockey together, having numerous sleepovers, hanging out all the time, always on your driveway with the rollerblades on, stick handling with the ball, jumping over sticks. Doing anything related to hockey as most of our time would be filled with. Just really proud of you. Playing together at the start of the year again with a couple of our Erie teammates was a lot of fun. I can't see your career slowing up anytime soon. So keep it going. Super proud to call you my friend, and congrats again.
Hey Davo, it's Stromer. Just wanted to come here and say congrats on having your number retired by the Erie Otters. You're one of the best players that's ever played in the organization, or the best player that's ever played in the organization, and it was an honor to get to play with you and be your friend. So cheers to all the good memories we had, and hopefully we can make some more in the future.
When I look back at yesterday, you and that smile upon your face. Oh my gosh, how times have changed, but this love still feels the same. I keep thinking over.
McDavid has a chance in front. Look at that move! Oh, baby! That's what they came for. Wow. Connor McDavid. Here's McDavid, short-handed, on a breakaway. Crowd on its feet. McDavid scores. How does a name become ubiquitous with a sport?
McDavid, the break it. Ellie, McDavid, Ellie, McDavid.
How does a number symbolize a legend?
To break it, throws in on the play. He scores. Set up by McDavid.
It takes an exceptional player to reach exceptional status.
He scores. Of course he's got some magic.
It takes a legend to revitalize a franchise and a sport in a city. There is only one. Connor McDavid.
No one ever dreams about being second, and I guess that might be a little bit selfish of me, but I for sure want to be that first overall pick up 2 years, and it's not just a game for me at all.
Heavy weighs the crown of expectation. From early entry to the OHL to first overall in the NHL.
And with that being said, the Edmonton Oilers would like to select with their first pick from the Erie Otters, Connor McDavid.
Erie to Edmonton. 97 to the rafters.
When I look back at yesterday.
Without any further ado, please join me in welcoming Erie Otters legend and hockey icon, Connor McDavid.
guys can get at it in a little bit here. I want to thank my former teammates for making the trip. So great to see you guys. Definitely surprised. Really appreciate that. First and foremost, I want to start off with sending my deepest condolences to the entire Otters family. Jim has given so much to the Otters organization and the Erie community and will be dearly missed. I also want to thank Jim. Thank you. I also want to thank Jim, Sheila, and the entire Otters family for the tremendous honor that is tonight in seeing my number 97 race to the rafters. Also to Dave Brown, the entire Otters staff, everyone that put on this night for my family and I. It's so greatly appreciated. Dave, you've been in Erie for so long and given so much to this team and the organization. Thank you for this special night. Next, I'd like to thank all my teammates during my 3 years here. The group of guys like Connor Brown, Adam Pellick, my roommate Stephen Harper, welcomed me and made me feel part of the team right away. I think of guys like Johnny McGuire, Troy Dene, Corey Genovese, Curtis McDermott, and all the other great teammates I had that always had my back out there. Truly, the Otters during that time were so fortunate to have so many amazing players. Guys like Brownie, guys like Dylan Strome, Andre Burakovsky, Adam Pellick, Alex DeBrincat, and so many others that truly made 2013 to 2017 the golden era of Otters hockey, and ultimately coming together with a championship in 2017. I'd also like to quickly thank Robbie Fatorik and my current coach, Chris Knobloch, and the entire coaching staff for their guidance and leadership. I learned so much from those guys. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Sherry Bassett. Sherry has dedicated his life to hockey and is truly one of the great hockey minds in the world. Sherry was a big reason myself and my family felt comfortable packing my bags and making the 4-hour drive from Newmarket to Erie to take the next step in my hockey career. Sherry continues to support me to this day, and I want to say thank you, Sherry, for your belief in me. Next, and this one might be the most important thank you, is I want to say thank you to the Cataldi family. What can I say? You guys opened your doors to Stephen and I and made us feel right at home. Being 15 years old and moving away from your family, your friends, and everything in between is a very scary thing. But you guys and your beautiful family made everything okay. You guys continue to be a part of my life today, and I've become like family to Laura and I. I love you guys. Thank you, truly. I'd also like to give a quick shout out to Team Wasserman, Juddy, Adam, Rach, for always keeping me organized, taking care of all the distractions, allowing me just to focus on what I need to do. Nothing is possible without you guys. As well as Jeff Jackson, who's here tonight, my agent for my Erie days and a lot of my NHL career. Thank you for all that you've done. Where would I be without my family? Mom, Dad, Cam, my wife Laura, everyone on the ice with me tonight, and all the family that couldn't make it. I love you all, and thank you for always supporting me through everything. And lastly, thank you to all of you, the fans. Thanks for showing up. I was a little bit worried there was going to be no one here, so I appreciate you guys showing up. You guys make it all worth it. The energy in this building during some of those playoff runs was truly electric. To come back here and be in this building and think of all the great memories I have from my time here means so much to me. This building and all of you hold a special place in my heart. It will always be one of my favorite rinks to play in around the world. To share this night with everyone here, all the Otters fans over the years, thank you so very much, and go Otters go.
One more time, give it up for Connor McDavid. At this time, I would like to invite Brian, Kelly, and Lauren to join Connor here at the podium. To have one's number retired is to signify their status in the history of a franchise. It is of the ultimate honor and sign of respect for not only the player, but the person. So long as the hockey history of this city and this franchise shall remain, never more will the number 97 be worn. Forever enshrined among the rafters of the Otters' home, the name, number, and likeness of Connor McDavid will look upon all players who look to follow in his exceptional career footsteps. The time has finally come. Number 97 in the rafters. Congratulations, Connor. Our organization is deeply indebted to the legacy, passion, and love for Erie and the Otters organization exhibited by Connor during and after his time as part of this team. I would now like to invite up Ellie Mae and Maxine, the daughters of our beloved late owner, Jim Waters, to present tokens of appreciation and commemoration to Connor for his service and commitment to our sport. The first of these gifts is a painting hand-selected by Jim Waters. This painting symbolizes the innocence and passion for hockey ingrained within all the young men who come to and through the Ontario Hockey League. Connor, may this painting forever serve as a reminder of the best times had playing the best sport on earth. The final gift is a trophy engraved with the Erie Otters logo and the iconic number 97. This trophy was handcrafted over 33 hours by the Logan Sports Group in Connor's hometown of Newmarket and features Jim's signature and quote on the base of the trophy.
Going to say anything, so I'm just going to make this quick. My dad always said, if you think somebody did a good job, make sure you tell them. So, thank you to every single member of the Otters staff who made tonight come to life. Thank you to every single person in here who bought a ticket. And thank you to Connor and his family for coming home to Erie to celebrate with us and allow us to honor you. I know my dad's up there, our dad, with a front row seat, and he's pumped.
Thank you to all the McDavids, the Erie Otters, the Edmonton Oilers, the National Hockey League, and the best fans in hockey. Forever in history, forever in the rafters, 97 forever.
What a special tribute to a special player and a special person. Connor McDavid, a player who I had plenty of opportunity to watch play, and for his number to once again hang and never be worn again. What an unbelievable ceremony, and I'll tell him when he gets up here, but our good friend Sean, what a job he did down there with all of that. Maxine and Ellie at the end, so special, and know that Jim Waters, he's watching down on this one. And for Connor to make time to come back here to Erie and something that meant so much to him and to his family, what a special, special way to honor an incredibly special player. 97 forever. An unbelievable tribute and an unbelievable way to celebrate one of the best to ever wear the Otters sweater. What a truly awesome speech by Connor as well, touching on some of his favorite folks and some of the things that made Erie so special. And for everybody involved, just some awesome words, and you know, a story that I really enjoyed earlier on today from Otters General Manager Dave Brown. He talked about how in Peterborough there was a bunch of kids who wanted an autograph, and Connor stayed for every single one of them. But by the end, and by the time every kid had gotten their signature, there were a handful of others sticking around, and Connor had to get to the bus so the team could head on out. And Connor, at that last moment, was protected by our good friend Aaron Cooney on his way to the Otters bus, and it got a little hectic on the way out, but Cooney was able to protect Connor, and that was a moment that I know Aaron was very fond of and will always seem to remember. And what a great anecdote from Otters GM Dave Brown, just showing again the person that Connor McDavid is, staying as long as it took to make sure that everybody was able to get a signature, and he was able to say thank you to all those fans. Just such a special, special moment, and a special, special player. Connor McDavid, one of a kind. As my broadcast partner, Sean Bednar, joins me back here in the booth. Pal, first of all, you crushed it, my friend. Awesome work down there. What an unbelievable ceremony, and what a way to honor just an unbelievable person, an unbelievable player in Connor McDavid.
Oh, wow. I mean, the emotion from that ceremony were... It was, there's not words for it. Something like that, having the Waters family out to be able to celebrate this moment. I think we all said the same thing. Jim would have been the biggest smiling person in this building. And he's certainly looking down, watching upon this. But secondly, and most importantly for the night perhaps, Connor McDavid. I mean, A-plus human being. To be able to have this night for him in this environment, in this atmosphere, just in this city, for him, he deserves every single bit of it. And you heard my predecessor and Erie Otters legend in his own right, and Aaron Cooney, talk about it. I think we're all, the organization, everybody, we're all riding the coattails of an absolute legend. And what he did to save, truly, hockey in this city, in this community, we are forever indebted. And it is the biggest honor in the world to have been able to be the smallest part and the least important part of the biggest ceremony that has happened in this arena. Connor, congratulations. You deserve all of this. And man, I think everyone said it best. When that Stanley Cup finally happens for him, and it's going to happen, it's going to be the most deserved thing for him. We're so happy to have him back home. We're so happy, looking over at it now, to see 97 forever in the rafters.
It's so amazing. It really is. And, you know, I told the story moments ago about Aaron in Peterborough and signing, making sure that everybody had a signature.
Yeah.
You know, I think my favorite quote from Connor's speech was, wow, I'm happy you guys came. I thought I'd show up and nobody would be here. I mean, if that doesn't say how humble Connor McDavid is, what does?
Yeah.
I mean, what an exceptional human being and just how down to earth he is. And, you know, again, this is the best player in the National Hockey League right now. And, you know, as Sherry Basson said, when it's all said and done, could be ever.
Yeah.
And here he is. He played in Erie, Pennsylvania. And, you know, I'm lucky enough to have been able to witness him play a lot of hockey games in this building. And, you know, I don't take those moments for granted. I don't take nights like this for granted because, you know, this is why we do it, right? This is such a special occasion, sold-out building, and to honor a player and a person like this, it's so special and just so privileged to be a part of it all.
He truly seemed like, just in talking to him, just in the few moments that I had the opportunity and the opportunity that you had with talking with him, he seemed just surprised by it all, as if, my friend, you are Connor McDavid. I mean, do you see what you do out there on the ice? But for him, I mean, again, anything that comes in life is earned, and it's deserved upon hard work. And I think to echo Sherry Basson once again, as great of a player as he is, and he's one of the best, and probably, like Trevor said at the end of it all, will be one of the best to ever do it. He is a terrific human being, first and foremost. And that's what's most important, and that's what the Erie Otters look for. You want stars, you want legends, you want icons. But if they're good people, that will impact more people than the play could ever.
Well, and you mentioned that. I mean, look at Matthew Schaefer. For him
Exactly.
to be here tonight and to go up and say a couple of words, unbelievable. And that shows that, you know, maybe he's the next one in line.
I think someone said it that, you know, in about 10, 15, 20 years, we'll be here for a Matthew Schaefer jersey retirement, and I can't wait to be part of that.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
At long last, it's the Erie Otters, it's the Saginaw Spirit, and it is hockey night in Erie, Pennsylvania, a little later than anticipated, but I don't think a single person here is going to complain about that.
Well, let's go. If you're not fired up after that, let's go, right? I mean, this has got to be a fired up Otters team. They're rocking the throwback unis here tonight. Hopefully, all 20 guys in the lineup tonight, they're going to channel the powers of Connor McDavid here this evening. We mentioned that Saginaw ran into a buzzsaw last time they were in this building. Can imagine going to be the same type of effort here tonight for Erie.
Wow. The McDavid 97 hanging up in the banners now. The Erie Otters hitting the ice in. Trevor, you got to grow up in these jerseys. These are just unbelievable.
I have one still sitting in my closet, and it's got a Connor McDavid signature on it, but it's buried amongst a plenty of former alumni. It's so great to hear him mention all the alumni down the years. It was a trip down memory lane. Let's go.
Team's fired up. Game is underway. Welcome into the Erie Insurance Arena. Friday night hockey in downtown Erie. Misa, who is as fired up as any player. We'll talk more about that later on. Alfano losing this one back in, finding its way down. It'll go back in through the defensive end and played up from the right wing side. Worked in, moved over, shot in from the high slot, up and out of play. And at this time, as we hit our first stoppage in play, we want to honor the next great legend of Erie, Captain Kerry Terrance.
World Junior Championship gold medal, back-to-back championship golds for Carey Terrance.
How special for Carey Terrance, and what a player he is. It's so great to have him back in the lineup. The Otters missed him. He's out there on the ice right now, hoping to make some magic happen.
What he brings to this team when he's here, well, it's great offense, and he's a player highly touted, highly thought of by the Anaheim Ducks. Alfano back in. This one will find its way down and will be picked back up by James Go. Moved in through neutral ice, recollected. Alexi Davio with it. Davio up for Alfano. Alfano, who has been on an absolute tear. As this one will find its way back in, Quinn McCall will take it. Alfano will talk more about, gets to represent the Ontario Hockey League at the Connor McDavid OHL Top Prospects game in less than a week. Dylan Edwards skating around back below the goal line, works this one up for Malcolm Spencer, will be joining Alfano in Brantford for that celebration. Below the goal line it'll go. Dylan Edwards looking for it. Tried to send this one up to the blue line. Instead, it was intercepted. It'll find its way back up against the near wall. Moved out, Pano, Femus. Femus turning, firing, and that one shooting over the top of the net. Set on a wicked angle, and Dylan Edwards not able to find the back of the net with that one as it's sent down the length of the ice. Right to the net front. What an opportunity. Oh, and a hard crunch into the boards down there for Callum Mangoni. Moved in. That one's set aside. Erie will pick it back up. Moved in, right wing side. Caleb Mangoni, Femus with this one, top of the right circle, trying to center it, and a good foot put out there by Ethan Ware, a newer member of the Saginaw Spirit team. The trade deadline came and went, and busy sellers were the Spirit.
Yeah, Dave Drinkle, Spirit GM, very busy at the deadline, and a new player on the puck right now, and Kane Johnston just picked up from the Sarnia Sting.
Speaking of new players, Erie with its latest pickup, Garrett Fraser, former Muskegon Lumberjack, getting an opportunity to go at it. Moving its way to the top of the right circle. 2 minutes going by here, first period of play. Moving its way back inside of the near corner. After it will go for Joni. Up outside the left wing side. This one centered but taken by the Otters, grabbed out of the air on the fly by Caden Johnston. This one will go wide and find its way up to the blue line. Moved back in. Valeris finding its way back down. Fraser will take it. Spirit with the only shot of the game thus far. It's a scoreless affair as we are 2.5 minutes gone by. Moved up right wing side. Back of the blue line it'll go. Battled for left wing side. Valeris moving its way back bottom of the right circle. Recollected in. Michael Misa battling for it. Misa says this one will find its way out of the zone. Congratulations to Michael Misa, recently being named captain of the Saginaw Spirit. We talk about exceptional status player Connor McDavid. Michael Misa has rightfully earned his spot in the conversation of exceptional status players of all time.
Yeah, already 68 points in, 37 games or so. What a spectacular season it has been for Michael Misa. So great to sit down and chat with him a couple of days ago leading up to this one.
Erie back in through neutral ice. It's Ty Henry moving it in. Henry's day is tomorrow, and it'll be bobblehead night for him. We'll talk more about that later on in the game. Back inside of the defensive end, it's Ty Henry pushing it over to Quinn McCall. McCall, who's really impressed Young in his Ontario Hockey League career. Moving its way through, Sam Alfano, it bounces off, finds its way inside of the near corner, and back inside it'll go on the near side. Mishak, McCall, and out to neutral ice it'll go. Terrance after it. Up for Davio. Davio giving go here, trying to feed Alfano as Femus, not able to do so. Gets it back, works it over toward Terrance, but not to Terrance. And now it's a 3-on-1 developing for the Spirit. Moving its way in. High slot opportunity, they score! Carson Harmer and the Spirit started off 1-0 here with nearly 4 minutes gone by. That is how you quiet a capacity crowd.
It's been a flat start for the Erie Otters here in this game. You can tell they're not quite with their legs yet. In Saginaw, they've created a little bit offensively, and it's Carson Harmer, who's been a really solid rookie player for this Saginaw team. Number 17 on the year for number 13 on the Spirit roster. What a nice finish from him, entering in on a 3-on-1, able to take the shot on one early, and he'll tell you he would want back. But it's Saginaw on a night where they want to ruin the fun. They come in and get off to a 1-0 start. As you taking a look, good entry here. You got a player going right to the net. Harmer says, I'm going to take it on myself, and is able to squeak through Erliden and in.
Well, we get back to center ice now, and for the Erie Otters, you got to draw the energy back in here. This place was electric and eclectic, and now you got to find your way to capture some of that magic in your own right.
Yeah, looks like they're holding up, maybe making sure that this entry was onside, and this goal will count. Be a nice little boost from the Otter faithful if it doesn't, to say the least.
taking their time and looking at it here. Look over at Kirsten Welsh and the officiating team. So, and again, when you get a delay like this, you start to think as a fan, like, okay, they're seeing something, and that you feel that energy in the building of, okay, maybe this is going to go our way. Nope, we got a good goal. It's all for naught. Carson Harmer, rookie with his 17th of the season, and it's 1-0 Spirit. Back inside of the defensive end, this one will go, finding its way forward, as that one's recollected in by Josh Glavin. Alexi Davio takes it. Davio below the goal line. Worked in right wing side. Moving its way forward, Pano Femus with it. Nathan Sauter, back below the goal line, it'll go. Femus with it. Femus at the blue line, out of the zone. And finding its way in from the right wing side. Spirit on a 2-on-2. A pinch down from Ty Henry. The outer defense gets it back. Moving in, trying to make some quick moves happen. Good defensive play by the stick of Zane Perek. Perek shot, and that one just sailing its way through the 5-hole. Perek, a Calgary Flames prospect. Misa right in front of the net. As Misa and Perek, 2 players left off of Canada's World Junior roster, trying to make some more magic happen as they've done plenty of times this season for the Spirit. 15-10 left to go here in period number 1. All the shots in the game thus far, and the only goal belonging to the Saginaw Spirit. Henry. It'll go right wing side forward, a little too far down, and Gabriel Frasca's back on cleanup duty. Below the goal line, he'll get this one. Oh, and it finds its way to the net front for Caleb Papineau. And we will get our first draw on the offensive end for the Erie Otters as we take a look at our goaltending matchup for tonight's game. Well, after a tough battle last night for Andrew Oak, Caleb Papineau gets the start in his 9th game of the season.
Been a pretty rare guy to see for the Spirit, and Caleb Papineau talked earlier on that Andrew Oak had played the first 3 matchups between these 2 teams, and on the other side, the very familiar face of Noah Erlinen.
Face off in the right circle. Otters in the offensive end, finding its way up from the right wing side. Erie will look for this one, finding its way back below the goal line. 14:45 left to go here in period number 1. Erie back below the goal line, still looking for an officially recorded shot on net in this contest. Moving below the goal line, back inside of the defensive end are the Erie Otters. Up it'll go from the left wing side. Moving in, Royston. Frasca stops on a dime. Frasca had it and lost it back as this one is taken by another new Saginaw Spirit and Xander Valeris. Finding its way in through the neutral zone. Taken up right wing side by Wesley Royston. Gabriel Frasca entering in. Frasca toward the net front to Wesley Royston and can't connect with him. Moving its way over right wing side. Here's Frasca with it. Frasca below the goal line. Callum Hughes. Hughes tripped up, and the Otters are going to head to the power play for the first time tonight with 13 minutes and 58 seconds left to go in period number 1. We'll step aside momentarily. 1-0 Spirit here in Erie.
My time in the OHL allowed me to prepare for life as a professional hockey player at a young age. The development opportunity players are provided by playing in the OHL is unrivaled. Support systems teams have in place help players immensely once they get to the next level. With the coaching, skill development, facilities, and attention the OHL provides, I believe it is the best hockey development league in the world.
Between the benches, and I want to say a huge thank you and what a job from Sean Bednard, our play-by-play commentator, for our festivities this evening. Did an amazing job, but it was a little bit of a long festivities, and we could see that with the Erie Otters. The legs got a little bit stiff. Even Connor mentioned it in his pregame speech. Legs got a little stiff on the ice. Erie hasn't recorded a shot yet, but have a chance to go up to the power play and do some damage here in the first.
Thank you, Tim. Always great to be able to talk with you. Look at this, the picture-in-picture. Tim, you're much too kind, and you are certainly dressing the part here tonight. You be careful, us. We're going to put you out there on right wing.
That's all right with me. It sounds good. Remember, Otters fans, you can go and buy this jersey. One of the most beautiful jerseys in the retro fashion. Of course, the Otters have some of the best colors in the OHL, best uniforms, in my opinion. Such a pleasure to be here, Sean.
Always a pleasure to have you alongside us, Tim, as we send it back to game action here. Erie Otters on their first power play of the evening, working its way up for Sam Alfano. Alfano, as this one finds its way out of the zone, and it'll find its way up the ice from the left wing side. Moved in. Michael Misa sitting in the box here as this one goes down, and we will get a face-off with 13:22 left to go.
Good read on the play from Carson Harmer. He's already got a goal tonight and already flying in to try and create another goal for the Spirit. And right there, Erlin able to make the save. Wanted to play it, ends up holding on to it, and ends up recording a whistle and a face-off back in the D zone.
This one finding its way back up toward the blue line. It'll find its way down for Alexi Davio. Moved in, coming across and worked in right wing side. Here's Pano Femus. If you're expecting any Otter to have a big night here tonight, you'd certainly expect it to be Femus with the way he's been playing and the night itself. He's a native of Richmond Hill himself, so he knows. Femus, bottom of the right circle, back behind for Alfano. Alfano out from the right wing side. Moving its way up top of the left circle, puck up in the air and taken out the other way. 12:50 left to go in the first, 50 seconds left to go as the Otters are on their first Pennsylvania Lottery power play. So far, work to be done for Erie.
Yeah, so far the Spirit have done a great job in their defensive zone and not allowing Erie to do much. They get another clear here from Fort Joni. Really impressed with the Spirit PK, and again, it's been a bit of a slow start here tonight for Erie.
No shots on net just yet, either on the power play or in the game 5-on-5. Working its way over, left wing side, Callum Hughes, and puts that one towards Spence, but not to Spence. Oh, a great hold here. Dylan Edwards outside the left circle. Back to the blue line, Quinn McCall, left wing side, Edwards, Hughes with a shot, dives right in front of the net, and this one will be taken back at the blue line for McCall. McCall down left wing side, Edwards, 10 seconds left to go on the power play. Opportunity finding its way up top of the left circle. Spence with it. 4 seconds to go. Hughes with it. Hughes down right wing side. Misa out of the box. And Erie's power play expires with one shot on net. Moved over right wing side. Hughes with an opportunity. Can't cleanly catch that one. Top of the right circle. Moving his way down. Falls onto the ice. Fans want a penalty. They will not get it. And Erie will get this one back inside of the neutral zone. Moved in right wing side, Frasca down, Edwards shot, and a save made by Papineau. Moving its way up, Michael Misa in. Misa drop pass back, and taken down to the ice by Ty Henry. Henry, who's had physicality become a bigger part of his game in the last few weeks.
Well, you'll see it tomorrow. He talked a lot about that when we sat down earlier on this week. It's something he's trying to add to his game, and you've certainly seen that come to play over his last handful of efforts.
Back below the goal line, Nathan Sauter after this one. Taken up on the right wing side. 11 minutes left to go here in the first period. Just 2 shots for the Erie Otters. Brett Hammond driving his way in. Wearing the number closest on the ice to Connor McDavid's 91. You look at the one a little differently, it could be a 7. Side of the right circle, this one goes on the bottom side. In the near corner it'll go. A battle for it below the goal line. Worked up right wing side and brought out of the zone by Ethan Ware. Moving its way out the right wing side. Forward it comes in. Valeris in on the rush. Alongside Caden Johnston. Down for Johnston. Loose in front of the net. They score. Caden Johnston. 2-0 Spirit. 10 minutes and 31 seconds left to go here. What a start for Saginaw.
They've been outstanding to start this game, and that's 2 goals on 4 shots. Caden Johnston going to the net, and he buries it. And the newest member of the Saginaw Spirit coming up with a big goal and doubling their advantage. Just what a great start for Saginaw, not so much for Erie.
Well, you want to make yourself a popular guy on the team pretty quickly? Well, a goal on the road in a tough environment will certainly do that.
Perfect way to do it. And hey, they didn't really give up too much considering what the market has looked like coming around the trade deadline to bring in Caden Johnston, and right there, getting himself going in a Spirit uniform.
Yeah, the name of the game for the Spirit this trade deadline, acquire picks, build for the future. Outside of the right circle, that one stomped in front. Noah Erlin getting in the way of it. Moving its way up for Alfano. Joey Willis, Bishop, and Ethan Hay all sent to the Eastern Conference in exchange for quite a few picks and a couple of players. Outside of the left circle, this one will go back to the blue line. Shot in, that one jumping back below the goal line. Halfway through the first period, 5-2 shots favor the Spirit. They're up 2-0. Bottom of the right circle, Mishiak just missing as he tries to thread the needle. And out of the zone, it'll go back on cleanup duty. Go the Otters. Alexi Davio. Moving this one back below the goal line. Worked up right wing side. Here's Pano Femus. Femus worked in right wing side. Femus in the near corner, moving it back below the goal line. Back
back it'll go. Dylan Edwards, man on his back. Bottom of the left circle, driving the net front. Femus, he gets hooked. Erie's gonna go on the power play when it's touched up. Bottom of the right circle, Edwards shoots it adjacent to the net. Extra attacker out. At the blue line it'll go. Held on the line. Henry can't keep it forever. And Erie will go back for greener pastures. Moved up through neutral ice and pushed right back inside of the defensive end. Below the goal line, Erie just taking their time. Finally touched up, and the Otters will head to the man advantage with 9:04 to go in the first period as we head to another Pennsylvania Lottery power play. And let's take a look at some dash auctions that are coming up are ongoing this week. Mini jerseys, mini pennants, mini helmets, which I believe are gone quick, and commemorative tickets. Trevor, our marketing team did an unbelievable job in merchandising this game, and there's so many cool collectibles that I know someone like you who's a collectible fan is all about.
Yeah, it's so cool, and the line out the door for the store this morning, lining up to buy some of the merchandise, but yeah, get your hands on some of those authentic items.
This one will find its way up top of the left circle and below the goal line. Well, Erie, it's time to get going. You are 11 minutes into this contest. You haven't scored yet, and that will do it for the Erie power play. Christian Epperson moving it in. Epperson, as the Otters will touch it up, and what comes will go. And the Erie Otters now find themselves 4-on-4. An opportunity missed.
What a terrific player this young Christian Epperson is. We talked to Michael Misa about him and what he has meant for his success. And Misa gave him a lot of credit, saying, without Christian Epperson, I don't think I'd have the season I'm having. And right there, able to get a step on Quinn McCall. Quinn drags him down to the ice, and the Spirit will have a 20-second power play, but more importantly, will conclude the Otters power play.
Face off in the right circle. Disappointing start for Erie, to say the least. But 4-on-4 hockey has been a category that they haven't been too bad in this season.
No, there's a lot of power and a lot of speed on the ice. It's also good to have Zane Perek in the penalty box for the 4-on-4 segment. He can be a handful when it comes to this style of game.
Below the goal line, Erie will move it forward now. Working its way up, it's Ty Henry. Henry playing a lot of minutes early on in this one, and I'm sure the defense fired up to see Matthew Schaefer in the building. Even if he's not playing in the building, he brings such a positive energy.
So great to catch up with him earlier on this afternoon, and just such a great player and an even better person.
Outside of the left circle, Ty Henry looking for this one, top of the left circle, and out of the zone it'll go. Back inside of defensive ice. Erie battling for this one, finding its way in deep. 60 seconds left to go until the Otters will go on their first logistics plus penalty kill of the evening. Moved in right wing side. Terrance dancing in. Makes a move, but lost the puck. Back below the goal line, he'll go for Ty Henry. Henry moving it up, left wing side. Mishiak calling for it. At the blue line, it'll go. Right wing side, this one taken. Mishiak down, and this one collected inside of the near corner. 40 seconds left until the power play begins. For the team from Saginaw, moved in left wing side. Here's Epperson moving up. Epperson, great move through traffic toward the net front. And below the goal line, it'll go for Ty Henry. Erie will recollect it back below the goal line. Moving its way forward. Brought in, Erie's got it. Malcolm Spence. Spence below the goal line, back for Pano Femus. Femus, it got caught in transition as the Otters tried to move it. Top of the left circle, above the 97. Top of the right circle, Sauter with it. Sauter sails this one off the back glass. Malcolm Spence moving its way down, left wing side. Femus stopping on a dime. Femus, that one jumps up into the air, finding its way to the wide wall, and out of the zone it'll go. 14 seconds left on the Otter penalty kill. Erie will clear the zone with this one. Femus was hoping it would find its way to him. No such luck. Quinn McCall standing up in the box. And we are back to 5-on-5 hockey with 6 minutes and 41 seconds to go in the opening period. Taken here by Gabriel Fraskill. Sent it below the goal line for James Go. Go. Working near corner, taken by Erie, tried to hit it off the back of the net was Callum Hughes. Hughes puts it out front, saved by Papineau. Traffic in front, everybody down on the ice, and finally the whistle blown with 6:22 to go in the first. No goal for the Erie Otters.
Leslie Royston in front, right at the heart of that attack for the Erie Otters, and a good strong save by Caleb Papineau as he's able to keep it out of the net.
Let's look at our trivia question for today's game. Trevor, you've been on a hot streak lately. What was Connor McDavid's point total? Oh man, I think it was like 326.
285.
280. Oh my goodness. If you ever need a statistic,
Trevor Kubeya is your man.
I'm pretty sure it's 285. I looked at it earlier on this week when I was doing some preparations. The 97 goals, I know that's been highlighted a few times today, and I believe it was 161 total games played for Connor McDavid. So to say he's a point per game player, I mean, that's well over a point per game. It's almost 2.
Yeah, he was pretty good in the OHL, and there's a reason his numbers retired here. We'll see if Trevor, the Connor McDavid of statistics for the Erie Otters, will get this one right. He's on a hot streak, 2 straight games, if I'm not mistaken. Below the goal line, it'll go. Erie takes this one back. Sauter trying not to get pocket picked, and out of the zone, it'll go. 14 minutes gone by. Erie has amassed just 3 shots so far. Top of the right circle, and granted only 5 shots allowed, but the Saginaw Spirit 2 goals on 5 shots and looking for more. Take it away, back at the blue line it'll go, sent through traffic below the goal line. We're in a fight down here. Erie will take it back. Sauter creates a little alleviation and gets it back for Alexi Davio below the goal line. Davio up and out left wing side. Here's Martin Mishak in through traffic. Sam Alfano back for Terrance. He scores! On a night celebrating the captain, Connor McDavid, Captain Carey, back from World Juniors, gets his 15th of the year.
It just had to be him, didn't it? I mean, the captain celebrating a captain. Carey Terrance, welcome back. This is his perfectly placed a shot, as you're going to see puck turned over at center. Otters have men rushing forward, and it's Carey Terrance who's able to capitalize. Here's a look. Look at the feed up. Alfano does excellent work, fighting his way through 2 Spirit players. That takes them out of the play, and that allows Carey Terrance all of the open space that he needed to fire one home. Welcome back. Gold medal. He's got a goal in his game back. I think we're going to see a different Carey Terrance this time around following World Juniors.
I would say that would certainly be the case. The confidence in your first game back. A shot like that. What a setup on that play as well.
Scored by number 10, Carey Terrance. Assisted by number 33, Sam Alfano. And number 90, Martin Mishak.
Alfano and Mishak get the helpers. Carey gets his 15th of the year. 2-on-2 developing in. Top of the left circle and left way back inside of the defensive end. Quinn McCall will recollect this one, and Erie will get it from the right wing side for Sam Alfano. Sam Alfano just continuing what's been a terrific season. He picks up a big primary assist.
He's been so good for the Otters all season long, and right there, he makes that play happen. Without him taking 2 players out of the play, that doesn't set up the goal. And Sam Alfano, just a terrific and tremendous job to do that and set up Carey Terrance, who does the rest with a beauty of a shot.
Working its way in left wing side, back at the blue line, and out of the zone it'll go. 4:19 left to go here in the first period. Top of the left circle, finding its way down below the goal line. Davio with this one, back at the blue line it'll go. Moving its way below, Davio with this one. Davio, wide corner, out of the zone, in through neutral ice. The Spirit weeding through traffic to find their way back in. 4 minutes left to go here in period number 1. And we have reached the final media timeout here in period number 1 as the Erie Otters, well, a pretty lackluster start, all things considered, but finish of this period's been a lot better. I think offensively, obviously, get the goal, but now you're starting to at least get a few more shots.
Yeah, it's been a little bit better after you get off to the tough start. Got to give the Otters some credit for bouncing back in this hockey game. It's not easy to do when you're coming out after a long ceremony like that, and you hear players talk about that all the time. And now there are ceremonies that are a little more, you're willing to sit through a little more than others, and I think tonight would probably fall into that category for sure. So for Erie to dig in and get off to a slow start, it happens. And for them to get that next goal after going down 2, I think that was a big response.
Tim, what did you notice on the bench for the Erie Otters after that Carey Terrance goal? How's the energy?
Yeah, you guys hit it right on the head, right? It wasn't a great 15 minutes for the Otters, and they realized that. You could tell that this crowd was just waiting on for something to pop. And it was really just a flip of the switch when Terrance drove into the zone, and you mentioned setup, great setup from Alfano. Seemingly every time I'm down on the bench, Alfano has himself a legacy game. But Terrance in his first game back in the Otters uniform after winning gold last weekend, I think he knew that this crowd needed a little bit of a pop, needed a little bit of something to get them going again after that ceremony and the cheering for McDavid, and he gave it to him, and the Otters are right back in this
Yeah,
game.
certainly finding the offense right there will help wake up the entire crowd a little bit, and boy, it was loud in here. You saw the reaction on Carey's face with that goal as the Otters look to build upon it here. Shot in, Erliden with the save, and it finds its way back inside of the near corner. 6-4, a low shooting period here for either side, but the offense has been able to find 3 goals between the two teams. Spence, top of the left circle with it. Back to the blue line it'll go. Finding its way down inside of the near corner, wide corner, excuse me, with 3:20 remaining in this first period. Out of the zone, it'll go from the left wing side. Mangoni shoots it, and a shoulder roll of a save made by Noah Erliden. 7 shots on the evening for the Saginaw Spirit, who have to be feeling pretty good, especially with the response after a loss last night and the way that it came.
Yeah, what a great start. It was a tough night last night in Niagara against a pretty good Ice Dogs team, and a 7-2 decision going the way of the team from the Niagara region. And the Spirit come out tonight, get off to a 2-0 start. Really, really impressed with how they've begun this hockey game.
Erie back inside of their defensive end. Final 3 minutes of this contest as the Erie Otters find it below the goal line. Papineau takes it back here, working in right wing side as it'll be moved up by Dimajilkin. Another one of the rookies that the Saginaw Spirit are really excited about.
Yeah, great young player, Dimajilkin. We had a chance to talk to him last time the Spirit were in town, a first-round pick of this Saginaw club. They're going to look to build with him in the future.
Royston moving in. Good poke check back. Top of the left circle. Erie driving, shooting, and a save made by the netminder, Caleb Papineau. Only a few shots faced, but look pretty good so far. And looking good is our intermission report for intermission number 1. Of course, we're going to talk with the big man on air with Connor McDavid. We'll hear from one of our good friends, Aaron Cooney, on one of the things that makes junior hockey special. And then, hey, there's other teams playing tonight. We'll have a Friday look around the Ontario Hockey League.
Yeah, going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait to chat with Connor and, ask about some of the memories that he's had here in Erie, because that's been obviously a big part of tonight, and I'm excited to kind of hear him reminisce maybe on some of the great times had, and for him to as well reflect on the ceremony and everything and how it all went.
Yeah, I'd just love to hear what the emotion is. What's going through your head when the curtain drops and the banner's unveiled, because that's a permanent snapshot.
That's a pretty cool moment, and I know you and I probably won't have the chance to experience that in our lifetime, so love to kind of get in and pick his brain a little bit there.
If they hang our headsets in the rafters, we've done something very wrong. Under 2 minutes left to go here in period number 1. 2-1 lead for the Saginaw Spirit. 7-5 shots in this game favoring the team from Saginaw. Hackett will find its way to the blue line. Nice chip out of the zone by Carey Terrance. He's really playing like a player who's rested and confident.
He looks awesome, and maybe he took a little bit of extra time away after winning that gold medal. Didn't skate on Wednesday in Guelph, hadn't returned to the team until Thursday. So for him to come back and look as well rested and as strong as he does tonight, well, that's a testament to him making the right decision, and the Otters, really good job giving him time.
Shot in front, they score. Zane Perek, as he's done all season and as he loves to do against Erie, scores and makes it a 3-1 lead for the Saginaw Spirit.
Now, you say it right, partner. I mean, what a season. 13th of the year for Zane Perek. This guy is electric. He's so fun to watch. I think he's come close to, if he hasn't scored in every game against the Otters. Don't think he netted one in the last time the Spirit were in this building, but look at this play. Look at how he creates space. He's got a lot of it, but just step in and just wire one to the front of the net. Didn't really have to create too much for himself that time. The space had already worked its way out, but this young man, he is going to be a stud in the National Hockey League.
Certainly will be. Calgary got a good one. And again, a player who you have to imagine is playing with a lot of chip on the shoulder mentality. Again, when the World Junior roster came out, he was one of those surprises, as was Michael Misa.
Well, and hey, as we honor an Edmonton Oiler tonight, you got a Calgary Flame out there. One of the best rivalries in the NHL.
And I wonder if Connor wasn't too happy about that one going in for a couple of reasons. Back in as we get a whistle dead here for a hand pass, and with 57 seconds left to go in the period, get ready for the final minute here. For the Erie Otters, a lot of things to clean up. A 2-goal deficit, certainly not acceptable.
3 on 8 shots, too.
Exactly.
That's not the number you want to look at. Was that the mark that Joey Costanzo let in last Saturday?
If I'm
it
not-
was something
I think
similar.
It was less. So
okay,
Erie,
but still.
Erie and Windsor played an unbelievably wild offensive game last Saturday, and if I'm not mistaken, I think it was 3-on-7. It probably was 3-on-8, but still, when you have a mark like that and as an elite goaltender, you start to wonder a little bit of what's going on in this game.
But early in this game feels kind of like the one we did last Saturday, right? It feels like it could be a back and forth, wide open, high scoring style of game.
Let's see how this one finishes out. We got 35 seconds left to go in the first period. Moved in through neutral ice, working its way in left wing side. Mangoni, top of the right circle shot, rebound in front. Wow, Erliden way out of the net to meet that one, but a rebound that would have been in a juicy area.
Yeah, that was quite the rebound, trampolining off the pads of Erliden as the Spirit bring it in again.
Worked in, mid-slot, over it'll go right in front of the net, and a good chop at the last second from Alexi Davio as the Erie Otters look for this one back outside of the zone, and that should do it for the opening 20 minutes of play here. An interesting start to this game as the Erie Otters trail 3-1. And again, you wonder a little bit about a little bit of the exhaustion from or not the exhaustion, but a little bit of the rust from a long ceremony. But it's two teams playing on the same playing field, and right now it's just been the Saginaw Spirit who are up to the mission.
Yeah, just not the start the Otters were looking for here on home ice tonight, and especially with everything that's going on. This is not how you wanted to start this game. But for the Otters, they've got 40 minutes to play. They're only down 2. But again, you've got to give credit to Saginaw Spirit. This has looked more like the team that I saw the day we announced the announcement on October 5th, where Saginaw played a really strong game. It was a pretty open contest. But here tonight, looking a little bit more like that club and seeing some of their superstars come through so far.
Let's send it down to ice level where Tim Quinn has got the captain for the Erie Otters, Carey Terrance.
Thanks, guys. 3-1 after the first period. Carey, obviously you gave him a much-needed goal there, but down 3-1 after the first. What do you guys got to do to get back into it in the second?
We just got to settle down. It's because of the long ceremony, but just got to settle down, play our game, get back to our systems.
Obviously seeing that ceremony and everything to start off tonight, a lot of celebration going on for 97. What has his play meant to you as a player?
Well, I think you guys ask any guy in junior hockey. I mean, you watch his highlight tapes growing up, and just to see him as a person, how humble he is, and he's the best player in the world, and see how humble he is, it's really nice.
Thank you, Carey, and congratulations on the gold medal this past weekend. Guys, back to you.
Thanks, Tim. Always a pleasure. And Carey Terrance, he's a guy that we always love to talk to. He's humble. He's hungry. He plays the game with such a fire. And we get the chance, the opportunity here to now see how many total points did Connor McDavid have in his OHL career as an Erie Otter? 353, Trevor.
Oh, that counted the playoffs. I had regular season.
I was close without going over.
So, yeah, you were right.
Wow.
You were right. Price is right.
Price is right rules, if that's how we're doing it. But, hey, Connor McDavid, you don't have to have a rocket science degree, if that exists, to be able to know this guy was a legend. And the impact that he's had is evident in over 6,600 people being here tonight.
That's amazing. What a crowd. Every single seat taken here in this building tonight. Erie Otters selling it out completely. And, that goes for the suites, the club, every spot in this building where you can watch this hockey game is tough. Our good friend Dylan Clark said to me earlier, he's like, where do I tell our scratches to go? Because there's not a seat open. Normally, hey, go find a seat somewhere, but that's certainly not the case here in this building tonight. So hopefully they did find one or somewhere to watch this game. But no, I think that just says what the impact of Connor McDavid is and what he has meant to not only the Erie Otters franchise, but the city of Erie itself. And for him to come back here tonight and come back home has been just amazing. And, to pack your bags at 15 years old and just transform an organization and a league, it's unbelievable.
Well, and I don't remember who said it too, and it's the same thing that Michael Misa had to go through, and that any young OHLer, Matthew Schaefer, he's not an exceptional status player, but any first pick, especially first overall pick, the weight of the world is expectations on you. For Michael Misa, how many times did he probably have to hear, first exceptional status player since Shane Wright, and then Shane Wright had to hear first exceptional status player since Connor McDavid. I mean, these are unbelievable weights that we're putting on these 15-year-olds, and some of them answer the bell in astounding ways. And I know when I was 15, I was nowhere near the maturity and the levity and the groundedness that so many of these young men have. And kudos to them, kudos to the families that they come from, kudos to the organizations who helped develop them into spectacular young men, and pretty good hockey players.
Pretty good, I'd say. I mean, again, any time that you have a 15-year-old able to make a jump like this to play in the best junior league in the world, and to not just play in it, to dominate it at 15 years old is unbelievable. And maybe it's taken a little bit of time with Michael Misa, but you're starting to see that now. But I mean, with Connor McDavid, it was instant. Yeah. It was right away. I mean, I remember his first game in this building, the home opener, like it was yesterday. There was a giant tarp back behind the West End there, and he came out against Stan Butler and the then Brampton Battalion, and he was just spectacular. And from that moment, you knew this guy is going to be the next best thing. You heard about it all leading up to the season, but to see it in person for that first time and to do it for the next 3 years is just something to behold.
Trevor, I so badly wanted to put the photo of you and McDavid during one of the Kids Club
events. Rough one.
I did not decide to sewer you here tonight. I appreciate you. I respect you as a broadcaster and as a person, but let's just say it was a legendary photo.
Yeah, that was at the old Kids Club bowling party that they would hold for everybody at the end of the season. The players would be there. They'd sign everything. I got a couple of items signed, including the McDavid bobblehead that was a very coveted giveaway back, I think, in his second season. It was a Wednesday night. Guelph Storm were in town. It was a really cool promotion. It was only for the kids as well. So, and you had to get a ticket to give to them. It wasn't handed out as you went in the door. It was quite the process, but that was a really cool day, and to get to meet him at that age, and I remember when he walked in the room, my parents said I had the most starstruck look on my face, because I mean, that's Connor McDavid, right? That is it's the guy in the Ontario Hockey League, and that was his last year when you heard all the draft stories, and you knew that whoever won the lottery was going to get Connor McDavid. And I know a lot of people here in Erie were hoping it'd be Buffalo, but because of just how close the proximity would have been to go see him play, but he landed in a great spot with the Edmonton Oilers, and obviously he's wearing the C there, and he's gone on to have quite the NHL career for himself.
And as we alleviate before we head to the break, the Edmonton Oilers have been so terrific
they've been
during
awesome.
this process. They've sent out a videographer, Jeff Jackson, of course, who's had a long-standing relationship with Connor, well beyond his time at the Edmonton Oilers. To have him out here, integrity move, classy move. OEG, Oilers Entertainment Group, they have been first class, top notch, and a thank you to the NHL for sending out their social team as well. It's a huge night, of course, but to have these kind of figures to make it bigger is that much more special.
Really is.
The Erie Otters trail 3-1 here after 20 minutes. When we come back, we got Tim Quinn live somewhere with a special banner, and then we'll hear from Aaron Cooney on the specialness that was Connor McDavid.
Born and raised in Erie, tried college first semester, wasn't a fan, so ended up just working in the field, welding. Found out about EC3's welding program and decided to go there. The community college just gives a smaller, more family-like atmosphere. You get to know everybody, and it was awesome. Feels really good to look back on what all I've done there and the accomplishments that I've achieved from there. Live here, learn here. Apply today at ec3pa.org.
Take control with the all-new CHL app, the home of every team, every fan, and every moment. And now, the CHL app features thousands of live games. Simply find your game of choice, log in with your existing CHL TV account, and stream any game, anytime, any place, live or on demand. The all-new CHL app, now with CHL TV. Find us on the Apple Store or Google Play Store and supercharge your experience today.
It has been a tremendous night here inside Erie Insurance Arena. I'm Tim Quinn here in the concourse, and behind me is a replica of the banner that was just unveiled on the ice during pregame. Absolutely gorgeous, and obviously a massive night for Connor McDavid, a massive night for all of the Otters fans, and it's one of the players' dreams and goals is to have your number live in infamy, and Connor McDavid certainly will have that with the Erie Otters. As we mentioned, a tremendous night and so much more hockey to come after the break.
Most people don't recognize me when I'm not in uniform, but when I carry my Erie Bank card, I get treated like gold.
Experience better banking with Erie Bank.
the relationships you build with those guys is just so cool and so unique.
There's nothing like it. And the way they go on, and these guys remember you. Like even seeing Jamie Drysdale in Anaheim, that when I first moved out there and he was playing pro hockey out of the bubble and everything, these guys remember you. Saw Dan D'Amato too when he first signed and he started the season before he coming back for his 08 year. He was with Henderson Silver Knights. Like these guys got to remember you. And then I tell you what, this past year was just something else in LA. Like you're bouncing around. I ran into Curtis McDermott and talked to him for a little bit. Like Dylan Strome. I saw Alex DeBrincat, his dad. That was the other part too. Like walking out, and we were in Ottawa, riding. I covered the All-Star game for the Kings and was with Kevin Fiala. So we get on the team bus and they do it by divisions, right? So Pacific Division bus, we're on there, going to do like this whole tour thing and red carpet, and they drive you out to the arena. I'm sitting in the bus, and all of a sudden I get a tap on the shoulder. It's Connor McDavid, right? Hey, Cooney, what's going on? So it's, catching up like that. It's just like, yeah, these guys remember like you spent that much. And even though it was 2 years, they don't forget you, and those relationships continue. And there's just nothing like it. These guys are so great. You develop so many memories. You're in the grind with them in junior, and then you remember each other when you see each other's success and you move on. So that past year, that NHL experience was a lot of fun to kind of reconnect with those guys and kind of share a moment here or there with them, whatever, just saying hello and seeing them all start families and you name it. And it's like, man, I was trying to just make sure you guys got fed or something on, post-game meal or a training camp, getting some Nunsies food for you guys. And that was what we were looking for. And then there you are, you're seeing with the next level, it levels up. It's funny how it goes, but these guys don't forget what you did from when you see them around further after that.
Over toward Terrance, but not to Terrance. And now it's a 3-on-1 developing for the Spirit. Moving its way in. High slot opportunity. They score. Carson Harmer and the Spirit started off 1-0 here with nearly 4 minutes gone by. That is how you quiet a capacity crowd. Alongside Caden Johnston. Down for Johnston. Loose in front of the net. They score. Caden Johnston. 2-0 Spirit. 10 minutes and 31 seconds left to go here. What a start for Saginaw. Davio up and out left wing side. Here's Martin Misiak in through traffic. Sam Alfano back for Terrance. He scores! On a night celebrating the captain, Connor McDavid, Captain Carey, back from World Juniors, gets his 15th of the year. Player who's rested and confident.
He looks awesome, and maybe he took a little bit of extra time away after winning that gold medal. Didn't skate on Wednesday in Guelph, hadn't returned to the team until Thursday. So for him to come back and look as well rested and as strong as he does tonight, well, that's a testament to him making the right decision, and the Otters really good job giving him time.
Shot in front, they score. Zane Parekh, as he's done all season and as he loves to do against Erie, scores and makes it a 3-1 lead for the Saginaw Spirit. Well, not the start necessarily that the Erie Otters wanted, but it's the start that they have, as it is a 3-1 lead for the Saginaw Spirit here over the Erie Otters. Flint up one. Look at the scoreboard, by the way. What a busy night here tonight.
A lot of goals.
Yeah, no kidding. 1-0 Flint up against Guelph at Flint. 4-2 after one. Brampton up on Kitchener. They were a team that certainly was looking to add some weapons and add some pieces. They got a big one in their goaltender in Braden Gillespie. He's obviously not contributing on the score sheet, but certainly going to help down the road. No score in the Friday night face-off game of the week in Windsor in London's battle at the Canada Life Place. Scoreless there. Ottawa and Oshawa in the battles of the Awa, and it is a 1-1 game after one. Sarnia, Owen Sound, a 2-2 contest, and of course Niagara and Sudbury doing battle to the tune of a 2-1 score. 2-0. The Sioux Greyhounds are up on their foes from Kingston. Finally, the big one, the one that we're always caring the most about, the Port Colborne Sailors. We're up 2-1 at last check. If I'm not mistaken, it was a 3-2 game, so the boys are doing their best to make sure they have a good night there in Port Colborne. That's a game at the Vail Center. That's our look around the league, the GOJHL, the Ontario Hockey League, and we welcome you back into the Erie Insurance Arena. Trevor Cabea, Sean Bednard alongside you. It's been a fun night so far.
outside of maybe the game action for the Erie Otters, they trail 3-1.
Yeah, the game hasn't quite lived up to the billing of the event so far, at least from a start perspective. But the best part about it, you got 40 minutes to go. And the Otters can really rally late in the game. I mean, we talked about this a lot on Wednesday night. Really, Erie didn't play well at all, but the way that they came back in that third period showed something. And I'm expecting them to come out here with a little bit more juice in the second period. You know, you can use the ceremony for so much of an excuse. I mean, 45 minutes is tough.
Yeah.
Any time that you're looking to get into a game like that, that's a long time. But for them to come back now and now have a more normalcy about the game, I think it's going to help them a lot.
Certainly so. And for the Erie Otters, it's just about getting back on it. Get back out there. Get the offense going. Kerry Tarrant's got you started. Obviously, the late goal offered up to Zane Parek doesn't necessarily help the effort, but it's a long game. And if we know anything about this Erie offense, 5 shots on net is not going to stand for a long time, and 1 goal will not stand for a long time.
No, probably not. You'll see these guys starting to get going. I want to see them be a bit harder on pucks, get that forecheck rolling a little bit more in the offensive zone, because it hasn't really been a strong suit of the Otters here tonight. The Spirit have done a nice job closing down some lanes and really making life difficult on the Erie Otters. So we'll see how this plays out as this game rolls along, but you know, I got to give a lot of credit to Saginaw coming in here after being punched in the mouth last night on the road in Niagara, kicking off a really tough weekend. Niagara, #1 team in the Eastern Conference, here on probably the biggest home game in Otters history, regular season, of course. I got to give 2017 its props. And then the Kitchener Rangers, rather, on Sunday at the Odd. I mean, that's a tough weekend for the Saginaw Spirit, especially a team who traded their captain and have moved on some veteran pieces in Will Bishop and Joey Willis to come out and put together this type of performance here after, again, a rough start to the trip. Give them credit. Give Coach Chris Lazary a lot of credit for the way this has started.
And it's been a lot of the usual suspects for the Saginaw Spirit who've gone and done so far. However, 20 minutes is not the game, and they've got to do a little bit more in the next 40 to make sure that they get the job done here tonight. We'll take a short break. When we come back, period number 2 underway for the EIA. Looking for a true hometown advantage this hockey season? Score ride to the game on the EMTA.
Get on board, EMTA. Get on board.
Otters fans, it's time to donate blood and be a champion off the ice.
The Community Blood Bank is the sole supplier of blood and blood products to our local hospitals. Support the local blood supply on game day, Saturday, January 25th, as you cheer on the Erie Otters.
Donate blood, support our team, and save lives.
Have a ball! The future sports stars of tomorrow are invited to be celebrated on Saturday, January 11th for the Erie Otters Youth Sports Night. We're celebrating our kid athletes of all sports and sizes. Ty Henry racing up the ice. Henry shot. He scores! The first 1,500 fans in attendance will receive a Ty Henry bobblehead presented by Rebich Investments. Rep your team, rock your jersey, and get your tickets at ottershockey.com.
Back here inside the Erie Insurance Arena. Erie Otters, Saginaw Spirit. Friday night OHL action getting set for period number 2. Otters trailing by a couple as they begin the second period. Shots on goal 9-5 in favor of the Spirit. And I mean, that's basically what Saginaw's done. 9-5, they're going to work, grabbing their lunch pails. I've been very impressed with the way the Spirit have begun this game. We'll see if it rolls on in to period number 2 as the Otters, the Spirit out there early. Otters coming out right about now to get ready for the middle frame.
Yeah, it's going to be fun here to see how the Otters respond. As obviously, it's interesting, right? You get all your energy going in pregame when you have Connor McDavid in the locker room, and then you got to sit for the 45 minutes, and then you come out and you have kind of a flat start, and then you allow the first goal and the second goal, and you have to try and respond. And now it's a reset. Now it's okay. Well, it's back to normal hockey. No long intermission after we get out of the locker room. It's just let's get back to playing level. So for the Erie Otters, I'm excited to see how they respond here, certainly. If I know anything about the coaching staff on this bench, they are certainly not going to let the effort that's gone on so far stand. 5 shots, 1 goal allowed, and 3 goals on 9 shots.
Well, I know I said to you off air, the intermission report flew by up here. Yeah. I think for them, maybe the same kind of thing, knowing that, hey, we got to get back out there and we got to get back to work, because not their first period that they were looking to put together with a pretty esteemed alumni in the building here tonight. So hoping for them to bounce back here in this middle frame and get it rolling as Erie looks to try and climb back.
Probably nice to get a little bit of normality here going into the period as well, like you mentioned. And for the Saginaw Spirit, again, flowers where they're due for them. A strong start, but you're only as good as your next period.
And that's absolutely true, and we'll see if they can put together, again, a more complete period, create a little bit more offensively. 5 shots on goal. We talked about this a lot on Wednesday night in Guelph. The low number of shots on goal has been an issue for the Otters. They turned that around the 3rd period in Guelph on Wednesday. I'd like to see them do that a little bit earlier here tonight.
2 teams line up at center ice. 2nd period action for the Erie Insurance Arena. And we are underway. Martin Misa not able to get that one back as Misa wins it deep inside of the defensive end. Back below the goal line, up from the right wing side. Player down on the ice. That's Zane Perek, who scored the last goal of period 1. Sauter below the goal line. This one up from the right wing side. Panel, top of the left circle, jumping its way to the net front, they score. Michael Misa, the exceptional status player in his draft year, finds the goal on a night honoring an exceptional player.
What a shot. It just takes a deflection and a wicked one in. That's goal number 34 on the season for Michael Misa. What a season. Point number 69 on the year for Misa, and just a wicked shot that took a deflection and a wacky bounce away from Noah Erliden to make it a 4-1 game.
Interesting game. Interesting to say the least. Once again, credit where it's due to Saginaw. They're just putting pucks on net, and that will be the night for Noah Erliden.
Just didn't have it.
Yeah, the number 35 jersey, and Charlie Burns will come out, and you know, sometimes it's these kind of moments that can revitalize and re-energize a team. And we'll see what Charlie Burns can do. And you're happy in a way to see him get an opportunity.
This is an outstanding. Yeah, sorry, Sean. This is an outstanding move by Stan Butler. You give up a goal just under 20 seconds into the period after coming out, knowing you had to be a bit better, had to make a move, try and spark the guys. Good work from Stan.
And good for Charlie again. You don't want to come in this situation, but he deserves to play in front of a sold-out crowd. He's done very well in front of sellout crowds in his OHL career. His first career game played, well, it was a sold-out game against the London Knights on Star Wars night.
Yes.
And he got the win.
In an Otters uniform, that is really good stuff from Charlie Burns, and he was outstanding last time as Erie looks like might go to the power play.
Looks like Quinn McCall down in front of the bench here. A little bit shaken up.
Nasty shot from Epperson.
And it will be Epperson who's led back to the box. The Otters will go on the man advantage. McCall slow to get up as athletic trainer Andrew Kupneski gets up here.
Well, you would hate to lose him for any amount of time. Quinn McCall has been just such a great pickup for the Otters. He's eaten up a ton of minutes in the absence of Matthew Schaefer, and it looks like over to the bench, and hopefully he's going to be all right.
Officials are convening at the scorer's box right now.
I see the iPads come out.
That's what I was thinking too, just based on nothing going up on the board immediately. Epperson sits.
Our second review already tonight. Had one on the goal, the first goal of the game for Saginaw, and now potentially reviewing a penalty here on Christian Epperson. The hit initially, my initial reaction, it was certainly from behind and looked up high, and now 4 minutes there.
So Christian Epperson will get a double minor here, and this is a great opportunity, of course, for the Erie Otters with a double minor. A chance to score 2 power play goals as long as time does not get underneath of the initial 2. So you have a chance to double up here, and that would make this one a much closer effort.
Yeah, all of a sudden you score 2 here. You're right back in this hockey game. So we'll see if the Otters can at least get 1. I feel like you have to get 1 in this scenario, but if you can get 2, that would feel awesome.
Saginaw penalty to number 86, Christian Epperson, a double minor for high sticking. Time of the penalty, 48.
Double minor for high sticking, which means blood was drawn. And again, we hope Quinn McCall, the worst that he gets is a few stitches and a cool looking scar.
See, I thought he bumped him from behind, and that's what they called, but no, the stick came up and must have sliced Quinn McCall, and good to see him hopefully back out there shortly.
Back inside of the near corner, this one will go. Kerry Terrance after it. 10-5, shots in favor of the Saginaw Spirit. They lead at 4-1. Erie pushing on the power plays. This one jumps back below the goal line. Working its way down, Kerry Terrance back up for Martin Misiak. Misiak outside of the left circle, back of the blue line. Davio over right wing side. Bemis driving down, block in front. A good one for Josh Glavin. Erie maintains possession momentarily as it's pushed to the blue line, held in. Davio over right wing side. Bemis shot, and that one goes through the blue paint. Back it'll go to the blue line. Davio with it. First minute of the power play gone by. Moved over left wing side. Misiak, another great block in front. This time PJ Forgione, and down the ice for a clear.
Spirit penalty kill has been outstanding all night long and off to a good start on this man advantage for the Otters, getting in lanes and not allowing Erie to find the looks that they're looking for.
Moved up and out left wing side. Here's Dylan Edwards on the rush. Edwards, who's found goals very frequently of late, having a happy new year thus far. Malcolm Spence will skate it back inside of the defensive end. Erie will look to break out here. 2:27 left to go, nearly missing their opportunity to double up here. Hughes, top of the left circle. Hughes below the goal line. Right wing side, it'll go for Gabriel Frasca. Back of the blue line and out to the neutral zone. It'll go for Quinn McCall. So welcome back to the ice, Quinn McCall. Good to see it was nothing more than just a little bit of blood. Back inside of defensive ice. 17:20 left to go here in the second period. Erie's in, offside. 2:04 left to go on the man advantage. Nothing doing thus far.
A bit discombobulated again for the Otters attack. Just not able to really set much up and create what they're looking to. So it's been an unfortunate start for Erie on this man advantage, and it's just not been their night here so far this evening.
Face off just outside of their offensive end. They'll push this one in and down to neutral ice. It'll go for Martin Misiak. Misiak, he was so fired up yesterday. He came into the office and he was talking about everything he wanted, all the details, what the shirt looked like, what the banner looked like, what the crowd was looking like. He was like a kid in a candy store. He knows how important and exciting this game is. Top of the right circle, down it'll go. 4 minutes, no, 3 minutes and change gone by here in period number 2. Erie with a $1:40 left to go on their man advantage as this one finds its way back for Bemis and Davio. Nick Sema calling for a change as he was the lone Spirit back in Erie's defensive end. Drop pass back from Davio up for Misiak. Entrance in left wing side. Bemis moving its way. Mid-slot opportunity. It's Alfano back for Bemis. Bemis setting the pick is Terrance. Back it'll go to the blue line for Davio. 1:15 left to go here. Top of the right circle. Moving its way over for Davio. Davio, right wing side. Grabbing, not shooting. Bemis off the side of the net. I saw what he saw and he couldn't get it to go. Misiak back for Davio. Davio, right wing side, it'll go. Alfano in the slot, pitch and catch. This one collected by Misiak, down for Terrance. A nice move by the stick of Josh Glavin to get it sent up and to the man to send it down the ice.
Boy, good patience from the Otters power play, but unable to get one to go. Crowd yelling, shoot. I like the patience to find a player in front.
Spence over right wing side. It's Terrance trying to make more magic happen here. Down it'll go. 35 seconds remaining on the Otter man down unit. Out of the net will come Charlie Burns to play this one. Edwards for Frasca, up for Edwards. Moving its way through neutral ice. Forward, this one will come in left wing side. Frasca with it. Davio inside of the defensive end. 15 seconds left to go, and a jolt of momentum is quickly headed the Spirit way in a game where they're already up by 3.
Outstanding night for the Saginaw Spirit penalty kill. I've been so impressed with what they've done a man down.
Spence over right wing side. Frasca driving the net front, back behind. Trying to feed it to Hughes. Up it'll go for Edwards. Back to 5 aside. Shot in. Bouncing puck, and Papineau makes the save. 15:07 left to go in the second period. One shot in the 4-minute power play for Erie.
And now only 6 in the game. They started the period with 5. So again, just not enough creation for the Otters offensively. 6 shots through 25 minutes nearly of game time. Just not enough for the Otters. And they've got to find ways to find space and get shots away. And again, that's not to say that this Saginaw team hasn't played a sound game defensively. They've been awesome in their defensive zone. But the Otters have to find ways, dig deep, and do something offensively, at least get a puck on net, and you never know what could happen.
Really thought that Carey Terran's goal was going to be the start of something, but Zane Parekh quickly sucking the air out of the room. Moved in left wing side, top of the left circle, then starting this period off with a goal. Saginaw feeling in a good position. Period with a goal to start off. 4-minute penalty kill. Erie will look for this one back below the goal line as it's Tyler Challenger after it. Moved in right wing side, back below the goal line. Challenger takes it. Challenger want to create separation. The only thing separated was puck from puck handler. 2-on-3 developing in, but it bounces off of the stick of Caden Johnston, who has a goal tonight. Top of the right circle, can't get it for Terrance. They really tried to from Edwards' side. Back of the blue line, 50-50 puck, and Mark Childerley with the catch. As now we get a little extra discussion here in front of the bench. It's McCall and Weir.
Great hands from Chile.
I would say so.
He had a little bit of time. It did pop up on him, so he had time to kind of, get the hand-eye going and welcome it in. With McCall still jawed.
Yeah, he almost made like a head fake right there.
Well, Jokin, was he not kicked out of the last game these two teams played right at the end?
Yes, he was.
So, I mean, he's a young man who's, that's right, it was the Holomego play right in front of the bench. That cross-check, and right there again, showing that he's got a little bit of a rough side to him. He's not afraid to mix it up. And Quinn McCall, we've seen so far, he will not back down from anybody.
No, certainly not. And he's not necessarily the biggest guy in the world, or the bulkiest guy in the world, but it's not about the size of the dog in the fight. It's about the size of the fight in the dog.
He's got that Midwest grit about him, certainly.
So Erie and Saginaw go 4-on-4 as the two teams each send a man to the box.
Penalty to number 37, Quinn McCall, each 2 minutes for roughing. Time the penalties 5:37. Jokin and McCall each 2 for roughing at 5:37.
And they just take both of them, say we're not going to worry about trying to figure out the who's and the whys. Let's just send them both and let's try and cool heads here. And that's the right call, I think, from the officials.
See if 4-on-4 can maybe open something up for the Otters. They try to get back into this one.
Out to the left wing side, this one will go. Erie looking for it, Carey Terrance, and it'll be taken by Mangoni. Mangoni back, blue line with it. Worked up, it's go. Moving, right wing side, Mangoni back for Misa. Mangoni, bottom of the right circle, back to the blue line. Parekh with it. Parekh, a little bit of slashing going on down here. Top of the right circle, it'll go back for Parekh. Parekh moving his way with Carey Terrance all over his back. Below the goal line, it'll go for Mangoni. 58 seconds left to go. Moving its way up for Parekh. Great save, Charlie Burns. And down the ice it'll go. Should be back for an icing. But how about it? Charlie Burns up to task on that save.
You can see Parekh working his way around the top of the zone. Found his moment to go through. Caught the pass. Great save.
We head to the media timeout. 4-1 Spirit. Nearly halfway into this one. It's a heads-up play. Watch out. Schaefer sprung loose and he scores! Gold medal captain of Team Canada ties it up.
Parekh keeps it alive for Misa with Mangoni in front. Misa delays, shoots and scores! Cross ice, Raykoff, good stop, and they score!
To Aitchison, shot scores!
Puck stayed on side. O'Brien up front scores! Jake O'Brien took that peek, and O'Brien goes upstairs.
It has been quite a night so far inside Erie Insurance Arena, and the Saginaw Spirit are coming out and playing like it. They're playing like this is a playoff game, and that's something that Sean, me, you, and Trev talked about before we went on air tonight. Was it feels like a playoff-type environment here in Erie tonight. Of course, definitely going on with the McDavid retirement ceremony, but the Otters just have to put their foot a little bit more on the gas pedal. Obviously, letting in a goal less than 20 seconds into the period and switching out goaltenders, a little bit tough to start your second period, but now that the Otters have made that change, obviously Burns just made an incredible save before the whistle at the media timeout. The Otters just have to put their foot on the gas pedal a little bit more and find the back of the net. Only once, and then you're right back in this hockey game. Still a lot of time left, guys.
Certainly time left, and for the Spirit bench, got to be happy about where they're at through the opening parts of this second period. Take it back down now as the Erie Otters look for this one inside of their defensive end, worked up on the right wing side. So to move its way over left wing side, right in front of the net, and that one goes back inside of the corner. Erie with 28 seconds left until they are successfully out of the 4-on-4, but it's Callum Hughes trying to make a little something happen. He's been playing with a little edge, a little fire tonight so far.
He's gotten involved a couple of times late after whistles, and good to see that.
Right in front of the net, taken back by Ty Henry. 10 seconds left to go until everyone gets a man out of the box. Frasca, Henry, Frasca, down for Henry, and just a bit too far, as Henry was playing more like a winger right there. Back it'll go outside of the right side. Everyone comes out of the box. And down the ice it'll go. It's Jilkin right in front. Jilkin, he scores! Out of the box, onto the board. 5-1 Saginaw with 12 minutes and 13 seconds to go in the second.
Well, that is a goal scorer's dream, coming out of the penalty box and somebody spotting you as he flies in, and a great little move to go 5-hole on Charlie Burns. And it is 5-1 Saginaw. Boy, have they come in here and just sucked all the life out of this building with this electric performance.
Yeah, to say the least. They knew what was going to be about, or what tonight was going to be. They knew what ceremony they were going into. And you mentioned it as one of your keys for tonight's game. You want to ruin the moment. Right now, they've got a 5-piece on the Otters.
Look at the move, forehand to backhand, opens up the wickets and slides it right through to make it a 5-1 game. Really nice move from the first round pick, Jilkin.
Yeah, Chris Lazary had his team ready to go for tonight's game. Not too big for the moment. They are owning the moment and stealing it. Down it'll go below the goal line. Erie, you still got time left, but boy, a 4-goal deficit. It just keeps growing here. Shot in, that one deflected away, Charlie Burns. A nice move by Dima Jilkin. Didn't do too much, but knew where he wanted to put the puck.
Good in his 6th of the season, assisted by number 86.
Top of the left circle, it'll go. Back of the blue line. D-to-D passing. Quick ones, good ones. Loose in front, blue paint opportunity. Charlie Burns as it finds its way up against the wide wall. Moving its way down below the goal line. Erie will look after this one as it finds its way down. Moving in below the goal line and back for an icing. So Erie back inside of their defensive end. 15-7. Sorry there, Trevor. 15-7 shots.
Puck found its way through Charlie Burns, and Ty Henry doing a great job to clear it off the line and make sure that there was nothing going back the other way, as that was a pretty good chance in front for the Saginaw Spirit. But luckily for Erie, able to keep it at the score line we have now.
Face off in the right circle. Otters back in the defensive end. Erie nearly halfway through this game, still not to 10 shots. Back inside of the hash marks, it'll go inside of the corner. Back below the goal line here as well. Moving its way up through neutral ice and played by a hand pass, so that will bring a stoppage and play about, and they will move this one all the way down.
Pretty easy one there on the hand pass, and now another defensive zone draw. It's almost been a case tonight for the Erie Otters of everything that can go wrong will, and that's just been an unfortunate circumstance here for Erie on home ice tonight. Just not really the performance they were looking to put in on the night, which meant so much.
This one back inside of the defensive end. Erie will take it back as it's Alexi Davio with it. Moving its way up, Davio with it. Erie can't clear the zone with it initially, finding its way in front of the bench of the Otters. Under 11 minutes left to go here in the second period. Both these teams still have games ahead in the weekend. Shot in from the left wing side. Erie will host the Sarnia Sting tomorrow in a cross-division battle. This one will find its way out of the zone. And of course, as you mentioned, Sunday in Kitchener for the Saginaw Spirit, so a long trip for them.
Not too many West Division opponents remaining on the schedule. I guess Erie does have to go to Sarnia twice, but this is it for Saginaw. Only one more with the Windsor Spitfires. No more Greyhounds as well. So it's starting to really lighten up as we get toward the middle part of this season.
Working its way in front, mid-slot opportunity. Oh, and a great block as Graydon Jones found that one in his paraphernalia.
That was Garrett Fraser looking for his first in an Otter uniform.
Garrett Fraser, how about this for an OHL debut? Obviously the score not going the way you wanted to, but your first game played in the OHL and everything that's occurred here tonight. Moving out of the zone, it'll go back. We are halfway through this contest, and right now it's the Saginaw Spirit playing a fired-up game. Back inside of the defensive end. Worked up, moved up, left wing side. Christian Epperson. A whistle blown down here. Arm up from the official. Otters look happy about it. And it's Mangoni who appears to be headed to the box.
Trying to see kind of a frustration penalty, and they're gonna get Ambrosio too, it looks like. So we'll even up again. It's gonna be the third time we played 4-on-4 in this game.
Ambrosio and Mangoni sitting in their respective sin bins. 4-on-4 hockey with 9:48 left to go. Good to have Lucas Ambrosio back to the lineup. He made his return on Wednesday in Guelph. It's his birthday week, by the way, but not where you want to see him in his first game back at home ice in a couple of months.
Yeah, right back to the box, but it was so good to have him back in the lineup. He means a lot to this Otters team as a 16-year-old defenseman. He's adapted to this league just so well, and he's been so much fun to watch with this Erie Otter team, and looking forward to watching his development over the next few.
A U17 championship as well, alongside his teammate Tyler Challenger. So good to have him back. Henry moving, shooting. This one up in the air, hits into the new back netting, and goes up and out of play with 9:33 to go in the second. A little bit extra discussion down here as the Spirit and Quinn McCall once again. I gotta tell you, Quinn McCall not making friends in the Great Lakes Bay region.
Again, he's a type of player, though, he plays with that grind and that sandpaper element. And right there, again, showing it as this game moves along. Looks like Perek could be heading to the penalty box here. See if an Otter joins him. Looks like for now it's just Perek. So Erie could be getting a power play out of this whole ordeal.
That's 2 penalties on the night for Zane Perek.
Strange.
Very strange indeed. Usually a player who keeps himself a little bit more reserved, especially in big moments.
He's so silky. He just wants to kind of stay away from that style of game.
So Mangoni and Perek, they don't have to sit that close to each other, but they're looking nice and cozy in the box. And we get another look at it here. Ambrosio, this was earlier on. This is what led to the Mangoni and Ambrosio. That's a great angle. Good job, broadcast team. And then this was after the play. It was Zane Perek who started it and continued it on. So we will play on with 4-on-3. A lot of room here for the Erie Otters. You got to take advantage of this power play.
4-on-3 worked well for the Otters on Wednesday. We'll see if they can do it again.
Yeah, that won them the game in overtime. It was over in pan overtime. Oh, great little stick in the lane. Josh Glavin, he has been everywhere defensively. He has been your linebacker, your defensive quarterback so far. Moved in left wing side. Femes, 50-50 puck out right wing side, and out of the zone it'll go. Moved over for Alexi Davio, brought in. Mishiak chases his own puck below the goal line, gives this one back behind. Bottom of the left circle, back up high for Femes. Femes, right wing side it'll go. Top of the right circle, found back. Moving its way at the blue line. Up it'll go. Right wing side shot, and Caleb Papineau recording the save. It's just his 7th of the night. But again, limited opportunities to make saves, but he's looked good when he's had to.
Yeah, he's been pretty quiet tonight for the Saginaw Spirit. They're not so quiet with Sam Alfano in front of the net. Those two jawing back and forth, and Alfano still having words with somebody, whether that be Glavin or whether that be Papineau or maybe even the official. So Alfano getting into it right there, and the Otters will have an offensive zone face-off due up.
Face off in the right circle, 8:45 to go here in period number 2. Erie at 8 shots on a 4-on-3 power play. Edwards back, blue line, McCall. Top of the right circle, McCall calling for it. McCalling for it, you could say. Top of the right circle, it'll go down. Spence riding his way back to the blue line. McCall switches positions. Top of the right circle, shot in. Papineau save. And a whistle.
Good save there. Papineau coming out to the top, makes a stop, but good puck movement as well for the Otters. Moving it around, trying to find ways to try and open up this Saginaw defense and this Saginaw penalty kill, which has been, again, a lot easier said than done here tonight. So you see Erie whipping it around, trying to find something open as they look to try and find a way to break through.
Back below the goal line it'll go. Carey Terrance with it. Moving its way outside of the circle, played over for Carey Terrance. Terrance back at the blue line for McCall. Moving its way up, top of the right wing side. Give and go here. McCall shooting through traffic, rebound in front, and up against the near wall. It takes an odd bounce. Erie looking for it. McCall holds it in. McCall, top of the right circle, back for Terrance to McCall. McCall over left wing side. 4-on-3 about to come to an end. It'll go to a 5-on-4 power play as Papineau makes his body a glove and gets the save.
Good save, Papineau, as the Otters moving it around in front. Dylan Edwards gets the deflection on the shot. Again, good patience from Erie on the power play. They're happy to move it around and try and get that best shot, but finally finding a way to get one to the front of the net. And Dylan Edwards able to get a stick on puck.
Face off in the right circle. Erie drawing the offensive end. It's all about the guy you saw on your screen right there. McDavid jerseys aplenty here tonight. Top of the right circle, Ty Henry with it. Henry as a guy comes out of the box for either side. Moving its way up, out right wing side. Frasca down in front, trying to jam it through. It goes back behind. Off the wall, Davio. 4 seconds left to go until the power play comes to an end. Davio up, Hughes with it. D-to-D passing. Henry fires a howitzer. It gets deflected wide. Hughes reloads the gun. This one shot over right wing side. Hughes collects, shoots it. Nothing angle. Back for Hughes, it'll go. Now back left wing side. And puck jumps its way back inside of the neutral zone.
Impressive, even got that one on net from that angle.
Zane Perek, back it'll go for Ty Henry. 7:10 remaining. It's been a penalty-filled game, but power plays have not found the back of the net. Erie jumping up in the shots category now as they're up to 14. Quickly closing the gap here as this one shot down and in from the near wall. And Erie's going to head to the penalty kill with 6:53 to go. Fans frustrated and a chance for the rich to get richer in Saginaw.
Yeah, frustrating tonight, but this is an easy call. Caleb Mangoni steps around his man and gets hooked up right in the skates, and looks like Wesley Royston on his way to the penalty box for the Otters. So Saginaw will head on to a second period power play, looking to grow their advantage.
Wesley Royston sits, Erie down a man, and I don't know how much time we've actually played 5-on-5 in this period.
Not much.
No. Face off in the right circle. Michael Misa sitting in the face-off dot.
7, Wesley Royston, 2 minutes for tripping. Time of the penalty, 13:07.
Royston for tripping. Power play for the Spirit. Misa gets an open look. Nothing he can do with it, and the Otters are going to head to the power play here as Edwards brings it in, shoots it wide. Charlie Burns was down out of the ice. Piano Femus is mixing it up here with a member of the Saginaw Spirit. Believe that to be go. And play well away from the play as it was initially everything in front. Burns, there was a massive humanity on top of each other in the blue paint. And it results in the Otters going on the man advantage as Epperson heads to the box for the second time.
Pointing at the scoreboard as well, which he does have the right to do. It is 5-1 as he heads over to the penalty box. And he came in and hit Charlie Burns there. That's what the penalty is for. Good on the Otters for standing up to protect their goaltender in that situation. And Erie will get a power play out of it after we skate 4-on-4 for another minute 46. So again, more time, Sean, that we're not playing 5-on-5.
Well, it seems like that's just going to be the trend for the remainder of this game.
Busy night for the scorekeepers and the off-ice officials.
And a late one, to say the least. Left wing side it'll go. Back of the blue line, it's McCall.
Time of the penalty, 13:22. Epperson, 2 for goaltender interference at 13:22.
And this Otter team is so, as you see in hockey, brought in from the right wing side. Cloutier in shot, rebound, collected by Erie, and they'll send it away. They are so defensive of their goaltenders. Terrance driving down Main Street. Terrance runs out of room. Oh, what a save! A little bit of luck down there for Caleb Papineau. That was an unbelievable shot from Carey Terrance, and he was robbed by magic.
Showing off the wheels, Carey Terrance flying in down that far side, cuts to the front of the net. That's an unbelievable little scorpion save from the goaltender Papineau.
Cloutier, left wing side, Burns, big glove save, and makes his body a glove as he records the whistle and the stop. Now some extra discussion as Zane Perek gets a hug from Ty Henry, and we'll assume it's just that.
Yeah, and again, there's a little after the whistles, as we've seen so many times throughout this game tonight. A 5-1 Erie Otters disadvantage here on home ice tonight. Just, again, not been their night. Haven't been able to do what they've wanted on the offensive side of things. And unfortunately, it just, again, hasn't been their night. Saginaw's come in here with a great game plan. They've gone to work.
Yeah, it's schematics, right? You know, if you're talking skill versus skill, you have a lot of talent on the Saginaw side, but this Erie side, you expect more out of with knowing the pieces that they have, knowing the players who are out there, and most importantly, I don't think we can talk about enough, knowing the energy that you have here tonight. You got to make plays. You got to make things happen.
Yeah, it's got to be a little bit better from the Otters offense. They have started to create a little bit more over the last couple of moments. They're getting more pucks to Papineau's net, which I think is a good positive sign for them to see, but it's got to be a little bit more than that. You got to find a way to get one behind Papineau and into the back of the net.
Tim, you're down at the benches. What are you seeing down there from both sides of the bench?
Yeah, guys, it's definitely getting a little bit chippy at this point in the game, and it's kind of a flipped script as to the last time I was here in Erie, and it was the Otters offense all over Saginaw. Now it's the Saginaw offense that has just come out with fire tonight. They're all over Erie, and down here on the benches, there are definitely a lot of words being exchanged from my left to my right, from my right to my left, out on the ice. It's been something to watch, and as you can see, the physicality is certainly picking up.
Surely not many words you can repeat, right, Tim?
Well, I think they're all just kind of wishing each other luck on the rest of the season. You know, I think they're saying it's been a great night so far, and make sure to visit Erie Otters shop to get all your merchandise. That's what they're saying to each other so far.
That makes sense to me. Erie looking for this one back in the defensive end as it's taken up from the right wing side. Misa moving, shooting that one up high. Back below the goal line it'll go. Mishiak trying to take it. Erie looking after this one. Finding its way down inside of the wide corner. Below the goal line, man down out of the ice as Erie records a physical play. Back of the blue line, up high. No souvenir puck right there as Erie will get a draw on the defensive end.
Good stick in the defensive zone for the Otters to send it out of play as the Spirit building offensively, zipping it around, trying to find open lanes and make it a 6-1 game. I mean, again, they've just been so strong in their offensive zone here tonight and just controlling the possession. And they've only got 3 more shots than the Otters do. Erie's done a nice job in upping their total in shots on goal, but this Saginaw team, they've certainly been a lot more efficient.
Face off in the right circle. Defensive end of the ice against the Erie Otters. Top of the right circle, it'll go. Mangoni with it. Mangoni for Perek. Perek driving down, shooting. That one deflected into the glove as Burns is sent down to the ice once again. This time it's Carson Harmer who opens scoring on him.
Really liking that blue paint tonight, are the Spirit.
Well, maybe they just want to get a closer look at the jersey because, I mean, they're pretty sharp, but hate to see it. It's physical play in front of the net, surely, but you got to be careful when it comes to players on goalies. They're so inopportunely positioned. A near stretch play is a little too far, and this one will find its way back inside of the defensive end. Clean sheet. Everyone's got their 5 back out on the ice as Epperson returns back and will jump right into the play. So it'll find its way below the goal line. Papineau out to the right wing side. Braden Jones sends it up against the near wall. Move forward. A little bit of a crunch there from Ty Henry, who once again is getting that physicality involved in his game. Below the goal line, back this one taken. Oh, that looked like a knee-on-knee. Perhaps Erie might have gone away with one. They'll keep this one going as McCall is in a stick battle down to the Spirit player. But there is a opportunity the other way as Erie finds it and scores! Well, that'll cut into the lead. Erie finds the back of the net, and it's Gabriel Frasca continuing what's been working for him. 5-2 here in Erie.
Well, Christian Epperson is really shaken up, and the Otters are going to capitalize. Unfortunately, you played to the whistle. There wasn't one. And the Otters play on. Usually you don't get a stoppage of play when the team without the injured player has the puck. That was the case. We play on, and the Otters roll forward, and they capitalize. They get a goal. So as unfortunate a scenario as it is, you hope that Epperson is going to be okay. Frasca, who's been just unreal on home ice. I believe that's goals in his last 3 home games now for Frasca. So he has been great now, is 9th on the season. And the Otters, we'll see if it counts because we could get the iPads out and look at a potential major penalty here, which would bring the clock back to the moment where the penalty took place.
Well, very scary situation here. Obviously, most importantly, we hope that that young man is all right. Timid looks on the bench of the Saginaw Spirit. Athletic training staff is down there. As it stands right now, it's a 5-2 lead for the Spirit, but Erie cutting that down to a 3-goal deficit. And it looks like this young man is getting up. That's a scary situation. And it's good to see him able to skate off under his own power. Get back to the locker room, get a chance to catch your breath. Boy, he is in a lot of pain, and it's easy to see why. It looked very close to a knee-on-knee. I was surprised it wasn't called. We get another look at it here. This is the play the other way, and good play, Callum Hughes, and that's like a baseball swing.
It's a heck of a job by Frasca because that pass didn't really sit down. Look at this. Here's a great look at it. Gets deflected in front and falls right at the right moment for Frasca to settle it and finish it.
So right now the goal stands as we have it, and I have to imagine that's going to stand to be the case.
Yeah, looks like we're going to play on.
All right, well, First and foremost, we certainly hope the young man is all right. But for the Erie Otters, a moment of slight elation as you get one late in this period. Gabriel Frasca, he has been really good of late. You talked about his consistency on home ice of late, but he's really growing in. I think the holiday break really did some favors for him.
It really did. He's been awesome coming out of the holiday break, and he's been so good on home ice recently for the Erie Otters, and gets one back here. Now it's a 5-2 game with still 4+ minutes to play here in period 2.
Well, we'll see what the Otters can do here, as the physicality is certainly going to ramp up in this one as it finds its way bottom of the right circle. Chance to respond and keep this one going if you're Erie. Top of the left circle. Spence trying to stiff arm off of Forgione. Shot through traffic, bouncing puck. Where's the puck? Found, left wing side. Juggle puck inside of the blue pane. And we'll get a face-off inside of the Erie offensive end.
Well, if Femus was able to settle that down, that could have been some magic for the Erie Otters, because this is a goaltender who didn't really know where the puck was. That could be a very dangerous situation for a netminder. It fell right at the stick of Femus. He just didn't quite catch all of it as he spun to get the shot away.
Top of the right circle, here's Malcolm Spence moving in. Finding its way bottom of the right circle, it's Femus. Back it'll go for Spence. Oh, the goal line taken back here, it's Alfano. Alfano outside of the left circle, moving his way toward the net front. Femus moving its way up top of the left circle and sent out of the zone by Jacob Cloutier, who's really played a big role in this second period so far on both ends of the ice. 17-18, Erie has closed the shot differential to a single one. Moved over, right wing side. Erie deep in the defensive end. Moved in, neutral ice. A little far for Femus. Alfano grabs it on the fly, though. Alfano and Femus in. Alfano, he is absorbed by white sweaters immediately. And this one played out of the zone as Caden Johnson goes after it. Moving out from the right wing side. Back below the goal line, it'll go. Braden Jones gets it back inside of the defensive end. Tries a cross-ice feed. And he'll find its way in from the right wing side. Nick Sema, centering opportunity. Misiak with a stick check that sends that one below the goal line. Henry with it. Shot somewhere in the pads of Charlie Burns. And a save made as we look ahead to intermission number 2 here. We are going to be joined by Commissioner Crawford, who has been a popular man in Erie, Pennsylvania today. Media availability, VIP event, pregame ceremony, and now joining myself. We'll get highlights through 40. And then, Trevor, I know we're excited for tomorrow. We're getting youth sports ready.
Yeah, Ty Henry bobbleheads to the first 1,500 tomorrow. We sat down with Ty. We got a great interview with him, and it's going to be a lot of fun as we honor the Otters' latest NHL draft pick. Now, what do we have here?
Yeah, now we're going to review.
Official pointed. Somebody get tossed?
Carrie Terrance wants an explanation.
It's almost like an ejection in baseball. It just kind of like out of nowhere.
Well, the fans are waiting as tentatively as we are. Terrance looking for an explanation.
Ty Henry?
Zane Perek. Henry, yeah, heading back to the locker room. Well, we were just talking nice on him, and now
what'd he do?
His period is at least over, if not his game.
I think probably a 10-minute misconduct, but I didn't see the hands on the hips.
And you're right, it looked very much like a baseball ejection. Carried Terrance immediately skated over.
Yeah, point and you're gone.
So here we go, discussion. Ken Peroff not looking exactly happy as the officials explained everything to him. And all the officials skate over to the bench of the Saginaw side. No representatives put in the box. Erie calling for an extra skater. Malcolm Spence coming out. What's going on here?
Yeah, what's the call? Are you going to go it looks like 5-on-4? Oh, Malcolm's hot.
Malcolm Spence just looking for an explanation. Carrie Terrance looks confused.
5-on-5, right?
Yeah. There's nobody in the box on the Erie side. Ty Henry is in the locker room. And
to Ty Henry, a game misconduct. Time of the penalty, 17:25.
Game
Henry,
what?
A game misconduct at 17:25.
Game misconduct is as far as we get. I'm going to want to hear an explanation for this one from the coaches after the game.
Never seen anything like that.
No, that was bizarre. It was after a stoppage as this one jumps its way in, moving its way over right wing side. We got a stoppage in play, and then Ty Henry just found his way back to the locker room. Terrance confused, Spence hot, and Erie will have to try and play without one of their premier defensemen.
I can only imagine he just said something and that was it. But it was the official up near the neutral zone.
It's interesting, there's a game misconduct with no penalty associated as well. Moving its way to the blue line. We play on 5-on-5 regardless. Back at the blue line. McCall just not having any opportunities to make friends. He throws another hip check down there. I love his game tonight. He is being such a pest.
He's been awesome in every game he's played for the Otters. I've loved the way that he's eaten up minutes for Erie and the way that he has played a gritty style of defense that has really fit in well with this Erie team.
Below the goal line it'll go. Quinn McCall. Back, Nick Sema takes this one. 90 seconds left to go in this period. Shot through traffic, sailing wide. Dylan Edwards after it. Edwards, backhand to the blue line and escapes out of the zone. Here he'll go off for a change here. Man sent down onto the ice. Back inside of the neutral zone it'll go. And Saginaw leading in shots 20-18 here. Moved up near the wall, Alex Messier, who earned his first goal of the season Wednesday in Guelph, and it was a big one. Also got the opportunity to present flowers during our pregame ceremony.
Yeah, that was such a great moment for Alex Messier, who's means so much to this team, and for him to finally get off the schneid and get that first goal, you know that had to feel great for number 21.
Back it'll go, brought out of the zone with a little bit of speed and fire for Tyler Challenger. Salsa dances around his first man, works it toward the net front. Sauter throws it, and it finds its way back below the goal line. Sauter will take this one. Sauter battling down here with PJ Forgione. This one finds its way below the goal line. Here's Challenger with it. Challenger inside of the corner with it, back toward the blue line it'll go. Push forward a little bit too far down here as it finds its way back for an icing. 16 seconds, 15.8 we'll call it. He'll have to go here in the second, an offensive zone draw for Erie.
O-zone face-off ending the period. Boy, how cool would it be if they could get something here to get this back to a 2-goal game, but that Frasca goal, so big. A 3-goal game, it just seems like a 4-goal game, game's over, you're done. 3-goal game, there's a way back into this for the Erie Otters. They've got to keep it at 5. They can't allow Saginaw another goal, but you gotta like where they are, especially considering how this period started heading toward the intermission.
Top of the left circle, Erie. McCall will take it. McCall competing down here as this one finds its way outside of Dima Zhilkin's body, jumping up into the air. Moved over by Frasca. Hughes in front, and that will do it for period number 2 as a knockdown happens from Dima Zhilkin in front. It's Quinn McCall once again. And the Erie Otters will go into the final intermission break with a 3-goal deficit, but the latest goal in the game belonging to them.
Yeah, give the Otters credit for the way they battled back after going down 5-1. Not easy to do, and for them, they do a great job of coming back into this game and finding a way to get something. Here we go again.
Oh, here we go. Right as the teams are heading off, it's Josh Glavin. It's in front of the bench. Players who are skating off are coming back out. I'm trying to see who's involved in the mix on the Erie side down there. It's Royston and Glavin. McCall's got his helmet off as well. McCall's going to be sent back as Sam Butler tells him to get on the bench. Frasca pulling at a player down here now, too.
Been bubbling.
Misa at center ice. And the officials, as now Malcolm Spence is still hot from the ejection. The officials are instructing everybody. Zane Perek and Kerry Terrance actually having a pretty nice conversation. Now it's turning a little heated. Boy, we know these two teams have had history before. It hasn't really reared its ugly head too much this season, but we're getting a little bit more of it now. And
I don't even know over the last 2.
No.
The limited number of games against each other compared to the 21-22 season hasn't been the same, but seeing a little bit of that great American rivalry here.
Well, the fans are reasonably emotionally charged in what's been an interesting game. A lot of physicality.
I mean, Glavin channeled his inner Amir Garrett and went right after the Otters bench right there. I mean, that's a gutsy move for a guy, especially with Royston in the mix. Hey, I wouldn't want to mess with Wesley Royston.
No, certainly not. Well, Sima and Terrance skate off to their respective benches.
Get those notepads out. Going to be writing for a while down there.
And you see it right on it. It's the officials right into the...
Pretty well handled by them, by the way.
As well as you can be.
They did a nice job cleaning that up as much as they could, and seems like they've got names and numbers down to a T to assess whatever penalties may come out of that.
Tim, you were prime and well seated right in the area. What did you see down there, and what was the intensity like right in front of your viewing position?
Oh, yeah, it was just a bit of a ruckus down here then, wasn't it? It was, it got real chippy right at the end there. It all started with Josh Glavin. Teams were ready to head off in their respective ways, and it was Glavin who went back at a couple of Otters, really, and just kind of came from his side of the bench and throwing his stick at a couple of legs. And it kind of fired up everybody. I mean, McCall was right in there, as you guys know. He's been all over it. Spence was in on it. But a lot of the animosity there resulted around Josh Glavin of Saginaw. And from what I saw from some of the players on the benches here, where it looks like it's going to be 5-on-5 to start this third period, and officials are going to work on a couple of game misconducts here as we will start the third period. But it definitely got a little chippy, definitely got a little bit exciting. Knocked my AirPods right off the stand here. But I'm all right. Thanks for asking, guys. Yeah. I'm all good out here. But it definitely got a little chippy, and we'll see that in a game that's 5-2. A lot of frustrations coming out for Erie. But as we mentioned for Saginaw, it was Josh Glavin that started a lot of that scrum.
I'm curious, Tim, you were right there. Did you hear anything about the ejection for Ty Henry and what exactly happened with the game misconduct?
You know, that was a point where a lot of these fans, voicing their opinions. I'm trying to get an ear in, but a lot of those officials, they're not wearing the microphone to my ear there, so it's a little bit difficult to hear. It looked like a call that Erie was not very happy with. And a lot of the bench from Saginaw wasn't necessarily pleased either with the call. And so it's just one of those things. I'll try to get a word in here during the second intermission and see what I can find out. But it definitely a chippy 20 minutes right there.
Yeah, I would say so. Emotionally charged, physical to say the least. Tim, stay safe down there between the scrums and of course, the chuck and puck happening right now.
Yeah, guys, I'll do my best. I'm worried that I'm going to get hit right here in the back of the head with how this game's been.
Well, Tim, we'll talk to you next time. And Trevor, I mean, what an interesting game it's been. It's in Saginaw dominating for a lot of the facets. Physical game, chippier one than we have come used to. More of what we come to expect historically, but not what we've come to expect this season.
Really recently, again, like I mentioned over the last two, that 21-22 season, maybe the season after there, you saw it a little bit more in 22-23, but even last year in 23-24, not as much of the animosity going back and forth with these two teams. I remember a preseason game, I think it was 2 years ago, and only ended up playing 2 periods because the ice went bad.
Yeah.
But do you remember just how many penalties and fights were in that game? I mean, that was quite the contest, but you're starting to channel that little bit of animosity. I love it between these two teams. It feels like, yes, they're 5 hours apart, but it should be a great rivalry. I mean, two great American teams. They met up a ton in the playoffs during the Otters' glory years in the mid-2010s, and you're seeing some of that physicality tonight. This is an Otters team. They're frustrated. They're coming in with everything to play for tonight. You're honoring the franchise's best ever player, and for them to kind of lay an egg in the opening stages of this game, they're hot. They're not happy about it. So they're going to come out, dig deep, and try and, show some of that frustration. They've done it in decent enough ways. Of course, Ty Henry getting tossed doesn't exactly look great. And again, I hope we can get to the bottom of what it was for, because you don't just see a game misconduct issued like that in hockey. Again, like I mentioned, it felt like a baseball ejection where you got a player chirping from the dugout and the umpire says you're gone. That was kind of what we saw there off the face-off circle. So it's going to be interesting. This third period, boy, it's on an edge here. What is this third period going to bring? Erie's in this game. It's a 5-2 game. You got 3 goals to battle back into it. We'll see if they can do it. They need that first one, though, coming out in the third.
And the latest goal in that period, it's a 5-2 game as we are through 2 periods of play. Saginaw up ahead here on the road, trying to spoil McDavid night in a sold-out crowd for the Otters. When we come back, Commissioner Brian Crawford joins us on the broadcast to talk all things OHL, especially next Wednesday's big Top Prospects game.
This holiday season, my good friend gave to me 7 Powerball tickets, 6 match 6 chances, 5 cash votes, 4 cash for life's 3 pick 3s to Mega Millions.
Happy holidays, Rita.
Thanks, Joe.
What a great gift. Pennsylvania lottery tickets make great gifts, like the new Jingle Jangle Jackpot. Happy holidays.
And best wishes from the lottery.
Across the nation, the Canadian Hockey League is known for investing in moments like this. But did you know we're also investing in this and this? While you're probably used to seeing us here, we're also here and here. Through the CHL Scholarship Program, clubs award nearly $10 million each year, helping thousands of former players continue their education. So while you're seeing this, we're also doing this. The CHL, developing tomorrow's leaders.
Welcome back on CHL TV. I'm standing in front of our beautiful ice sculpture in honor of Connor McDavid from Ice Artistry, and it has been a tremendous night. We said it a number of times here on the broadcast about what this night means, not only to Connor McDavid, but to all the Otters fans. And an added little cherry on top is the man behind me, Carey Terrance, who is back in his first game in an Otters uniform after playing with Team USA in the World Juniors and winning gold. And now Sean has got a little bit of a gold interview coming up with the OHL Commissioner, Brian Crawford. Sean, take it away.
Well, we are certainly here with the man you just mentioned in Brian Crawford. Commissioner Crawford, first and foremost, welcome to Erie.
Yeah, thanks so much. It's been fantastic to be here on such an amazing night for the team and the league.
Well, you mentioned it earlier that you started off your Tour de Ontario Hockey League with the Memorial Cup banner raising in Saginaw, and now as you finish out your trips of the Americas, you get a chance to see the Connor McDavid banner raising here tonight.
Yes.
What a cool way to close out and bookend the American trip.
Yeah, I mean, the obviously getting to see the Memorial Cup banner be raised in Saginaw to kick off the season was pretty special, and so much amazing energy there for that team, and it was great to just be going around, going for a meal or whatever, and people will be talking about it. And then to be here today, and it's the same kind of energy and enthusiasm, and I feel very fortunate to get to be part of those things.
Halfway through the Ontario Hockey League season here, it's been a unique season, a lot of parity in the Eastern Conference, good battle, Western Conference, but I think most importantly from your side, the business operations side, the league fostering growth side, attendance up, I think viewership up. It just seems like things are moving in such a positive direction for the OHL, and we were talking off air a little bit ago, the Friday night face-off that just started now with London and Windsor getting the second game of this new campaign alongside Rogers TV and Cogeco. I think just another way to be able to engage the fan base, and hey, if you can't afford a CHL TV subscription, the opportunity to still be able to see that high-level hockey for free.
Yeah, exactly. On Friday night face-off specifically, it's really about just reaching new fans, bringing the game, getting it closer to them, making it really easy to consume our product and watch the games. And it was a great start, and we're going to continue to do that throughout the rest of the year, and it's kind of part of a bigger strategy around profiling the league when it comes to our broadcasting as we move forward, even beyond this year and into future years. So a great initiative for us. As you mentioned, the attendance, we're on pace to have a record year, most attended year on record for the league, which is an amazing accomplishment, and really speaks to the health of the league and where we're headed. So an unbelievable foundation for us to build from. We got a lot of really great things coming down the pipe that we're looking to launch next year, and even later, some things later this year, but next year and going forward. So it's a great time for our league, and we're really just making sure that we can capitalize and grow and continue to reinvest in the game.
Again, we're here with Ontario Hockey League Commissioner Brian Crawford, serving in his first season in the role, and I think you might have a little bit of an effect because it seems like most of the games you've been to this year for your first visit have been sellouts. I know Saginaw was the same way, Peterborough was the same way earlier this season. Of course, tonight over 6,600 in the building.
Yeah, I've been really lucky to see such great games. But as I said, we're on pace for a record year, and it's week in and week out that we're having that sort of turnout, and that the communities are continuing to support our league the way they always have. And that's fantastic for us to see, and it really allows us to be able to make aggressive moves and improvements, and make the fan experience better, and make the experience for our players better, and just continue to invest. So I've been really fortunate to get to see the league in a really truly in-depth way. Really learn about our league from the inside out, it's been a fantastic way to start.
And a few first-time events happening this season as well with the CHL USA Challenge, which went terrific for our perspective in the CHL. And of course, next Wednesday, the game that I think we're all excited about here in Erie, just for namesake and for some of the players we're sending, the Connor McDavid OHL Top Prospects game presented by Enbridge Gas. Another sold-out game, by the way. Talk about the importance of being able to, first off, boost up one of the big alumni in showing off this Top Prospects game, and kind of the way that this one's a little bit different, especially with overagers being allowed at this one.
Yeah, well, when we at the CHL level, when we decided to make the move to the new format that we launched this year with that team, we still wanted to make sure that we had a prospects game for our league, and we're kind of all in launching that. And when we started to think about how do we build that as a property, attaching it to the brand equity of Connor McDavid, knowing that this event was going to happen, knowing when we were going to host this game, it was a perfect marriage. He was completely in for it right away. Had couldn't have said yes faster. So we're really excited about that, to attach our future great prospects of our league to one of the greatest prospects the league's ever had is obviously pretty special. Brantford has come out in a big way. Such a great community. Really exciting things starting to happen there. We've got some great announcements about that team coming up next week as well to coincide with that event. So. It's just part of what we're trying to do to grow the game, bring it to more places, grow the league, and we can't be more excited, more thankful to guys like Connor that just continue to give back to our league and help us advance.
Just past the halfway mark of the season, just past the halfway mark of your first season here at the helm. When you look at these final few months leading into the playoffs, and then, of course, the Memorial Cup opportunity for the OHL to get back out there, what are you looking forward to in seeing the league do to close out this season and finish off what's been a really strong year for the league?
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly growing the Friday night face-off piece as we get to the playoffs, and how we're going to profile the playoffs, and some of the more things that we'll do around marketing and trying to really promote our playoffs. We're really excited about Family Day weekend. That's becoming a really great flag pole event weekend in our league with the games over the course of the weekend and on the Family Day Monday, and it really kind of signals the kind of final stretch drive into the playoffs. So we're excited about all those sorts of things. A great Memorial Cup in Quebec this year, and before we know it, bidding, and it'll be time to decide who's going to host here. We're back here in Ontario in 2027, and we've got a lot of interest from a lot of clubs that are looking to put their hand up to do it, and follow in Saginaw's footsteps, having hosted last year. So a ton of really exciting things coming. Continuing to look at all the aspects of our business that we can capitalize on, that we can focus on and grow, and help drive our league forward.
Commissioner Crawford, it's great to welcome you to Erie. Thank you for making the trip out for such a special occasion, and keep up the great work. I really like the way that the league is making some new, unique, progressive choices, and excited to see what we do under your regime.
Thanks so much for having me. Great to be here.
Absolutely. Commissioner Brian Crawford of the Ontario Hockey League. We will step aside when we come back. Highlights and more from the opening 40.
Community Shelter Services has been in the Erie community for the past 50 years and has become much more than a homeless shelter.
We can now keep families together in our new tiny homes in the Kiwanis Family Village.
We serve 4 hot meals a day.
We are a helping hand throughout our community.
We lift our clients up, even on a bad day.
If you'd like to drop off donations, you can do so right here at 655 West 16th Street, or visit our website to learn more about our mission of creating a pathway to housing, help, and hope.
It over toward Terrance, but not to Terrance. And now it's a 3-on-1 developing for the Spirit. Moving its way in. High slot opportunity. They score. Carson Harmer and the Spirit started off 1-0 here with nearly 4 minutes gone by. That is how you quiet a capacity crowd. Alongside Caden Johnston. Down for Johnson. Loose in front of the net. They score. Caden Johnston. 2-0 Spirit. 10 minutes and 31 seconds left to go here. What a start for Saginaw. Tavio up and out left wing side. Here's Martin Misiak in through traffic. Sam Alfano back for Terrance. He scores! On a night celebrating the captain, Connor McDavid, Captain Carey, back from World Juniors, gets his 15th of the year. Player who who's rested and confident.
He looks awesome, and maybe he took a little bit of extra time away after winning that gold medal. Didn't skate on Wednesday in Guelph, hadn't returned to the team until Thursday. So for him to come back and look as well rested and as strong as he does tonight, well, that's a testament to him making the right decision, and the Otters really good job giving him time.
Shot in front, they score. Zane Parekh, as he's done all season and as he loves to do against Erie, scores and makes it a 3-1 lead for the Saginaw Spirit. This one up from the right wing side. Battle, top of the left circle, jumping its way to the net front, they score. Michael Misa, the exceptional status player in his draft year, finds the goal on a night honoring an exceptional player. Everyone comes out of the box. And down the ice it'll go. It's Jilkin right in front. Jilkin, he scores! Out of the box, onto the board. 5-1 Saginaw with 12 minutes and 13 seconds to go in the second.
Well, that is...
They've gone away with one. They'll keep this one going as McCall is in a stick battle down to the Spirit player. But there is a opportunity the other way as Erie finds it and scores! Well, that'll cut into the lead. Erie finds the back of the net, and it's Gabriel Frasca continuing what's been working for him. 5-2 here. Take a look around the Ontario Hockey League. There's a lot of numbers and a lot of logos on here. 5-2, the Saginaw Spirit up on the Erie Otters here. 2-1, Guelph up on Flint. Brampton up 4-2, still on Kitchener. 2-1, the London Knights leading the Windsor Spitfires in the Friday night face-off game of the week. Oshawa at Ottawa, 2-1 for the Gens. Owen Sound leading 4-2 at Sarnia. Erie, we'll see Sarnia. How about that for a trip? Sarnia has to come all the way from Sarnia.
Wild.
That's a long trip. That's a late night. I don't know if they're leaving tomorrow, but that's a long day of bus legs. My pity certainly goes out to Sarnia because we have been there.
Well, do you go halfway tonight, maybe?
Yeah, the
go
Cleveland
to
area, Westlake.
Well, don't you go through Ontario, though?
Oh, you do, yeah. We just went for league meetings.
So do you go to Hamilton, even?
Yeah, I guess so, because then at least you're almost to the border. And anyway, we're not travel coordinators. Thankfully, we have the best in the league in Mitch Brown, who's figuring all that out. Meanwhile, Niagara trailing 3-2 to the Sudbury Wolves. 5-2, Sioux up on Kingston. And how about it, the Port Colborne Sailors, 3-2 victors over the Caledonia Corvairs. Good work out of them. That's your look around the Ontario Hockey League on a Friday night. And we look ahead to an exciting week due up ahead. Got a great chance, if you just missed it, to talk with Commissioner Crawford, who I think is doing a terrific job in Season 1. Talked about the 97 Connor McDavid OHL top prospect game. He had nothing but great things to say about Connor for his blessing and his promotion of the game itself. And I think that's fitting to be able to have him out here for the night honoring Connor McDavid and to promote Connor McDavid OHL top prospects game. And then next weekend, you get to go on one of my favorite road trips of the season. I'm so sorry for you that you don't get an off day in any of those terrific Eastern Conference cities, but Ottawa Friday at TD Place, Saturday in Peterborough at the PMC, probably a sellout game, and Kingston, and you already know you love Kingston.
Love Kingston.
Sunday afternoon. That's a great trip.
Best city in the OHL. And so far, I haven't been to a few rinks. I was talking to Jordan Henry with the league earlier on today about some different rinks and telling him, hey, this was number 20 for him. I've got still a few more to go, but that's going to be a fun one. I've had this one circled all season long.
That's going to be a good trip. Trip that the Erie Otters are hoping is going to bring home some wins. And for the Erie Otters, they're looking for a winner here tonight. You're looking to win 2 or 3 this weekend. You certainly like your odds if you're able to win the first 2 and not have to go for the little bit of a split. So a really good job for the Spirit to start this game out. And through 40 minutes, a 3-goal lead. It's going to be interesting to see this Erie Otter team come out because, boy, there's relative reason to believe they're going to be pretty hot.
A lot of energy coming out and a lot of negative energy toward the end of that period there with everything that went on, but you're hoping that Erie can kind of channel some of that frustration and try and get this crowd back into it. They haven't really had, since the ceremony, a whole lot to cheer about, a couple of goals, but you want to see them get back into this as this game rolls along.
Oh, yes, of course, this sign reminding us as well that the 13th is Connor McDavid's birthday. So, hey, a pretty fun birthday week for him. Come out, your number gets retired, and then your birthday, and then a prospects game named after you as the top prospects in the OHL.
He played in Boston this week.
That's
He's going to
city.
Chicago
Love
tomorrow, Pittsburgh.
3 great cities, yeah.
That's a
3 of
pretty
our
good
favorite
road trip.
I would say so. I wouldn't mind if we took that one sometime.
Absolutely.
See let's see when the OHL expands to the East Coast, Trev will be all over it. Two teams line up at center ice. Pano Femus, Michael Misa, and we are underway. Erie's got some work to do if they want to come away with the win in this one. Below the goal line it'll go, finding its way up to the blue line and escaping out of the zone. Misa brings this one in from the left wing side. Back it'll go. Perret give and go. Below the goal line, bottom of the right wing side. Moving here by Misa. Misa trying to cut it through traffic, can't do it. And below the goal line will be taken back by Dima Zhilkin. Moving its way inside of the near corner. Finding its way up to the blue line, top of the right circle. Misa, movement, moving and shooting. Oh, a block in front. Femus ate it with the hands, finding its way below the goal line. Davio slapping at that one.
Wesley Royston, each 10-minute misconducts to the 20-minute mark of the second period. Lavin and Royston, each 10-minute misconducts to the 20-minute mark of the second period.
So there you heard right there, or Royston and Glavin, who got into it at the conclusion of the second period, find themselves in their respective boxes for the next 10 minutes. Femus will bring this one in, top of the left circle. Femus driving down, tripped up, and Erie is going to get a power play out of this one. Tripping is the call. Femus hard into the net, and Erie will go on the man advantage. Just over a minute into this third period.
Third penalty on Perek tonight. He's on his way back to the penalty box. He has a goal tonight, but it hasn't been quite the night defensively for Zane Perek. Pano Femus, great strength as he drops the shoulder, draws the contact, and is taken down to the ice, and the Otters will head right back to the man advantage in a big moment in this game as the Otters go to the power play.
Yeah, this is big, isn't it? I mean, we're just over a minute into this one. You have the last goal in the game. If you get one here, it's a 2-goal game with roughly 17 minutes left to go. I mean, that's doable.
Sets the tone, really, for the third period.
Now, big opportunity here. Erie is not cashing on the power play, and the power plays looked flat here tonight. 19 total shots in the contest for the Erie Otters. Chance to have a reversal of fortunes here as Zane Perek sits in the box once more. Inside of the near corner, this one will go. Battle for it below the goal line. Finding its way back. Callum Hughes as it squeaks out to him. Bottom of the right circle, back from McCall. How fitting would it be for Quinn McCall to have a goal here tonight? McCall on the blue line, held in onside. Edwards down, Frasca. Frasca shot off the goalpost, stays out of the net. Battle for it, Frasca. And able to keep that one in on his shin. Well done, Frasca. Back too far. And that's a rare mistake for Eddie in that situation. Up it'll go for Frasca. Moving its way in, back in through neutral ice, it's Quinn McCall. Up for Frasca. Frasca, he'll drive his way in. Edwards with it. Edwards sends it down and around. Hughes after it, takes it, bottom of the left circle. 45 seconds gone by on the power play. Back of the blue line, top of the left circle. Moving its way out, shot back behind, reeled back in by Spence. Frasca takes it. Frasca, blue line, McCall with it. McCall left wing side. Edwards moving and shooting. That one missing wide of the net. Top of the right circle. Frasca will take it. Frasca. Bottom of the right circle with it. Fake give and go here for Malcolm Spence. Spence, bottom of the right circle, back Frasca with it. Frasca up, Quinn McCall, right wing side. Oh, and a glove save made by Papineau as it goes up and out of play. Good puck movement, not a lot of shots getting their way through.
Good patient setup again for the Otters as they try to create on the man advantage. Getting one away there was Frasca. He pulled the trigger a couple of times on that power play for the Erie Otters, and the shot eventually sailing wide. Papineau getting a little piece of that last one, up and away.
Face off in the right circle, finding its way back below the goal line. Went down the length of the ice, and there's a clearing effort. Erie back inside the defensive end as Davio will bring it out of the zone. Davio forward, drop pass back, worked over right wing side. Femus in with Alfano, down for Femus. That one blocked away before it could find its way to the man in front. Graydon Jones got in the way. Carey Terrance, who has one of the 2 goals here tonight for the Erie Otters. Back to the blue line, D2D passing. Femus from Davio a little too far. This one sent into the wide corner. Back, it'll be collected by Erie. 10 seconds left to go on the power play. Give and go, left wing side. Davio back, Femus down, left wing side. Mishiak back, Femus with it. Davio open, shooting. Oh, and a big block by Michael Misa as he clears it to the line. And they'll say it stays in the zone. That's a big block from your captain on a wicked slap.
Yeah, Misa, not a guy who's really known for his presence in the defensive zone, but right there, not afraid to block a shot. Really impressive stuff from 7-7.
So it'll be played forward from the left wing side, below the goal line. Liam Storch after it. This one finding its way back to the blue line, down the length of the ice, not back for an icing. It'll be taken back below the goal line. Right wing side, this one goes. Alex Messier sneaking it away. Back up it'll go. Shot through traffic for Fraser, and it's blocked immediately. Fraser its way back in, near corner, back at the blue line. Ambrosio with it. Ambrosio through traffic, and gloved out of the air by Caleb Papineau, who records his 19th save of the evening.
Good save again, Papineau, who's been pretty good in this game for the Spirit. Been a pretty light night for Caleb, but when he has been tested, he has been good for Saginaw. It's been impressive to see this young netminder coming up big. A guy that, of course, Andrew Oak is a veteran in this league, so Papineau could be the next in line for Saginaw.
Yeah, he's looked good here tonight, certainly so. And, you know, again, it's not the highest quantity of saves, but I think the quality of the saves that he has made, he's looked calm and conditioned, and he just looks like he's in the right place.
For a guy who's only played, 8 games before this one, he's looked really good.
Shot save off of the face-off. Erie scored the tying goal late in Guelph with that exact same move. This time, netminder ready.
Yeah, trying to play off the face-off. That's always a favorite of the Erie Otters. Martin Misiak lets it fly, and a good strong save from Papineau as he's able to shut the door again.
Face off left circle inside of the offensive end for the Erie Otters. Moving its way up to the blue line, out of the zone, worked in forward, left wing side. Kayla Mangoni trying to get it through traffic, can't do it. Martin Misiak up and in with Carey Terrance, 2-on-2 developing. Misiak, trailer man, back is Edwards, big save, Caleb Papineau. Back to the blue line and out of the zone it'll go. Dancing around, lost back, Erie with it. Misiak wanted to send that one back in. And into the neutral zone it'll go. 15:30 to go in the third period. Opportunity, but a big save by Papineau as the Otters look to break back in. Moving its way just below the blue line. A puck fluttered up into the air. Erie grabs it out of the air. It's Lucas Ambrosio. Spent some time in the box here tonight. Over for Ambrosio. Down below the goal line it'll go. 5 minutes gone by here. Clock starting to become a factor for the Erie Otters with 5 minutes gone by and a 3-goal deficit. Out of the zone, this one will go. Dima Zhilkin battling for it, forced in, at least close to in by Gabriel Frasca, grabbed on the fly as Fraser's got it. Fraser, Frasca. Everyone chipping away at it. Hammond got hit up high. Not sure if it was from a high stick or a stick that was reached backwards. He's still down on the ice, and they're going to whistle this one. And Hammond certainly appears to be in some pain.
Yeah, a little shaken up as he caught a wayward stick. And we'll see where they drop the puck. Probably be in the neutral zone with it being tied up against the boards. And we'll head toward the Erie attacking end with the draw.
Face off outside of the offensive end for the Erie Otters. 14:33 left to go in the game. Below the goal line it'll go. Working its way up and out to neutral ice. Moving into the defensive end. Erie giving a race after this one. Taken back, Caden Johnson had it. Gives this one over for Weir as it finds its way below the goal line. Davio up. Spence with it. Malcolm Spence back inside of the defensive end. Fraser will take it. Lead feed forward, a little too far, will go on net, so no icing call back here. Erie will look after it. 6 minutes gone by. Erie got to start to sell out a little bit more and get a little more aggressive. They do lead in shots in this game, 23-20 though. Alfano moving its way in left wing side. Alfano after this one back by the Spirit. They'll lead it out of the zone. Moved in across the blue line, top of the left circle. Fluttered toward the net front. Oh, and it just sneaks out. Caden Johnson nearly had a wide open look. Out of the zone, too far for Spence. He'll race it down. No icing call back. Erie will take it. Spence toward the net front. Nobody there, and Erie will get it back in the neutral zone. Spence with it. Spence taking the long way in, getting around a bunch of bodies, and back inside of the neutral zone it'll go. Spence stops on a dime.
Sends this one down below the goal line. Brett Hammond, good to see him back out there. Looks like he's feeling all right after thinking he took a high stick. Mangoni, back it'll go. Tyler Challenger. Bodies bang as this one finds its way in on a delayed offside. It'll be taken back by Sauter. A little more lackadaisical play, but now it's going to be an opportunity for Mangoni. Backhand in. Burns with a save. And we head to the media timeout with 12:51 to go in the third. Spirit up 5-2.
My OHL is a place where everyone feels welcome. So OHL diversity inclusion efforts are for each and everybody, whether it be a player, official, whether it be anyone within the staff, for each club or at the OHL offices, and certainly for every person that enters into one of our arenas and participates as a fan in one of our games.
Welcome back, Otters fans, and it has been a night to remember for everybody here inside the arena and in the Erie community, of course, with 97 forever living in the rafters. And in this third period, the Otters have a chance to give this crowd what they need and what they've been asking for all game. They're getting restless down here, and they're waiting for that big Otters moment. Here in this third period, there's still a lot of time left. 12:51 in this hockey game. Down 3 goals. If you're going to start that climb, you need to do it now. I'd like to see a goal in these next couple of minutes from the Otters to really get this crowd back involved and get that momentum back on the side of Erie.
Tim, it's a little bit of a sleepier third period here. What's the energy like on the respective benches?
Yeah, absolutely. You mentioned it right there. It's a little bit sleepy in this third period. It looked like everybody had kind of gone out and used all that adrenaline at the end of that second period, gone back into the locker rooms, and I think had a little bit of conversations with their coaches like, hey, let's reel it back in a little bit. Let's have a clean third period. Let's play our brand of hockey and either put this game away if you're Saginaw or climb back into this game if you're Erie.
Thanks as always, Tim. We're back on our way inside of the defensive end. Mangoni, great move. Mangoni shot. And I believe the Otters got in front of that one and made a little bit of a block.
Excellent block. Nathan Sauter getting in the lane defensively.
Mangoni once again hungry to find one here in the third period. Worked up, finding its way down left wing side. Back at the blue line it'll go. Moving, shooting. That one jumping over the top of the net. 12:15 left to go here in the third period. Down below the goal line, finding its way. Pitched around all the way back to the blue line. Perek. Oh, good move. Lost the puck, though, as Kerry Terrans put a hand on his back. Sauter. Back with Mishiak. Everyone trying to get a piece of it here. Back it'll go to the blue line. Up against the near wall, taken back. Sima turns and burns, and that one finding its way wide of the net. Erie. Terrans has got it. Edwards looking for it. Moving its way inside of the near corner. Into the defensive end, this one will go back for an icing, and 11:33 remains in this game. And frankly, Erie just, they're not, it doesn't look like they want it.
No, they're just not really at it tonight. Just, again, you get off to the slow start a little bit better in the second period, but again, quite the lackadaisical third period for the Erie Otters, and again, just not quite what you need from this team as they look to come back in this game.
Back inside of their defensive end they go. 11:33 remaining here in the final frame. It's a 3-goal deficit, and we're nearly halfway into this period. Face-off left circle. Mishiak in the face-off dot. Now, for Erie's credit and effort, in the Guelph game, they were down in the third period. They turned it on when they needed to, but the energy just feels different.
It does. You felt a little bit more, and hey, this Saginaw Spirit team there, and with all respect to the Guelph Storm, aren't the Guelph Storm. So for the Erie Otters, it's not going to be, I don't want to say as easy, because that was certainly a tough comeback win that they had to really dig deep and earn. Here tonight, just again, not that same energy that you don't feel like it's on the cards for it to happen.
Wow, McCall blown up as Sima throws the shoulder his way. Just part of a growing narrative of tonight's game. Battle for in, left wing side. Erie back inside of the defensive end. Ambrosio. Grappling match down here inside of the corner, back below the goal line, as now Misa and McCall are going after it. McCall passes this one out. Misa takes it away, top of the left circle, back to the blue line it'll go. Misa's got it. Misa moving his way down is Storch. Storch toward the net front, and that one jumping over the top of the net, finding its way wide. Back after it below the goal line. Erie will finally break this one out of their defensive end. Moving its way in, would have been offside if Callum Hughes would have kept it going that way. Worked up and in for Pano Femus. Femus moving down outside of the right circle. Back for Spence. Malcolm Spence shot just wide of the net. Back top of the right circle, and puck let out of the zone. It's Storch leading the drive. Little floater finding its way back in. Charlie Burns, 10-10 left to go here in period 3, and a draw in the defensive zone for Erie.
Well, again, with every minute that comes off the clock here, as this game keeps moving along, just the doubt starts to really creep into your mind if you're of an Otters persuasion, and it's just unfortunate that that's become the case, because Saginaw has done a nice job this third period, keeping things tight, not allowing Erie to really get much going offensively.
Face off in the right circle as this one finds its way below the goal line. Moved in for the Otters from the left wing side. Spence toward the net front, ran out of real estate, hit hard back behind Femus. As we pass the halfway mark of period 3, Spence was down on the ice, gets it back inside of the hash marks of the right circle. Spinning inside and outside, top of the right circle. He goes with it, leaves it back for Femus. Femus through traffic. That one blocked in front as Alfano was working to get this one played. A move here from the right wing side. Femus with it. Femus, big windup and shot from Fraser. Still loose in front of the net, bouncing its way back out. Davio with it. Davio, top of the left circle, shot in. Moving its way back for Pano Femus. Out of the zone it'll go, and taken by Liam Storch. Storch sends it back in deep as he'll take a little bit of a check. And Erie will get this one below the goal line. Moved up for Dylan Edwards. Back inside of the defensive end. Down the ice, this one will go back for an icing, and Erie will have a draw inside of their offensive end with 9:01 to go. They lead in shots 25-21.
Kind of a flat ending again. It's this third period has felt like two teams just kind of playing out the string for the sake of playing out the string. That's never what you want to see. It's kind of lost its vibe throughout the course of this game. And the third period, dump and chase and ice, and back we go again for another face-off.
Face-off in the left circle. And you're looking at a goal every 3 minutes to get this one tied up. As we are now under the 9-minute remaining mark in this game. Shot in. Erie battling for it here. Terrance, Nishiak, puck covered up. That should be a penalty. Whistle's blown at least.
Well, Erie benefited from a pretty similar play on Wednesday in Guelph.
And who was
this
it?
One gets called. Quinn McCall.
Of course it was.
He's at the heart of everything that's happened, it seems like, tonight.
Certainly has been, and he's out there again.
The whole time.
Yeah.
Like in an Otters uniform, like wherever the action is, Quinn McCall's usually not very far away.
It's gonna make him pretty popular here in Erie before too long.
Oh, absolutely.
8:51 to go here in the third period. We get the stoppage, nothing more than that, and Erie will have a draw from the left circle.
Almost like just a puck frozen situation.
Yeah, it's essentially like the goaltender put his mitt on it. As this one jumps up, Nishiak will take it. Nishiak down from the left wing side, kicking the biscuit here along the wide wall. Everyone coming in as Edwards gets it back to the blue line. McCall, over it'll go for Terrance, down for Mishiak, back in left wing side, missing the net. Sauter throws a prayer. This one drives its way back up against the wide wall. McCall with it, down for Terrance. Terry Terrance, top of the left circle, up against the wide wall, and out of the zone it'll go. 8:20 left to go in the third. McCall in after this one. Edwards throwing a check down there against Michael Misa, wearing the Captain C on his jersey for just the second game. Below the goal line it'll go. Taken by Caleb Papineau. Messier, challenger out there as this one's moved up and through the neutral zone by the Spirit. Entering in, Liam Storch trying to take it. Fraser back below the goal line. Back up. Tyler Challenger had and lost it back. Saginaw, mid-slot shot, blocked off the knee of Fraser. Loose in the blue paint, finding its way back behind. Top of the left circle. Caden Johnston. That one hit a body in front, believe it was Fraser. To the blue line, Glavin. D-to-D passing, moving its way through. No stick in the hands for Charlie Burns. Davio tried to give it to him, sent it a little too far and makes up for his mistake. That's good defense. Back it'll go, bottom of the right wing side, Messier. As the stick was lost momentarily for Caleb Papineau, and a whistle blown from the official. Back below the goal line.
Papineau, he's getting into it. He's done that a few times tonight, a la Owen Flores.
Not entirely sure what the whistle's for here. Did the net come off?
Yes, net's off.
Okay, yeah, I see that now. Where's Billy with the drill?
It would only be fitting for him to make an appearance tonight.
That was the anticipation for sure. Billy, of course, if you're not privy to Erie Otters broadcast, is something of a legend here. He is, in every way, the Iceman.
Yes, he is a legend. Anything that needs fixed in the Erie Insurance Arena, Billy isn't far away.
Trevor, I've never been in the arena, at least I don't think, where Billy's not been here. 3 a.m. we returned from Guelph. Yeah, he's here.
Probably, yeah.
That is dedication to the sport and dedication to the arena. So it'll find its way up for Gabriel Frasca. Out of the zone it'll go. 13 minutes gone by. Erie trailing by 3 in the third. Kayla Mangoni. Up it'll go back to the blue line, moving its way in defensive ice. Shifted back up, finding its way back inside of the neutral zone into the offensive end for the Spirit. Bottom of the right circle. To the blue line. Forced around, finding its way near corner. To the blue line, Valeris. Xander Valeris, a Kitchener, or a Kingston Frontenac formerly. Now a Saginaw Spirit, bound for this one down. Below the goal line it'll go. Up the near wall inside of the defensive end. Erie looking for this one. It's Malcolm Spence with a head fake. Spence moved up left wing side. Pano Femus in. Femus can't get that one around Michael Misa. Misa sends his man into the wall, and he's played a really strong game here tonight, even without a goal. Well, he does have one.
Yeah, he does have one.
Yeah, 34th goal in 36 games. He's continuing what's been a strong season. And even outside of that, defensively, pretty strong game for a guy who, again, is not really known for his defense. Erie, speaking of defense, gets this one cleared back to the line, not out. Battle for it along the wide wall. Spence and Perret going after it. Out to the neutral zone it'll go. On the fly, picked up for Sema. Sema in, drop pass back. Misa, nowhere to go for it. Back of the blue line. Go. That one's kicked off the knee of Nathan Sauter. Alfano trying to get loose. Alfano forward to him. Alfano, bottom of the left circle. Runs out of room. Femus waiting. Femus will take it. Shot. This one finding its way back down. And with 5 minutes and 22 seconds left to go, we head to the final media timeout here in period number 3. Trevor, just a game where you build toward tomorrow.
Well, there's a lot memorable that happened here tonight.
Absolutely.
The game has not been one of them. I don't think this tape will be required by the Hockey Hall of Fame anytime soon, unfortunately. But hey, it happens, right?
Yeah.
It's the game. You never know. And on a night like this where you want it to be storybook, unfortunately, it didn't turn out that way, or so far it hasn't. Who knows? I've seen crazier things. You get one, and all of a sudden, 2 goals looks a heck of a lot easier. But no, it's been a tough game tonight for the Erie Otters. One you want to shower off and hopefully go into tomorrow and look a little bit better.
And hopefully for our sake, Ty Henry back tomorrow.
Yes, he can't miss his bobblehead night, right?
There's one game you have to play. One game you have to start.
And maybe scoring.
Yes, that helped.
That would be a lot better, right?
Second OHL goal, that wouldn't be too bad. But hey, for Erie, at this point, battle it out, build for tomorrow, see what you can get out of this one. But it's just been one of those nights for the Saginaw Spirit where they're playing the right way, they're doing the right thing.
Well, hey, you score a goal here, you win the third period.
Yeah,
if Saginaw doesn't. So even for that sense of just building something positive.
Mishiak, shot blocked, and that's been a big story of tonight's game so far. A lot of blocked shots from this team in Saginaw.
Yeah, Misa, you mentioned him a moment ago. He's been at the heart of it for the Saginaw Spirit a couple of times, just getting in lanes, blocking shots, and been mighty impressive on not only the offensive side where you would expect him to be, but also doing it well in the defensive zone for the red, white, and blue of the Saginaw Spirit. Misa, what a player. He's going to go high in the National Hockey League draft coming up in the summer. Who knows? Could go number 1, just like his exceptional status brother, if you will, in Connor McDavid.
Yeah, certainly so. And I'm sure this was special for him, too. If you're Michael Misa, you're kind of thinking, that could be me someday. And, he's having a terrific major junior career. Expectations are high for him in the summer's draft, like you mentioned. And it's cool for him, too. We mentioned how important and special this is for the OHL and for the Erie Otters. But for Michael Misa, too, this has got to be a special occasion to have been able to be a part of.
Well, and for him, he goes out, plays a heck of a game here tonight. And with those eyes on him, I mean, that had to get him fired up for the game watching that ceremony for sure.
Zane Perek moving this one down, shooting it wide of the net, gets his own rebound, plays it in front. Misa was trying to get another one right there. He is quickly closing in on the clip of a point or a goal per game. Erie will take this one. 4.5 minutes left to go in the contest. It's a 5-2 Saginaw Spirit lead. Shot in right wing side, Carey Terrance. Back up, Fraser will go with it. Fraser below the goal line, Mishiak put out in front. Shot is just wide of the net as the Otters were attacking. Back along the near wall. Moving its way through center and into the attacking end for the Spirit. Drop pass, Misa's shot. Oh, what a hardy block for Fraser. Welcome to the OHL, young man. Earn your ice bath. Out of the zone, Gabriel Frasca making a play. Frasca moving in with Royston. Royston in front. Papineau with a swipe save.
Puck jumped up at the worst possible time for Royston. Papineau really quick to get across and stick out the pad. Great stop.
Ambrosio up. Royston in. Moved in for Frasca. Back for Royston. And this one will find its way back along the near wall. Flutter puck into the air. Back inside of the defensive end. Ambrosio over for Davio. Davio forward. Royston a little too far for him. Frasca's on the wrong side of the ice. He'll skate back over with Hughes. 3:20 remaining here in the third period. 5-2 the Spirit ahead. Harmer brings this one in. Harmer open scoring in this game, and Trevor, I hate to say it, but you called it. If anyone was going to score first for the Saginaw side, it was you.
I did say that yesterday. I was wondering if you remembered. I mentioned it when we were down on the ice, and Carson Harmer, great rookie season for him.
Femus in. I saw your eyes light up after the goal, too, as we mentioned his goal number. And remembering, stick comes flying out of the hands here from PJ Forgione. The net is empty on the Erie side.
Why not?
You got to make something happen. A 6-2 loss and a 5-2 loss is no different, but a 5-3 loss and a 5-2 loss are massively different. Erie battling for it in front, they score. Nick Sima into the empty net, and the Saginaw Spirit take a 6-2 lead.
Sima says see ya. Empty net goal for the Saginaw Spirit. Well done on the forward check. And again, I agree with you. You pull the goaltender here, you can just, again, try and get something positive going. And unfortunately for the Erie Otters tonight, not a lot on the ice within the game to be happy about. Just Saginaw came in here and they were just flat out the better team. I mean, it's that simple.
Faceoff goes back at center. And the great thing about the sport of hockey is you get a chance to rinse it off and do it all again tomorrow. But for Erie, you really wanted this one.
Yeah, this was the one in the weekend. You mentioned 2 or 3 as kind of a bar for the Otters to set here over this weekend. This is the one of the 2 that you felt like you had to have. Unfortunately for the Otters tonight, they ran into a pretty strong Saginaw Spirit club.
Erie will look for this one from the left wing side. Back below the goal line, it'll go back. Alex Messier battling in down here. Up inside of the corner, Hammond below the goal line. Hammond back, Messier for it. Messier up, Tyler Challenger. Out from the right wing side, back of the blue line, shot through traffic, rebound in front. Opportunity for Messier, looking for his second of the season and goals in back-to-back games.
Yeah, how about that? He could have had goals in back-to-back games after not scoring for 34. That would have been awesome for Mess.
Keep it up, Fraser going for it. Hammond and Fraser back. Hammond battling here against Liam Storch. Caden Johnston. I'll just hold this puck back below the goal line and we get a whistle.
And real quick, the issue for Messier was not the shots he was taking or getting to the right areas. It was bad luck. He was doing a lot right and just unfortunately didn't get rewarded until Wednesday in Guelph. And you see him there again, popping up in a good position, trying to find a way to score a goal and make this a 6-3 game and get back-to-back goals. A little streak rolling for Mess.
Face off in the right circle. Erie inside of their offensive end. Gabriel Frasca in the face-off dot. Opposing Jacob Cloutier. This one back. Valeris after it, taken back by Erie. Out to the left wing side, he'll find its way out of the zone. Fraser forward. Puck up in the air, finds its way up against the near wall. Royston. Out to neutral ice it'll go. Under 90 seconds left to go. And down for an icing it'll go.
So you got 80 seconds left in this one. 6-2 game, just final stages of a tough one tonight. But again, although the game was unfortunate, I think there's a lot more important stuff to talk about tonight.
Yes.
I don't think this night will be remembered for a 6-2 final, the Saginaw Spirit down the Erie Otters. This game's going to be remembered for an unbelievable ceremony, a great speech from Connor McDavid, just the banner, the hoopla, the pageantry, all about it. And just a really, really special and unbelievable night to be a part of.
Trevor, very well put. I wholly agree. And, you know, this game was always bigger than the game itself about today as we get to the final minute of this celebration. The most important thing here is you have two terrific American franchises. Frasca brings this one in. Shot is blocked initially. Erie draws it back. You have a Memorial Cup champions in town here. Final time this season. You have an exceptional status player on the Spirit. And you have one of the most premier CHL American franchises in the Erie Otters. Two OHL champions. Countless alumni have gone on to play at the OHL or the NHL level, and perhaps the greatest player in the world as an alumni coming back here tonight, fitting it in during an unbelievable road stretch for them. You mentioned it, Boston, Pittsburgh last night, and to Chicago as Fraser makes a diving play, and it just goes the quality and the ethic of what this league's about. 2-on-1 developing in for the Spirit. Waiting, shooting. Might hit off the official. Final 6 seconds here. Back of the blue line. Over for Forgione. To the blue line out. That will do it for tonight's game. 6-2 final score. The Saginaw Spirit take this one. But again, a night that's bigger than the game on the ice. This is one that will be remembered for a legendary pregame ceremony. And, of course, honoring one of the best to ever do it in the Ontario Hockey League.
It will be. I mean, what a terrific night, an amazing ceremony, a great day all around, and was just terrific to be a part of it with everybody. And, you know, looking back, I can imagine 10 years down the road, it's going to be just so cool to say, wow, you know, from putting the T-shirts on the seats
all
to,
morning,
you know, the media availability and everybody that came out for that and just everything leading up to the ceremony. I think, you know, the biggest thing for me was just the energy that was in this building around the time of warm-up. There was just, it had this big game feel about it that even though I've been to a lot of playoff games, I haven't felt in quite some time. It was just something special about this night. Unfortunately, the result on the ice didn't quite live up to it, but there's still so much to be grateful for about this game tonight, and so much to think back so positively on.
Well, as we wrap this one up, one exceptional status player in the rafters, one exceptional status player is ringside with Tim Quinn. Tim, what's up with Michael Misa?
Yeah, standing by here with Michael Misa. Obviously a special night here tonight, honoring 97. He was an exceptional player. You were listed as an exceptional player as well. What is his mentorship? What is his leadership kind of through watching him growing up meant to you?
Yeah, it's obviously an honor, you know, getting compared to players like that. He's done so much in the OHL and NHL, probably like the best player in the world. So just being, you know, compared to those guys, I take it as an honor and just try and learn what I can from their games.
Obviously a big offensive night for the Spirit tonight. You guys put up 6 goals. What does that offensive spur mean for you guys and to be able to pick up the win?
Yeah, it was huge. I think not only for us, just for our confidence as well. We kind of got pumped last game 7-2. So coming in here, we had a different mindset, just trying to get pucks on net and shoot more, and yeah, it worked out.
All right, Michael, thank you very much. Congratulations on the win.
Appreciate it, Tim.
Sean, Trev, back to you guys.
Thank you, Tim, and thank you, Michael. He's been so gracious with his time this weekend. Obviously, the opportunity to talk with you for Across the Ice and talk about, you know, the season at large for him, and it's such a big season for him.
Huge.
And again, you talk about players who have had so much time and ability and have to do media availability, and he's such a seasoned pro at it. He just does it such the right way, and gracious with his time after a game. Obviously, a little bit easier on the road when you come away with a 4-goal victory, but a bright future for that young man. Obviously, super good friendship with Malcolm Spence by all accords. Just a guy who does things the right way.
I certainly got that vibe when I was able to catch up with him earlier on this week and just talk to him about his game. I mean, this is, like you mentioned, a kid who has the world on his shoulders right now, as do a few guys heading into the NHL draft here. And I'd certainly put Matthew Schaefer and Malcolm Spence in that category too. This is Michael Misa, an exceptional status player on a night where we honor one, and he goes out and puts together one heck of a complete hockey game. kudos to him and kudos to Chris Lazary and his Saginaw Spirit team. They came to play tonight, and they really responded well after a rough loss last night in Niagara.
Yeah, they got to play spoilsport. They lost 7-2 last night, and they win 6-2 here tonight. Tim, you were down there for the entirety of the game. You got to be in the locker room for the pregame speeches and everything. Take us through your final thoughts on tonight's game.
I would say just honored to be here, to be honest with you. I want to say again, thank you so much, Sean, Trev, for having me here on the broadcast. It's been so special, and I'm excited to join you guys a bunch more, including tomorrow night's game throughout the rest of this season. But just a special night, right, for the Erie community. Take away the score of tonight, and so many fans came out and supported 97, who's going to live in infamy in the rafters here inside of one of his favorite arenas to play at in the world, he said in that speech, that pregame speech in the locker room. So special. He said, you got to be proud of the team you play for, proud of the logo you wear on the front of your jersey, and proud of that jersey that you're wearing. You got to be proud to wear it. And certainly these guys are. Unfortunately, a tough look tonight, but, getting able to speak to gold medalist Carey Terrance, being able to speak to Michael Misa, exceptional player status, and he came over just a minute before I had him on air, took his glove off, introduced himself. Such a class act, so it's nice to see that Connor McDavid especially has set that precedent here in the OHL of just being a class act, not only on the ice, but off. Obviously, we saw a lot of chippiness, as we said, in that second period, especially late. A lot of that physicality picked up. It had me feeling pretty nice here with the glass right in front of me to stay a little bit safe. I felt like a Chick-fil-A on Sunday, pretty closed in. But, overall, I thought it was a great night, and I want to thank you guys again for having me.
Tim, it's always a pleasure to have you. Tomorrow will be a little less crazy, but it will still be a whole lot of fun. And again, as we mentioned, for our personal and selfish perspectives, we're certainly hoping that Ty Henry will be in tomorrow's game. Opportunity to be able to honor him with a bobblehead. We've got a lot of content that's planned with him. And Tim, I think you said it best as well. It's bigger than the night. It's bigger than the game. And I think for even with the Otters having the loss here tonight, I can't imagine that any guy is going to go home here tonight and say, you know what, the ceremony was cool, but we lost the game. Obviously, in this league, these guys are winners. They are competitors. They are the best at what they do in their age group anywhere in the world. And I will say that confidently 10 days a week. But for them, too, they recognize it, right? You're Carey Terrance and you're captain. This could be your last season in the OHL. You're Martin Misiak and Sam Alfano and Pano Fimis. This is your last season in the OHL. And the memories that you make in this league far outweigh the wins and the losses every time. And that's, I think, a big part of Connor McDavid's career. We don't talk about McDavid's career and say, it was a disappointment. He didn't win an OHL championship. No. We say Connor McDavid was the best player on the ice every single night. You talk about, the celebrity status. And when he went to Ontario, any road game was a sellout. It was the McDavid effect. It was the economy was boosting, sold out games. And, I hope we get to see that again sometime here in the future, that there's another McDavid. And I think Michael Misa living up to the exceptional status, to say the least, but it's not about the wins and the losses. And for the fans and for the coaches, obviously that's why you play the game. But it's the experiences. It's about the opportunity to be a part of things that you never get to experience again. Because when you go play pro hockey, it's your job, right? Every single day you wake up, you're going to job. It's not 9 to 5. It's not taking a briefcase to work. It's not putting on the hard hat. It's playing hockey. But it's still a career, and it's still a job. And when you're doing it at this level, it's still a job, but it's not your livelihood. It's not every single day you have to live in fear about, if I make a mistake, I might be on the next bus to the minor leagues. No, when you're down here, you're playing at the highest level. You're making great friendships. You're playing in front of amazing fans, and you get to be a part of professional, personal, and career development. And I think that's what it's about, and I think that's what should be celebrated here tonight. Saginaw, celebrate the victory, celebrate the win you got here tonight. Erie, do not hang your heads, because this night is much bigger than the final score.
Partner, I couldn't have said it any better myself. I mean, I think you summed it up perfectly, what to take from this night and what to learn from this night, because I think there was a lot of learning opportunities for everybody involved, especially the players. Yeah. Again, these guys are young. They're kids, right? I think that's one thing that really kind of it flies under the radar a bit. These are kids. Yeah. And, for them to have the opportunity to have Connor McDavid go speak to them in the locker room.
Insane.
How cool is that?
Insane.
How cool are the guys that still are in high school? Yeah, I just had Connor McDavid give me a pregame speech before a game. That is just amazing. That's what should be taken from a night like tonight. And I hope that, again, when we look at this night 5 years down the line, That's what we look at. Just some of the positives and some of the lessons that can be learned from a player and a person like Connor McDavid.
You need an example. These are teenagers. Connor McDavid's been playing in the NHL for about 10 years now, and he's a year younger than me. So if you need anything, and I'm not that old. I'm only 28, but he's 27. He'll be 28 coming up on the 13th, so a happy early birthday to him. But these are kids. These are teenagers. They love these experiences. And, being in low levels of minor league hockey, as I had the opportunity to in my career before my time in Erie, I've seen guys who were captains of OHL teams and played OHL, even got a cup of coffee, as they say. And they talk about this experience for the rest of their life. So whether you're getting your major paychecks and your signing bonuses and playing at the NHL level, or whether you're grinding it out in the minors, you remember the time here, and that's what's important.
That is exactly what's important, and I think that night and this night really taught us a lot about what it means to play in the Ontario Hockey League. And our thanks to Commissioner Crawford and everybody who was involved, from the OHL to the NHL, and Connor and his whole family, and Otters General Manager Dave Brown and Jim Waters as well for putting this all together, because this was a special night. Maybe not so special on the ice, but there was a lot to be really grateful to be a part of this evening.
Well, it's an honor for all of you watching, for all of us working here, for our staff, and, of course, for everyone in this arena. This is a once-in-a-lifetime. There will never again be a Connor McDavid jersey retirement night in junior hockey. This is the only one. We got to be a part of it, and that's something special. Full post-game show due up next, and we'll take a look back at the 6-2 loss here tonight and all the things that made tonight a little more fun. We'll be back.
Toyotathon is on. Now's the time to get an exciting new Toyota, like Camry.
Wait, what?
RAV4 Hybrid.
Cool.
Tundra, and more.
Whoa.
How'd you do that? Toyotathon magic.
Right now, buy a rugged new Tacoma with low 2.99 APR financing, or lease an SR5 model Tacoma for just $199 a month.
'Tis the season for Toyotathon.
Toyota, let's go.
When it comes to health education in the Erie region, Northwest Pennsylvania AHEC is the name to know. But what is AHEC? Do they provide education to high school students on health careers?
AHEC does that.
Continued medical education for professionals?
AHEC does that.
Training for community health workers?
AHEC does that.
And even more?
AHEC, yeah, they do that.
Learn more today at nwpaahec.org. Northwest Pennsylvania Area Health Education Center, advancing Pennsylvania's health through education.
Erie Otters fall in a final score of 6-2 here tonight. And a busy night in goal scoring around the Ontario Hockey League. 4-4 game last check, Flint and Guelph. 5-2 final. The Brampton Steelheads down the Kitchener Rangers 5-1. London dominates on home ice in the Friday night faceoff. 3-2 Oshawa outlast the Ottawa 67s. Owen Sound wins it 5-3 in Sarnia. Sarnia, I'm sorry for the bus ride you have to take tonight or tomorrow. That's going to be a long one. 5-4 Niagara. Back-to-back wins for them as they were able to down the Spirit last night, 7-2. A 5-4 victory tonight on the road in Sudbury. That's a tough trip, by the way, too. Niagara to Sudbury? It's not exactly close. Kingston over the Sioux, 6-5 on the road in the Sioux. And hey, if the Otters couldn't win, the Otters organization won. Port Colborne with a 3-2 win over Caledonia. So that's our GOJHL game of the week, and that's our look around the league as we look back at our score from tonight's game. 6-2, the Saginaw Spirit claim victory on Connor McDavid night. And again, as we've talked about, it's not so much about the game on the ice. That's the middle portion, but the beginning is what this game was all about. It was all about the experience, the energy, the time that was had here, and the memories from pregame will last a lifetime. I know they will for me. What an honor to be able to be the smallest and least significant part of the biggest night in Erie Otters' home regular season history. One that I won't forget, and one that I hope that everyone in this building won't forget, regardless of how this game finished. Hey, there's still some time to be able to get some sweet items. The Dash auctions are still going on. Those are closing Sunday afternoon, I believe. So before playoff football starts for you on Sunday afternoon, make sure you get your wallets out
and get some exclusive items. There you go. Connor McDavid items. Some of these are gone. There's still more that's going up on there. And I know those warm-up jerseys the Otters wore, the ones that are signed by Connor McDavid and, had McDavid on the back in the 97. Yeah, you can still get one of those. So get your wallets out, get your checkbooks ready, ladies, and get ready to hopefully take home a nice piece of win. Next game we've got, it'll be U Sports Night. That was tonight's game, and we're looking forward to it. So we look ahead to Sarnia coming to town for U Sports Night tomorrow night. It'll be Ty Henry bobblehead night, and if we're lucky, Ty Henry will be in the lineup. We'll see how things shake out with his game misconduct, though. We take another look at the week ahead for the Erie Otters, as this was their conclusion, or they're closing out this next week with Sarnia tomorrow night. Of course, next week we look to Brantford for the OHL Top Prospects game, and then a road trip out to the Eastern Swing that I know our good friend Trevor Cabea is very excited for. Welcome back into the broadcast booth. Final closing thoughts here tonight on a later night than usual here at the Erie Insurance Arena, but for good cause. What a memorable night. One I know I'll never forget, one I know Connor McDavid will never forget, and one that it was just an honor for our organization, our league, and this team and this city to be a part of. Wow. Connor McDavid, the number 97, hanging over my right shoulder, hanging in the rafters for the rest of time. Never again will an Otter wear the number 97. Thank you for joining us here tonight. Thank you for staying late. A special night, to say the least. Otters will try and do better tomorrow as they host the Sarnia Sting. We will send it to the highlights and send you home as we look ahead to tomorrow. Take care.
It over toward Terrance, but not to Terrance. And now it's a 3-on-1 developing for the Spirit. Moving its way in. High slot opportunity. They score. Carson Harmer and the Spirit started off 1-0 here with nearly 4 minutes gone by. That is how you quiet a capacity crowd. Alongside Caden Johnston. Down for Johnston. Loose in front of the net. They score. Caden Johnston. 2-0 Spirit. 10 minutes and 31 seconds left to go here. What a start for Saginaw. Tavio up and out left wing side. Here's Martin Mishak in through traffic. Sam Alfano back for Terrance. He scores! On a night celebrating the captain, Connor McDavid, Captain Carey, back from World Juniors, gets his 15th of the year. Player who's rested and confident.
He looks awesome, and maybe he took a little bit of extra time away after winning that gold medal. Didn't skate on Wednesday in Guelph, hadn't returned to the team until Thursday. So for him to come back and look as well rested and as strong as he does tonight, well, that's a testament to him making the right decision, and the Otters really good job giving him time.
Shot in front, they score. Zane Parekh, as he's done all season and as he loves to do against Erie, scores and makes it a 3-1 lead for the Saginaw Spirit. This one up on the right wing side. Battle, top of the left circle, jumping its way to the net front, they score. Michael Misa, the exceptional status player in his draft year, finds the goal on a night honoring an exceptional player. Everyone comes out of the box. And down the ice it'll go. It's Jilkin right in front. Jilkin, he scores! Out of the box, onto the board. 5-1 Saginaw with 12 minutes and 13 seconds to go in the second.
Well, that is...
Might have gone away with one. We'll keep this one going as McCall is in a stick battle down to the Spirit player. But there is a opportunity the other way as Erie finds it and scores! Well, that'll cut into the lead. Erie finds the back of the net, and it's Gabriel Frasca continuing what's been working for him. 5-2 here.
Why not?
You got to make something happen. A 6-2 loss and a 5-2 loss is no different, but a 5-3 loss and a 5-2 loss are massively different. Erie battling forward in front, they score. Nick Sema into the empty net, and the Saginaw Spirit take a 6-2 lead.